Welcome one and all here to Bobby's Overkill Overload. We got $10,000 on the line today, and we got some beautiful Call of Duty mobile action for you at home. I'm very excited to get in today. I myself and Infinity are ready to talk through all of today's action, but I've got to have some expert casters to work with, and we didn't have those available. So instead, we brought Bobby Plays and Verdict on the line. Bobby, how you doing, mate? It's your tournament, so we got to go to you first.
I'm feeling pretty good. It's nice to be back into casting some COD mobile action. We got another crazy rule set coming at you guys, so obviously a lot of familiar faces, but hopefully another fresh look at Call of Duty Mobile, another opportunity for some people to earn a nice chunk of cash.
Yeah, it's a really fun tournament. We got some kind of fun teams on the line. We'll talk about those in a little bit. Verdict, how you doing today, mate?
Oh man, I'm just casually taking shade every opportunity I can. I mean, it wouldn't be a Call of Duty mobile tournament unless someone was questioning how terrible of knowledge I had. So I'm glad that we went ahead and addressed the issues early on. I'm here for some overkill, overload loadouts, and I can't say that I'm super excited to jump into this one. It's gonna be a blender for sure.
Yeah, it is going to be really fun. Now, as is always the case with these kind of tournaments, there's always a twist at the end, and there is a twist, and rather large one, as the name implies, for the tournament for today's event. Let's get right in and talk a little bit about what today's tournament is all about, because Bobby, as the name implies, we're going Overload with Overkill, of course. The wildcards, they're normally banned in competitive play. We're like, yeah, we're getting Overkill on there. Every single player is going to be using it today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make for a very chaotic setup for everybody that was not there for the draft. Basically, the way that this is going to work is Overkill is allowed. Obviously, that means no secondaries, and we have unbanned every attachment in the game that doesn't involve explosive or thermite damage, that type of thing. So it's going to open up a lot of different possibilities for different weapons. We did also add on a couple of extra weapon restrictions. So previously we had not had any weapon restrictions, but as people pointed out, probably just going to be kind of 10-man USS if we don't restrict anything. So we restricted primary weapons from every major category with the exception of LMGs. So we banned the HSO for shotguns, Tundra for snipers, Odin for ARs, USS for SMGs, and Type 63 for marksmen. So once again, hopefully that makes for some very interesting combinations. But like we said previously, there's lots of opportunities. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the slideshow there, Verdict.
All right. I was making sure. I thought I was going crazy. I was like, oh my God, did we just get like slammed live on stream?
I'm hitting restore this version, and
okay,
I think I may have accidentally clicked something. I don't know how I could have done that in one button, but we do have that cleared up. So I did want to make sure we had that good to go. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this one, and like always, we've got some top tier captains to lead the way for us as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a real fun tournament. Can't wait to get into it. Let's talk a little bit then, moving forward, about some of those teams. I'll be honest, first of all, you guys did a good job of the draft. Verdict in particular, shout out to you, because you had to step in, effectively become a team captain exclusively for the draft. You drafted for iGrow, and are you proud of yourself?
I am extremely proud of myself. What are you talking about? That team is absolutely stacked. This is his first event, and not only did he have a celebrity guest shooter in the building who knows ball, but brother got Tectonic first overall from the East Side pick. So I'm super proud that I didn't butcher my first pick. Like, who picked Little B first? Can we just take a moment of silence? And also Vague and Little B going in the first round draft. I mean, I feel like, some of these picks can be egregious, but those two in particular, I think we need to question those teams more importantly.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was a little bit surprised. I had a chance to kind of watch the draft back last night, and I was like, yo, Peejay's going straight for Little B round one. Alrighty, this guy's got a strategy in the draft. Of course, yeah, we did have Deku, Abhiz's manager, coming out and picking for him. Picked a Vague, and that's going to be fun to talk about a little bit down the line as well. Bobby, for you, across the board here, who has the strongest team on first glance?
I think maybe the most underrated team is Spaces. I think he did a really good job of getting a lot of versatile top tier pros and pros that are kind of spread out across the world. So regardless of where server pulls, I don't think they're going to be at a major disadvantage one way or another. I think that's one that's definitely going to get slept on. And then Aerith's as well. Her picking up Jai, probably one of the strongest options out of the East. Spades, incredibly underrated from LATAM, and obviously King's now back in the U.S., formerly of OUG. He's somebody that I think has the potential to pop off. And once again, Pabzera, can't really go wrong with him, one of the most iconic snipers in the history of LATAM Call of Duty.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree. I think Aerith's team, she's kind of nice there. I feel like Jai is a solid pick for sure. Obviously, you know, we've all had those conversations about what Jai's done for Store over in the Garena region. So yeah, she's definitely nice to. For me, I'm going to go with a little bit of European bias here, just a tinsy bit of European bias. I'm actually going to say I think Lucasin's gone for a nice first pick. Sawo is a player that I've given a lot of gas from the European region for. I think he knows what he's doing with that team. He's obviously joined by Veer on that roster, now current exclusive teammate. And then, of course, you know, Viper and Skird in there as well. I say that like Viper and Skird are like lesser players.
Yeah,
They're probably
right?
actually the strongest players on that team. But still, I mean, Lucasin's picked a phenomenal roster. So that, for me, I think is the team I'm going to be looking out for in this tournament because I'm a biased European. And that's all I do. I just get biased towards the Western players. True. And I'm happy about it. Anyway, that's all the teams then. We can take a look at moving forward, I think. If I go over to my notes, we can take a look at the prize pool next. Is probably a good idea to look at because there's $10,000 on the line, $10,000 dues. It's a big prize pool. There's a lot of cheddar to talk over here. Verdicts, talk us through. You got to get to some kind of place in the tournament. I was going to say you got to get to fourth. That's not true. Everyone gets something. Everyone gets some kind of prize pool here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 4th through 8th, going to get a consolation prize of $500. I mean, at the very least, if you're eliminated today, that's $100 more in your pocket. Who can argue about that? But take a look at the breadwinners. 3rd place going to be receiving 1,000 of that share of the pool, 2,500 for 2nd place, and then a big old fat whopping 4,000. That's 40% of the prize pool just going to 1st place. Obviously, if you've drafted right, I grow and I got you, buddy. You're going to be looking at a big fat chunk of that prize pool, and everyone knows the lion's share is what we're going to be aiming for here.
Yeah, for sure. You want to walk away with the biggest chunk of the money. And of course, if you do win the entire tournament, $4,000 to 1st place. That is a nice chunk of cash. So drafting your team right is very important to do. And let's hope these teams have done exactly that. So with that, then, that is a look at our 10K prize pool on the line over the next couple of days of action. Without any further ado, I think we should probably move forward and take a look at what our matchups look like to kick off the day here in just a moment, gents, because I can't wait to see how these teams are going to stack up against one another. Obviously, you know, we've got this bracket. We've got a double elimination bracket, I believe, to work with here. All of our matches are going to be best of 3, I believe, for a little bit. And I'm really excited to see kind of which team comes out on top. Bobby, just going to go to you first here for this one then. Are there any matches off the rip that jump out to you? That's the one you're most excited for.
I think there's 2 for me. I think the first one is definitely Team Dozzy versus Team Lucasin. Obviously, Dozzy is one of the captains that always shows out in these show matches. It's just been a question of what the team that he draft looks like, and I think that he's got a very solid team around him. But obviously, Team Lucasin's Team Lucasin. Usually, he is a player in these events and not a captain. So him being a captain, I think, kind of puts his team a little bit above some of the others, with the exception of maybe Peejay and Abhiz. But Ganith was unable to join us for this one, Lucasin taking his place, and I think he drafted a super solid team. I think that's going to be a good one. And then, like I said, Team Space, I think, is very underrated. I think his squad going up against Team Peejay, which is basically Elevate Light, is definitely going to be one of the matches to watch.
Yeah, I definitely agree. All right, well, I've asked Bobby. Verdict, I'm going to turn it on you, mate. Do you agree? Are those your matches to watch? Are you looking at anything else?
Absolutely not, Bobby. What are you talking about? I'm just kidding. I got to start getting the opportunity to get my word in edgewise. Like, literally, I'm looking at this event for the day, and I'm looking at the 4 matches that we're seeing, and he hits it right on the head. Dozzy and Lucasin. Lucasin obviously picked, and something I made reference to, picked some solid players. Sawo being that Lucasin 2.0 that we got introduced to in the last event that we got the cast here on Bobby's channel. I think it was the Meta Mayhem. And of course Dozzy, who, I mean, with the exception of one player, got literally everybody from North America. So I don't know how that matchup's going to fare, considering the diversity that's on the opposite side of that board. Space and Peejay, I think that's a true test for Space. This is the sleeper pick here for Bobby. That is exactly the narrative that I wanted to run in my conversation. But with that being said, I'm going to say he's wrong. Abhiz and I growing. I'm going to throw a curveball out there. This first matchup's going to be a banger, chat. And Abhiz with Vague, we're Abhiz with Godlike 2.0 or what 2023 champs. You know that we're going to be doing some listening for that matchup, right?
Yeah, I hope so. Anyway, I will say that sounds like something someone would say if they drafted a team. They would say that was the match they were looking forward to.
I'm like Tom Brady, baby. I got like 5% stake in the team. I'm gonna need some of that prize pool money.
Well, listen, we'll see whether or not you did draft well, mate, because they are going up against a very difficult team. You mentioned it there. Just by the way, we'll have to kind of separate out a moment here just to say, Abhiz and Vague on the same team in 2025, right? The big 2025, Vague will be teaming for this tournament, effectively with 3/5 of 2023 Godlike. I'm very excited to see just how that goes. We need to like a constant listening. Honestly, you guys are going to do a great job on the cast, no doubt about it. But honestly, if you guys could just create like a separate feed, just solely for
Abhiz is streaming his POV. So if you guys want to see what the comms sound like, you can just head over there and you get full listening for the entire game. So bada bing, bada boom.
There you go. That would be absolutely awesome. So I'm not too sure how far away we are from game one here. Bobby, you can inform me because you're actually in the game as our pro observer for today.
Yeah, we've got 4 of our 5 players in for each team, so hopefully not too much longer. One thing I did see people talking about is that there were some substitutions. So last minute, we did have a couple players that had to drop out. 7 was previously on... I believe that was Team Igroin, actually. So he was previously on that squad. He's going to be replaced by Warden. Very far from a scrub. I mean, they've got the 2 top OBJ players from CDM this season in Warden and Tectonic. So it is going to be an OBJ overload for them. And then we did have one other substitution. Raph was not able to make it. His flight actually directly corresponded with when we were starting the event. So he's going to be replaced by CZ Spy, who is going to be playing in Stage 5 for Team Exclusive. Definitely not a bad substitution either. But just in case you guys were wondering why we had a couple of last-second changes, wanted to fill you guys in on where those would be made.
Yeah, for sure. So those are our little last-second substitutions. Spy is not a bad player by any stretch of the imagination as well. Like, he's coming in here. I've got a lot of love for Spy. He's one of the first players when I started casting Call of Duty Mobile that immediately kind of jumped out to me over in Europe. So for him to be on Team Cisco, I believe that is going to be fun. Shout out to Cisco, by the way, because he's a multi-talented man. He was drafting his team last night, I believe, while parking the car or the other day.
No, he was definitely ordering. He was ordering in the drive-thru 100%.
Yeah, he was doing something, and he apparently also didn't know who certain players that he definitely should know. It was enjoyable to listen to. So a lot of love to Cisco for sure. I'm just trying to look through. I guess we should start talking about our first match, right, while we're ready to get underway. We kind of already delved into it a little bit deep there, but let's just talk about it. Again, you've got iGrown. This is the team that Verdict effectively drafted. Obviously, they've had a last-minute change come in. Warden now joining this team. Is that going to help them take down the superpower, the real deal, the best love relationship we've ever had in esports of Vague and Abhiz? Can they do anything here in this first matchup?
I want to go ahead and apologize for the search or destroy that's going to become. I mean, we didn't see them, either of these players or either of these teams, in which case, win a single map of search and destroy in our most recent CDM. So the players that are going to be participating, that are top dogs, they have not performed overly well. I'm glad Bobby pointed out the fact that, we've got 2 of the biggest OBJ players in this one, because that's where the focus is going to be at. It's going to be all out blitz in the hard point and the control. If we get there, and then the search and destroy, I think it's literally just going to be a flip of the coin. So I'll apologize for trying to draft a search and destroy-esque team in Tectonic and 7, but we did get Warden in place, which I still is one of those players from Godlike who didn't win a single search and destroy in that matter. So if you're getting here for a search and destroy play, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how good it's going to be. It's literally a flip of a coin in my regards, but I do believe these are going to be some of the best hard points and controls that we're going to see if we get to that point.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The hard point's going to be fun, especially with Tectonic. iGrown doesn't even have to do anything. You just got to get Tonic to sit in hill, and that's all you're going to need to do for the entire time. Maybe get the War Machine in there. That's all you're going to really need to see from Tech. Bobby, thoughts on this first match? What are we saying? Do we think Abhiz is going to take it?
Well, initially I would have, but it looks like a couple players are missing right now. One of those being Vague, and the other one being Trunks. So if it's 3v5, I don't know that they stand a chance. Verdict, I don't know. Do you have Vague's phone number?
I do not. You know who I can reach out to though? I'll get it. Hold on. Let me go ahead and send a message.
Okay. Yeah, we need to get a call over to Vague. I'm assuming he's not live yet. We do get Trunks loading in there, so bare minimum, we are going to have at least a 4v5. But Vague going AWOL on. Oh, Vague is a no-show, and Marshy is replacing him. Well, you know.
Oh wow!
I guess
that
that's
changes
like
everything.
Next best option.
Okay, come on. Let's get an Ellen broadcast for Vague.
Yeah,
no show. Come on, buddy.
Vague,
The whole storyline.
Yeah.
The whole storyline is now ruined because of one player's decision to not wake up. Come on, Vague. Get your act together.
That's actually crazy. Especially because he made like a whole meme about it. Oh, that's insane. Okay.
I want to say I've never been more disappointed in Vague. But...
I'm sorry, but that XL from Bobby right there just pretty much summed everything up that I felt, and he didn't have to see a single word. I felt that.
Yeah, like I said, I want to say I've never been more disappointed in Vague, but I think we all know that's not true because there have been multiple points in which we probably have been more disappointed in Vague. So yeah, get your Vagues in the chat, folks. All right, well, while we wait to figure out what's going on in this first match, while we wait for Marshy, I believe, who's subbing in, which is not the first time we've had to get Marshy to sub in off the bench for an important matchup. I guess let's talk about other teams here. Obviously, we've got other matches going on. So we've got Team Dozzy taking on Team Lucasin. We talked a little bit about that one. Really excited to see how that NA Powerhouse matchup is going to do for Team Dozzy going up against Lucasin. Who, by the way, again, just want to clarify, I really do feel like Team Lucasin has picked an absolutely banger roster. Like, you got the perfect mix of like young gun talent there in Sour and Viper with like Veer and Skurd, who obviously you don't necessarily need an IGL in that situation, but there's a bit of experience on that roster towards the end of the draft. I feel like Lucasin is absolutely nice, the draft. Bobby, any thoughts on that?
No, I 100% agree. I think he just drafted really well because he got the being a pro player and having played competitively as long as he kind of has the know-how of what players are going to play well and also what players are going to fit well in this style of a tournament. So I think Sawa was definitely kind of a bit of a sleeper pick, especially for the West. But anybody who watched EU Stage 4 knows how talented he is. And across the board, there's just a lot of talent there, a lot of experience. And Verdict bringing up a good point that we will see some interesting things in the map pool as well. We did have specific requests, and this is why I'm primarily really disappointed that Vague is not here, is because we chose... We had a random roll for what the map pool was going to be for every matchup. There was only one matchup. It was going to be matchup number 1 that was going to be on Meltdown for the Search and Destroy.
Jesus. Yep.
And we moved them to matchup number 1 so we could see Vague and Godlike on Meltdown, and Vague has disappointed us once again. But fortunately, Marshy's here, so we still have some element of LG in the equation to give us a little bit of a storyline.
I'm sorry I brought the map pool selections up and put salt in that wound for you, Bobby. I'm actually let down a lot right now. Let's take a moment of silence there for Vague for not showing up and possibly getting another 07. We'll just take a short moment, okay? All right, we're back. That was good enough. Forget that guy. We're moving on. Marshy's in, and it's his season, and he's ready to pounce.
Yeah, listen, at least we got something has helped us out. Marshy has come in, he stepped off the bench, and he's helping out his teammate. He's bailed out Vague, which is, again, not the first time that's had to happen.
I love it.
It's still going to be fun. Really looking forward to this first match. Of course, even if Vague has kind of wrecked the storyline a little bit, we are at the very least going to get to see 3/5 of that 2023 Godlike team back together again. Actually, Bobby, didn't you kind of you fixed the draft a little bit, right? You got Trunks in there towards the end. I heard there was a little bit of draft fixing going on where you pulled Trunks into a
Listen, I don't know if I would say I fixed the draft. If Cisco had known anything about anybody that he was drafting, I would have let him have his pick. But he literally asked who Sam's and Trunks were. So at that point, I was like, you know what? I'm taking the reins. Especially because I let him know what the right pick was, and he went the opposite direction anyway. So we had to take the reins and step in, and I think that was the right decision. Once again, unfortunately, we're not going to get the full fill right there, but fortunately, we do have our lobby completely filled up, which means it is about time to hop into the action.
Alrighty, well, I'll let you boys get on with it then. We've got map number 1 here. What is map number 1? Are we surprising people with what map number 1 is, or are we...
Map number 1 is going to be Standoff, which actually is also fitting because this is the map where godlike 250 to 20 tribe during 2024 champs.
Alrighty, there you go.
Vake's never going to hit the end of this, is he?
Nope, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, he's not. Not from any of the players, and not from any of us. Anyway, boys. All right, we got Standoff Hardpoint to kick off what is a best of 3 series, folks. Enjoy this cast, boys. I'll let you get into the game.
All right. Time to hop into things. Verdict. Game number 1 of the day. Finally hopping into things. Once again, make sure to spam LVAG in the chat. Absolutely throwing the content. And we'll see what we've got in store here. As expected, we've got the CX-9 Burst Mag coming into the equation right here. Lots of different things available across the board. And it looks like we do have that fun spectator glitch where it shows that Team 1 has operators at all times.
Oh, wow. I love that. I just saw that as well. So, W, you're going to be the connoisseur of loadouts here. You're going to be telling me what's good and what's not. I know we see some VIPs out of Suiwa, who's already on the objective, but a plethora of kills coming through already off the rip there for Prevail, who's already sitting on 4 and Buddy is coasting through the lobby. Finally going to get shut down, but the presence here on the P1 site, it's godlike. I mean, Team Abhiz absolutely running business at the moment.
Yeah, looking phenomenal right now, and definitely Team Igro and struggling to get on the board. We've got Tectonic running the Kilo. Very interested in that one. It did get a couple buffs recently, but I don't consider that to be anywhere close to a meta weapon. Not going to be able to get a whole lot right there, and the team's still struggling to make their way onto the point. Shisui, obviously one of our top LATAM players that we'll be keeping an eye on right here. Looking to get those first couple of seconds of OBJ time. They do get 4 seconds on the board, but not going to be enough to put any type of a dent in this lead so far. We've also got Saris right here, looking to find a couple, and I don't know what his FOV is. He does manage to get a couple kills out of it anyway, even if it wasn't pretty. But the godlike boys going big off the start right here. Prevail and Abhiz already combined for almost 20 kills.
Yep, indeed, and do Marshy making that connection over to the backside here for P2. Gets a big 2-piece there to open it up, and obviously they've got the point. They are not giving it up. He's already made his presence known. It's all up to Tech, who is bad, so we got to go easy on him per his username. We'll see if he can get some good shots in there, as he's already going to be pounced on. Prevail coming through with a massive 4-piece, nade included. And this is just an absolute obliteration, Bobby. I'm sure if you drafted his team, you'd be feeling pretty bad at this moment.
Yeah, fortunately, I didn't draft this team. You know, it was all on to Igro, and he single-handedly put this all on the table. So, Marshy, the replacement for Vague, not looking amazing so far. Only 3 kills on the board for him, but fortunately, the godlike boys doing the bulk of the damage, and they are cruising in this one. Igro, recent addition right here, and he is actually using a restricted weapon right there. So, unfortunately, it's not looking super likely that they are going to have a whole lot of a lead here, but definitely gotta get those fixed moving forward. Abhiz already on an EMP right here. He's gonna go ahead, pop his death machine as well. He's able to pick up another 2 kills. Shisui hopping over, able to shut it down right there, but once again, still trying to find their way onto the point, let alone do anything to find a break on in. Godlike versus godlike. Warden comes out on top. And finally, an opportunity for them to apply some pressure here on the point. Marshy hopping on down. Does get the kill right there, but instantly traded out by Shisui. And finally, an opportunity for Team Igro and to put some points on the board.
Yeah, in just a moment, it's going to be an opportunity for them to get a absolutely eviscerate. Oh my God, Shisui on the hop out does evacuate the point. Is one shot is going to get shut down. And Bobby, this is going to be the rich getting richer. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to have in this matchup, and with the transition over the P4 being set up here already for Prevail, who does get gunned down. Let's go ahead and hop in. Let's hear those comms. We've been talking about them. Let's go ahead and jump in with the boys over at Team Abhiz.
One broken.
I have one machine.
HP boxes.
Watch my farm. There's one top market. Kill that guy.
Top market, yeah, any top
He has
market.
any.
Okay.
I have War Machine. We need to kill the guy top market, kill him.
Top
market dead.
Use a War Machine.
I have put EMP. There, War Machine top market.
One boxes.
Oh, he's mine.
Come together. Come
One
together.
mine does. He's going upstairs. 2 on the stairs.
Let's go. Let's set in.
0.1 HP. 0.1 HP.
Top War Machine.
All right, well, the com's pretty consistent right there. Obviously, it's just not the same. Marshy's so chill that his communication is just never gonna be what you would expect the chaos to be with Vig in the equation right there. So we'll see. We'll see if maybe things get a little bit spicier as things get closer. But for the time being, does seem like Team Abhiz got things locked in right here, and they are chilling for the time being.
No, absolutely. I think that's the most vocal that I have ever heard Marshy in any comm check that I've ever been a part of. Guy is usually just in his corner. We would joke, you know, about him actually being deafened in VCs when he goes into games. Just lock it in. That's just how he is. But right now, we lock it in for the boys over at Team I Grow, and it took them a minute. Maybe slow starts is what they're used to. Tech is starting to finally heat up. We got a death machine out in abundance here for Warden, who's trying to pop off. He's got his teammates on the opposite side, though, and it's going to be Prevail who's going to be able to shut him down. And as a 3-piece from the Sparrow, 2 more shots to go. And this could be where this one gets out of hands if not properly taken care of. Shisui on the entry. That is going to be a massive break. Let's see how long they can hold it, Bobby.
Yep. And somebody pointed out Marshy is actually not using Overkill. So we actually have kind of a dual DQ right here as a result of the Tundra and the lack of Overkill being used. So those will cancel out. Nobody DQ'd in this one, which means it is all still on the line. Mr. Groen, our newest captain, struggling off the start of this one. Only 7 kills on the board for him. Looking to get going, but his team definitely starting to pick up. And the one and only Warden filling in nicely right here. 23 kills on the board already. Shisui looking to break onto the point. Not going to be able to find anything. And Prevail once again to greet everybody on their way with a shotgun to the face.
Yep, 2 offside and penalties. Got to give some teams a second chance. P2 out. 30 seconds left to go. A break looking like it might be sticking here for the boys over at iGrowin. Outskirts, they're getting penetrated. It is both sides being absolutely ostracized. They are absolutely wiped. There is a sea of blue in the feed, and all of a sudden, what was looking like a beatdown is now starting to look like something that is forming of somewhat of a comeback. Shisui now going to be earning that Predator missile. We got Tech, who's got the War Machine out, too. They're looking to put these last 15 seconds away, and it does look like everybody in yellow is going to be tucking their tails and heading for new. The setup here for Big Blue has got to go big if you're the side of Godlike and Abhiz, because these boys had a hefty lead rolling into the second set of hills.
And Sari's was definitely one of the dark horse picks in this event. I believe went last overall, but he's got 23 kills on the board, has been farming with the SKS, and we've got Shisui on an EMP right here as they look for a break on into new. Not going to be able to find it quite yet. The Godlike boys continue to hold the line right here, and Suiwa holding down the inside of the point with Marshy alongside, but Warden is there on the outside, able to find one, finds Marshy on the second. That's a full break and a lot of time to be gained right here.
Oh, he's going crazy, Bobby. Warden mounting the comeback there. A massive feed, much needed. And now a 50-point deficit is all that is needed to be covered. They get the break in perfect time through the smoke. Nobody from the side of Abhiz's squad able to even make any kind of hindrance onto this objective. You got Marshy, who's going to be able to hop the spot. Is going to be able to collect a little bit of free time. Gets a free kill there as someone just pops right into the window seal. As the contest does come through, Marshy doing God's work, and that is going to prevent those last few seconds to go in favor of Abhiz. So, or not Abhiz, I'm sorry, but of iGrowin. So, lead still very much in the hands of Abhiz and squad as the rotation's being made. They've got a little bit of a presence there, too.
Yeah, this is looking much closer than we expected to be based on the way this started. Opportunity for Prevail to go big, but he gets shut down off the Sparrow. We do have a couple ops charge. I was thinking we had 5 ops charge. It's going to look like that perpetually for Team iGrowin, so we got to remember to keep that in mind. Tectonic pushing on it, and once again, sticking with the Kilo AR. I'm very surprised by this just because time to kill wise, it has a tough time keeping up. We do have Shisui looking to break on in. He's going to get shut down as well. Equals for iGrowin, nothing. Marshy War Machine goes absolutely huge right there. Abhiz, Death Machine gonna be able to hold the line as well. And it looks like that's going to be enough to snowball that lead up to about 90 points right here. Going to be really tough to close the gap this far with this little time left.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is possibly the end-all moment. This P4 was everything here for Abhiz's squad. Last second contest going to come through for Ward, and it ain't going to mean anything. 5 seconds before this puppy's done. Nade's going to be called out there. Prevail. He's going to get swarmed on through, but the objective now has to be flawless. You've got 100 points to gain. And you only got 5 points to game. If your team Abhiz, get the break. If your team I grow and hold that line, this is the final push.
Yep. Last opportunity to make something right here. Tech's gonna die off the War Machine. Only one last line of defense is growing, and he's not gonna be able to pick up the kill right there, so that should be able to seal it. Somebody actually makes their way back in, but only for a minute as the EMP pops. And the game finishes as expected. Team Abhiz leading the way right there. A little bit iffy in the mid game. I don't know what is happening with the spectator client right now. We've got just colors all over the place, and I can't even see what the numbers are. So I'm actually going to switch back to our 2-box real quick, and hopefully restarting the emulator will fix this because I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Yep. I mean, while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and run through the stats just so everybody knows. You already know it. Prevail, top dog in the lobby there, going 40 and 36, 35 seconds on the objective. Marshy, though, I know you were talking about it earlier, him not really having an impact as far as kills go. As a matter of fact, not even having Overkill on to begin with. You know, we can't blame him. We'll take another L there for Vague. That's his fault. Big time objective numbers. 2 minutes and 31 seconds on the hill, having a 195 impact. He did go net 3 negative, but I mean that's quite all right. He was in the right place at the right time. If you look back on some of these transitions, he was the point man. The P2 setups, the P3 breaks. That was the guy who was doing everything on the map to make sure that he got into a position to at least contest or be on that time soaking up the sun. On the left-hand side of our screen, we got Shisui, who does go, I mean, big, 37 and 28, minute 18 on the clock. But not really, you know, a big presence in the objective for anybody in particular. It's a collective effort for Shisui Tech and iGrowin, which we'll commend there in that effort. But nobody even getting remotely close to 2 minutes is not a good start. So the hard point's going to be falling to a dud, and that's going to be the first game in favor of Team Abhiz.
All right. Well, we're getting the emulator loaded back up once again. We were excited to see Vague and Godlike Jr. hopping into Meltdown. Fortunately, we'll still get to see Marshy and Godlike Jr. And we are working on getting some of our game settings adjusted right now, as obviously the frame rate was less than ideal right there. I'm going to try cranking the FPS down to 90 and see if that makes things a little bit more consistent for us. So thank you, everybody, for your patience. I believe we've got everything set as good as we possibly could to try to set things up to run properly. So hopefully with that restart, we should be able to run smoothly. We actually had Marshy dip out of the lobby. I don't know. Neither Tech or Marshy have Overkill unlocked. How does Marshy plays ranked every day? How does Marshy not have Overkill unlocked?
I think this is an instance where we cut Tech some slack because he was literally flying for like 20 plus hours yesterday.
Well, and also he's been in China, so.
And plus he's been in China, so there's that. But Marshy, buddy, you're supposed to be like the rank warrior, dude. You got to. Did he dip out of the lobby to go unlock?
And also in Marshy's defense, he didn't know he was going to be playing in this event, so I will cut him slack on that one. But how do you not have it unlocked,
brother?
All right, so double DQ cancels out. Result stays the same. It is going to be Team Abhiz taking map number 1. Bobby did not kick Vague. Vague didn't show up, so I'm actually just going to tweet L Vague, and I need everybody to go like and retweet that so that whenever he wakes up, he is ashamed of himself. Okay?
Brother. I mean, you had one job. All you had to do was wake up. I mean, you didn't even have to frag, dude. You saw Marshy. He was just on the objective soaking up, you know, the sun. Or if he was in the building, soaking up the fan. I don't know. Literally only takes just a minute to get up and turn your device on and jump into the game and frag out. Vague, buddy. get your stuff together, man. I don't know what kind of degenerate behaviors you had going on last night that kept you up all hours of the night. If it was scrimming with these guys, I can understand it, but I, for some reason, don't think that was the case.
All right. Well, hopefully these guys can get things figured out. Marshy back in the lobby. Tech back in the lobby. Once we get our settings fixed, we should be good to go. And it will be, once again, Meltdown Search and Destroy that we're hopping into. So a nice blast from the past. I really think that Meltdown Search and Destroy should be a permanent, at least for 2026, I think that should be one of the competitive Search and Destroy maps. Because there's really, especially if we're going to go, there's no, like you can only have one map in each mode. Like no repeating maps in outside modes. Meltdown just provides so much opportunity for some of the better respawn maps to go in other directions.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be, I try not to be a yes man when I'm around you because we have such similar like takes and ideas, especially when it comes to competitive play, but you have never been more right. And not only that, just the dynamic of the map itself. Like you've got two polar opposite sides, one offering great close quarter combat action and the other just great lanes for snipers to do God's work. And then you've got just an all-out gauntlet right in the middle that offers, both kind of perspectives. You get your close quarters and your sniping action. Meltdown for me is an all-time favorite, especially when it comes to Search and Destroy. It's a classic. It's one of those better Black Ops maps that were made. Obviously, we're getting it here. Hopefully, we'll see it in the future in competitive because it was great. I don't think it ever had a fall off, and it is only playable on Search and Destroy. So that is just an easy fix. It's just like having another Tunisia.
All right. Well, once again, reminder that we have made a slight change for Search and Destroy and that it is going to be 90-second S&D rounds. This is something that we've talked about a lot, especially over the CDM season with the way that a lot of teams just kind of sit back, play for kills for the first 45 to a minute of every round. So this will hopefully increase the pace. Because this isn't a purely competitive, like a pro team versus pro team matchup, I don't think that necessarily would have been an issue anyway, but regardless, should be set to increase the pace of the game and hopefully makes for a more enjoyable viewing experience as well.
Yeah, I love this little small sample size that we're getting here. Obviously, we've been making for the push for 90-second S&Ds for a few weeks now, and that's for obvious reasons. If you've watched any of Bobby's streams or mine in the past, I don't know, maybe month and a half, we got blessed with some of the best Search and Destroy games of our lives that lasted upwards of 45 minutes to an hour. And I'm just here to tell you, we're not going to see 45-minute games here in in this Meltdown. We'll be lucky to see this one go 10 minutes to 15 tops, just off the backs of what I think might be, I don't want to say a mauling, but it's going to be a snowball off the rip.
All right. Well, we got all of our players readied up, so we are good to go. For map number 2 right here, opportunity for Team Abhiz to close things out in 2 maps. We had everybody ready, and nobody pressed the start button, so now we get to wait for another however many seconds while players get things set up. Apparently, Marshy, I don't know how Marshy, because the way that you unlock wildcards is by playing ranked. You get points to unlock new wildcards. So I don't know how he didn't have any points sitting around to go ahead and unlock one. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
Maybe that's what he did when he bounced out of lobby. Maybe he had some stored up. He was just holding on to them. And, he went to the lobby or bounced out of the lobby, unlocked it, and then came back. I'm guessing that's what happened based off of how quickly he joined back. So, I'm crossing my fingers. I don't know about tech, though. I don't know how that's going to go. You probably know a little bit more about that than I am. If he has been in China for the past, what is that, 3-4 months? Do those points roll over? What is, do you pick up where you left off onto this global account? What's the call there, Bobby?
I don't know, because it really depends. I can't remember how long it's been since wildcards were added into the game. So I don't know if Tech was already in China whenever that happened. I would imagine he probably was, because the conversation about it didn't even start until like middle of last Garena Masters. So I don't know. I don't know what he's working with right there. Hopefully he's able to get things situated. One of our players took forever to download the map, but fortunately they were finally able to get that locked in. So now we are good to go for map number 2. I think. I just have a giant dog on the screen. Do you have the same?
I do not. I'm actually, well, I mean, I got a big dog on the screen. It's Tectonic. It ain't a, I don't know if you're trying to make a pun, but.
Nope. All right. Emulator doing emulator things. Click to accelerate. We'll see if that does anything. If not.
You have your backup account on? Do you have your iPad?
I do not have my backup account. I'm about to get that set up because the emulator is just full on trolling today. Hopefully we can get loaded back in relatively quickly. I don't know if Nims can pause.
I think we're past that moment for the time being. Maybe we can just jump in the VC
pause
back
at
out
any point.
Oh, yeah? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Hopefully we can get that loaded back. Goodness gracious.
Googly moogly. All right. Pause if possible there, Nims. First round of progress on through. Bomb's going to be made all the way through. Only 2 players left there standing for the boys over at Team I Grow. And I don't know what we're going to do with this first round. But a 3v2 retake is going to be happening. So first blood's going to come through on the retake. That's going to be Tech getting takedown. Warden's going to be sniping Marshy as well. Trunks also going to be taken down. It's down to a 1v1, and Warden might have done the impossible. It's not happening. Abhiz able to get the kill there, and that is going to be the first round in a nutshell. Body shots coming through too. Let's go. I read somewhere Abhiz does a body shot, and I think that's exactly wrong. All for fun, though, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Nothing but love between these guys. Once again, emulator doing emulator things. We might have to full spectate from the tablet going here on forward, but it looks like we should at least be able to load back into the game. And all right, shout out to admins for getting the pause. We got Trunks with 2 kills, 2 for Abhiz, 1 for Marshy, and we are good to go hopping into things right here. Once again, thank you guys for your patience. Usually things with the emulator tend to smooth out after you get a couple matches in, so hopefully now that we've got everything situated right here, we don't have to deal with that too much more. Tectonic looking for a kill onto Abhiz right there, and Marshy, former teammate, gonna land a nade onto him to open things up. Marshy looking to push on through, and he shuts down Shisui. Rocking the CX-9, but actually no burst mag, and Marshy making sure to shoot Tectonic's body on the back end of that as well.
What a feed there from Warden. What I thought was going to be crazy. Body shots and all. Doesn't matter. Marshy is going to be able to get the last kill, too, so he did save a little bit of ammo there. I Grow in the captain. Not going to be able to get the job done in the 1v1. Be a tall ass to have a pro player clutch that one, let alone a content creator. Marshy, a demon in his own right. 2 rounds in a row there for the defense. As I mentioned, this might be a little bit of a steamroll here, Bobby, on the first 6 rounds. We're going to get action on the defense there for Abhiz and squad. Let me tell you, they are having a field day at the moment.
We've actually got Warden with one of the rarest skins in all of Call of Duty Mobile. One of the only ones that was never brought back for purchase. The DLQ yellow triangle. I think that's it. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but he's going to be able to find one pick right there. Goes ahead, pushes on 4 as the bomb has gone down. I'm thinking of the Technologic. Ignore me, chat. Marshy going to be able to push through and find one. All onto Tectonic. It's 1v3 right here. AR in hand. Nice. Trunk slides on through. Shuts him down. Hit him with a little teabag to finish it off, as it is Team Abhiz fully in the driver's seat once again.
Yeah, team on his back there, Tech, not able to carry the load. And ladies and gentlemen, this one getting out of hands early. Who would have thought? Godlike good at Meltdown. Man, you know what? If you were setting these matches up, you knew exactly what you were doing. You absolutely cooked. And let me tell you, they have delivered. So far, so good. Flawless through 3. 90-second rounds have definitely sped things up, and the action has absolutely delivered. B's going to be able to find the first blood there onto this break towards this B-side bomb. Trying to get a shot there to land. No dice as the first shot does go through. And now everybody for Team Igroen just kind of stuck on the outskirts. They are getting absolutely cornered and walled off. Marshy going to be able to find the first blood. They're getting peeked from every angle. The collapse is real, Bobby. This one might be done. Warden going to be able to do his job to find one as well. Shisui, hold the phone. We got a 1v2.
Warden, see what he can make out of this. Got the SMG and the sniper. Reads the player on the backside. No Strunks is back there, but he's going to sit back and play this patiently. Once again, only 90 seconds, so got to play a lot more quickly off the back end of this one. And it looks like he's going to read it. The question is, can he land the shot? And Warden not able to connect right there. An opportunity for Team Igroen to finally take a round, but not going to be able to make it happen. And once again, that lead continues to build. And Tectonic maybe starting to feel a little bit of PTSD.
Yep, old Godlike there, better than new Godlike. Obviously, they're both still Godlike, but Trunks showing the upper hand, wins the 1v1. And that's going to be the 4th round in the row awarded to the boys and gals over at Team Abhiz. I say gals, there are no gals. Shots on through. Warden going to get shut down off the rip. It's going to be Suiba up top. Some Meltdown up there, as well as he does get taken down by Igroen, who's going to be steadily staying in that same area. Is going to get traded out. As Abhiz does pop the window, nades are out. Prevail going to be able to find another shot, and, well, 50 seconds left to go in a round. They are still stuck in their spawn, Bobby, with the exception of one. And Saris is trying to make a wrap, but I don't think it's going to happen. There's too many players diverged onto this objective, and that bomb is still suddenly down. Shisui, backs against the wall, is going to be able to find one.
Not sure how Trunks didn't know the location right there. Teammate getting shot from bottom of this opening building, but he's got an opportunity to go big. So close right there. Not going to be able to find the last one. But Saris finds one onto Marshy, so now a 1v1 would be a 1v2 if he can make it happen. Bomb has been retrieved, only 20 seconds. He's got to realize what he's working with right here. Prevail hops up, but it's only a smoke, and Prevail picks up the sniper and finds another. Multiple opportunities for Team Igroen to close out a round and just not able to make it happen. The 7-0 very much still on the table here.
Oh boy, they're cooking, Bobby. If anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. It's kind of like vague. I mean, everything just spiraled off after, you know, kind of vague fell off. And right now we're getting some great gameplay, but right now at the moment, it is not good or great by any means. Right now, it looks like a little bit of a silver lining. Only one player left to stand, and that's going to be Prevail. Misses the first shot, gets the follow up there. On to Warden. A 1v4 situation seemingly doable. Oh my god, he is just absolutely railing.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa! What was that shot?
Prevail. Opportunity at the 1v4, and it's Groen remaining. Hops the bomb right there. Groen gets shots in, but hops off right there. Prevail searching, trying to find him, trying to complete the 1v4, but it's not meant to be.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
Wow. Okay. Dreams of a 7-0 out the window. The captain clutches up for the squad. If I was playing in that instance, I would have totally peed down my leg. I'll just say that to be quick. Wow. What a round there to go in favor. Oh, it could have been a 1v4, but a great way to cap a comeback there for the boys over at Igroen. The captain now starting to feel the pressure or the absolute benefits of clutching that one. Let's see if they can keep that same energy. Bomb's going to be left inside of the spawn in the midst of getting the transition to it. Going to lose 2. And all of a sudden, what was looking solid is, it's a 4v4. What the hell am I looking at, Bobby?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
Thought I was cooking there.
Bomb goes down over on the B side. Marshy, shotgun to lock down those mid generators. Groen gonna get absolutely dumpstered by Trunks off the entry, and it's into a 2v2. Warden looking for a wrap right here. Shisui throws a peek across mid. Shotgun not going to have that type of range, especially with the KRM. Warden, you would think an easy kill right here, but not able to make it happen, and now it's all down to Warden. Marshy turns and burns and picks up yet another kill as they now go up 6-1. Opportunity to close this one out quickly.
Be done over with if Igroen didn't have the cojones to clutch up that 1v1 at the end of their last round on the attack. Right now they're flipped, and let me just tell you, it's the same problem, just a different side of the map. Pressure now be coming through. Warden going to be opening up with some shots, but is She-Sweet going to be able to find the first blood? Warden not going to be able to collect that body as he does get the tag. Left to 3. Don't worry. Abhiz says, hold my gunny, buddy. Hold these shots. Grow in Warden. The last hope here in the 2v3 as the bomb goes down, but a good shot there from Warden to reel it back in.
Yeah, brings it into a 2v2. Bomb's gone down on A. Marshy hits the wrap through. Timing could be everything here. Warden doesn't get it off that opening engagement. Sweewa doesn't hear the slides. And they get control of the site for free right here. So now an opportunity to stick the defuse. It looks like he's going to go for it. And I don't know if anybody's going to be able to peek in time. Growin. It looked like he had saved him, but he doesn't. 1v1 right here to keep the game alive. Marshy peeks. AR in hand, he's got to go quickly, and that hipfire laser is going to give him away. He doesn't have time. Not close enough to the bomb, and Marshy has done what he needs to clutch up. It's going to be Team Abhiz taking the 7-1 and closing out map number 1.
Yeah, there's nothing you could do at that moment. Marshy just playing with his food, dancing behind the wall, forced his hand, gets the kill on the bomb diffuser, literally a nanosecond away from defusing, and a great clutch there from the GOAT himself. You know, he's rode the bench for way too long. Got a chance to try and carry that team in rejects to a stage 4 championship. Couldn't make the cut, unfortunate. Right now, he is everything on this team in the objective department and in this search and destroy. Top frag as well to go along with it. 9 kills and 5 deaths. 149 impact. This one didn't go very long, so I mean that's completely incredible for his part.
Yeah, not a fun time for Tekken. Once again, just sticking with the kilo all the way through. I'm not really sure what the goal is right there because there's no weapon roll restrictions. I know he doesn't have Overkill unlocked, but it low-key feels like he's trolling right here. Maybe he is really sleepy coming off that flight back from China. But 1-8, not a great performance out of him. And that is going to finish off match number 1 right here. So we're going to go ahead and bring back Infinity as we are already done and dusted for the first one. Infinity, what do you make of that first matchup?
I was muted for a second there. All good. Yeah, I mean, listen, I thought we were going to get the 7-0 on Meltdown. I'm disappointed. Prevail. I know, like, you know, we can't expect to play at a 1 versus 4, but we were 1 versus 4 away from getting a clean 7-0 on Meltdown. And also, it would have been even more fun because Vague, obviously, if he actually turned up to the match, he would have been on the other side of a 7-0 for once. But no, he couldn't do that. Didn't show up, and we didn't get the 7-0 anyway. But still, super interesting matchup there. Really, really enjoyed it. Also, the hard point, man, if, you know, Team Growin didn't start out slow, Bobby, it would have been a much more competitive matchup, but just right from the rip, we saw it, right? It was like a 100-point deficit or something like silly like that out of the gate. And as soon as that happened, very little chance for them to come back. But still, enjoyable match, I think, through the first match of the day.
Yeah, no question about it. I think we figured that would be a little bit one-sided. I think it could have been a lot closer than it was, but unfortunately, we do have Team Abhiz just really dominating through and through. Team Igroen going to go down to the lower bracket. Once again, it's double elimination, so they are not out of the competition yet, but they have definitely got some work to do. And obviously, that leads us into our next matchup, which is going to be Team Dozzy versus Team Lucasen. Obviously, that is one of our most anticipated matches of the day.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to the next one for sure as we look over towards the bracket here, everybody. Again, you got Team Lucasen going head-to-head with Team Dozzy. I think, you know, we should probably start the conversation here with this next matchup with Team Dozzy because up until the final round of the draft, it looked like Dozzy was kind of putting together like an NA powerhouse roster, kind of, right? He's got 4 players from North America on the lineup. Obviously, Cartel's coming back over from China, like all the rest of the OUG boys in the lineup as well, with Skull Guy kind of rounding out that team. So Dozzy's coming in this matchup verdict with an NA super team. Is that going to help him win this matchup?
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to help them at all in this case. You might get a little bit of synergy, but this squad of Team Lucasen is absolutely stacked to the brim. You talk about the young gunnies, you talk about the GOAT himself. I mean, I don't think that this squad missed at all As a matter of fact, I think this was probably one of the best constructed squads as far as talent from across the world being represented in any regard. So they're stacked to the brim. The only thing that I think Dozzy and crew have got going for them is a lot of team synergy. Tyrese and Dozzy have, I mean, almost I believe every event have teamed up, and of course he was the first pick because I mean they're boys, right? I don't know if that's going to be enough to save him this time around.
Yeah, it is a lot to ask for, and I think, Bobby, Verdict just said it there, right? Lucas, again, I'm going to keep on saying, I'm going to keep gassing him up. It really does feel like he has such a well-constructed team, right? You have kind of that eye for talent, picking Sawo and Viper right off the bat, I think was a phenomenal pick if you're going from kind of west to east in the player pools, and then to kind of round out the roster with Veer and Skirt. It really does feel like he's kind of got the perfect balance of young gun, like young blood on the roster, as well as having that experience to boot.
Yeah, no question about it. I think it's a very well-rounded team. And I think it's one that is going to go far in this tournament. They just have a lot going for them, and it's going to be tough for any team to take them down. Like, that's the reality of the situation. They don't really have anybody that's particularly weak with one weapon role. They've got a lot of sniper talent. Veer, great sniper. Lucasen, Viper, Sawo. I don't know if we've ever seen Scourge sniping, but just across the board, it's going to be very, very tough to deal with. So I know that Tyrese has been putting in a lot of reps. He's super, super talented gun skill-wise. For him, it's always been the question of, in these events, how is he going to manage in those situations where it's purely on that competitive experience?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's just you're going up against it, right? I don't want to act like this first match is going to be one-sided by any stretch of the imagination. Hopefully, we don't see a 7-1 search and destroy to close out a 2-1 series, a 2-0 series again. But I mean, Verdict, you look at kind of the lineup here, and again, I want to kind of dive deep into Sawo and Viper in particular, because it is kind of wild, isn't it, to get back-to-back picks of two players that, for the most part, even though Viper wasn't technically a rookie last year because he had played previously, he almost was kind of considered that way with how kind of he burst onto the scene, and Sawo was effectively that now for European COD this year. To get two picks like that out of the gate, I think is going to give him a big boost into this matchup.
No, I completely agree. Sawo, the new young gunny there from EU, and this is just another storyline that you could point out too, is the fact that there is no North American players on this squad, the power shift and the dynamic going in favor of EU instead of North America or South America. Obviously, I think Lucasen can mesh well with anybody, but that'll just kind of tell you how the rise of EU needs to be studied, and how they only got one slot this year made them possibly more competitive than they ever have been. So to be able to snag Sawo in the first round, as well as Veer, kind of, I wouldn't say an old head, but a great representation of what a EU player truly, is embodied in. And of course, you mentioned it too, Viper. I mean, probably I've said it, and people from Godlike's fan base can cook me if they want to. I think he's the most dynamic player on that roster as of right now. I didn't say he's the best. I would say he's the best, but everybody knows it's Abhiz. Obviously, it's Abhiz. Okay, I will strike the norm and say Viper is the most versatile player on that roster and most dynamic, which, in my opinion, makes him the best.
I think he's got a very high ceiling. Is the interesting thing about Viper, right? Is that, I think the thing people have got to remember is that even though Abhiz is a phenomenal player, and he absolutely is, I think, without a shadow of a doubt, at least statistically, he's the best player on that roster. In raw performance, he's probably the best player on that roster. But I think Viper is just such a young player, and we talk about him being very early on in his career. Again, he's been playing for a while, but he did really make his kind of first appearance last year in the pro circuit in India. I think he's got such potential to go even further than even Abhiz does on the roster, right? Like, I feel like Abhiz is constantly playing at 100%. I think the crazy thing about Viper is he's phenomenal at like 70, 80%. When he hits 100%, I feel like we're going to see kind of another level for Viper. So yeah, I totally agree, Matt. I think Viper has a lot of potential. He is a very versatile player, and I think he could be a very interesting kind of player to look out over the next couple of years in Pro COD. He definitely is a good player, a good pickup, I think, for Godlike going into this year in particular, because you got to remember, like last year, he had that kind of whole thing where he was on the bench of Vitality and came in for a little bit on that roster, right? I mean, like him just being a talent. There's a reason that Godlike, I think, coming into this year picked up Viper. So
yeah.
For sure, he's a great pick on that roster. Sao as well. I'm really looking forward to Lucasin. But we've given a lot of love to Lucasin here going into this second match, guys. We do have another roster to talk about here just real quick. Before we do though, guys, we've got Team Dozzy on the other side. We got Team Lucasin. We're going to talk about Team Dozzy very, very soon, guys. Before we get there, though, I think it's better we send it to a quick break while we get the next
Sorry,
match set up.
I meant after this match.
Oh,
okay.
this next match.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Volley. My bad, guys. I'm
You're
calling
good.
the wrong
That's
thing. I just went
miscommunication on my
American
part.
for some reason. No. Man, it's fine. It's fine. It's the British-American barrier, mate. It's perfectly fine. I get
Wait,
it,
you're
you know,
British? I
sometimes-
thought you were Australian. Is that? I've been lied to. I've been had.
do you know what? I'm gonna accept that. I'm gonna accept that one Australian joke in the broadcast, but another
All
one
right.
though.
I'm allotted
Fair enough,
one.
nice.
I'm just one. Just one.
Yeah, it's fine.
I've
Listen,
also got a put the beans in the bag joke later on. I just want to give you a fair warning. All right, it's
Mhm.
gonna happen at some point.
Alrighty. Listen, I was tempted to actually go get some beans on toast from downstairs,
Oh,
legitimately in the
brother.
first match while you guys started casting that standoff hardpoint. It's like, do I have time to get some beans out of the cupboard, you know, stick them in the pan, start cooking up? You know, I was tempted, I'll be honest with you. But I didn't do it. Alas. All right, listen, let's get into the conversation I did want to have. We've been talking a lot about Lucasin. Let's talk a little bit more about Team Dozzy then, because we talk about him kind of putting together this NA superpower roster, Bobby. I do like what I see. Obviously, it's been a while since I've actually got to cast Jesus Can Save You, play Call of Duty Mobile. It's going to feel weird to get to see him do it again. I think he does have a kind of a lot of talent on this roster, but on the whole, I think just this team, I feel like kind of underrated in this tournament.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Cartels is somebody that we haven't talked about nearly enough just because of how phenomenal he was for that OUG squad over in CDM. And also the fact that just given the distribution of players right here, there's a very high chance that it pulls NA servers. I think if it pulls NA servers, Cartels is just going to go absolute beast mode. Obviously, there's talent across the board, but I think he's got the opportunity to make the biggest noise. Obviously, Lucasin, he's one of those players that it just doesn't matter what server we're on. He's always dropping at least 50 plus. Like, there's just no question about it. We could be playing on China servers, and he would still be dropping 50 plus. So that's not even a question, but I do think the X factors being in kind of some of the outside players, I think that is going to be Jesus Can Save for Team Dozzy right here. Is once again not as much competitive experience as of recently, and maybe not quite as many reps in right here. And I don't think he's made the switch to tablet, so that's one of the things we typically see a lot of the content creators do. He has not made that switch yet, so we'll see what type of noise he can make as maybe one of the underdogs in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the composition of this NA roster. And I think the key thing for me, at least, obviously, I think, you know, for me and really for all of us, right, we have a tendency to lean towards the pro players, right? I think it's very easy to have the conversation about Cartels just being that guy. But I do think I really want to emphasize, like, Cartels was a demon. The times that he was getting added to the OUG, right, I think particularly we all had that conversation about him in Search and Destroy actually being kind of an underrated player, especially when he was given the opportunity to play sniper role for OUG. Like, he was piecing. So I really like Cartels doesn't get anywhere near enough love. Obviously, you know, being the three people that we are, we have to give all the OUG players like some extra love, like 1.5 times the amount of love that we would to any other players. So that's what we're going to do. But yeah, I feel like Cartels is definitely a guy, a verdict that we get into this matchup. And it does feel like he's going to be the X factor here for Team Dozzy.
Yeah, of course, man. We got to have some of that Western bias. Obviously, we made a lot of conversation about that OUG roster in particular and how Cartels could have impacted, you know, maybe in certain maps in Search and Destroy, but overall his presence is just unmatched in respawns and Search and Destroy. He just has a certain aura about him, the way he travels the map. So yeah, I completely agree with you. When you get that 1.5 times buff, you know, it's a friendly league, right? We're trying to see the players that we like win. Hashtag bias casters. Go ahead and roast us in the chat if you want to. We got a lot of love for these guys, and obviously we're hoping for the best for them here in this matchup because it's about to start. And let me just go ahead and tell you, the opponents that are on the opposite end of the board, they ain't gonna take it easy on you either.
Yeah, all right, well, listen, often we as casters tell you that we don't have the power to start the game. That's actually a lie. We always do, and we just really like yapping. Let's try the second match of the game, guys. We've got Team Lucasin versus Team Lobby. Go enjoy it, boys.
All right, just waiting on one more player. As always, we've told you guys this a million times, but COD Mobile especially whenever it comes to competitive, the viewership usually has memory the span of a goldfish. So yes, we do really enjoy sitting here and talking about nothing. There's no part of me that wants to actually watch COD Mobile gameplay in a COD Mobile tournament. So just waiting on Skull Guy to ready up. If you guys want to get mad at somebody, get mad at Skull Guy. He is the only player in the lobby who is not ready. Is going to be Combine Hardpoint to get things started. Always nice and mixy. Is this the map where Lucasen put up like 74 with 2 minutes in the hardpoint and their team still lost? I'm trying to remember.
You know what, Bobby? They just all kind of run together. I can't tell you how many stories of Lucasen dropping 60, 70 bombs and not winning. This might be that map if I recall correctly. I don't know. I didn't watch it, but it sounds right. This sounds like a map that he dropped 70 on and not win.
Yeah. It's just one of those where the spawn control is so important that if you don't have it, it puts you at such a deficit that there's really no way that you can slay your way out of it. So we'll see what they can do right here. Once again, timing a little bit out in chat as he is reinforcing the brain deadness that is currently happening. I'm hoping all of our players have Overkill unlocked. I guess we should have like vocally stated that was a prerequisite for playing in the tournament. I didn't think that was something that would need to be said just because it's in the name, but you know, now we know for next time, and hopefully we can get that set. Once again, just waiting on the Skull Guy. He's maybe waiting for us to unban Machine Pistol. I don't know.
Brother, let it go. Let it go. Machine Pistol is a pocket Finnick. Use a Finnick. Use a Finnick. 100%. Let's go. Round of applause. We're starting it. Game number 1 here of match number 2. Who you got in chat? Let us know. Team Lucasen, or will it be Team Dozzy, the North American powerhouse plus pistol guy? We're about to find out here as we move on over to Combine. Bobby, predictions out the window. We're about to get the action here. We're about to see this one sweat on through. And we're going to have a true 5v5 of Overkill. Are you about to be overloaded?
Absolutely. No question about it. I'm surprised we didn't see this before, but with the restrictions taken off the table, that means you can put the rapid fire barrel on the BP-50. So we got a couple people already rocking that off the bat. Salwo and Viper, both with that in hand. I believe running the 30 mag, as that does give it better multipliers that make it very similar to what it was in its prime. It is going to be Team Lucasen getting the lead off the start right there, beaming with that DRH back in hand, feeling comfortable. And they're going to be able to flip those spawns very, very early right here. It looks like they do end up flipping back. So they've still got some work to do, as it is going to be now Team Dozzy making way onto the point and trying to push out for some map control as we get ready to head into P2.
Yep, and just for context, everybody, I don't know if we've already addressed the elephant in the room. PDX London, that is Scourge. If you know, you know. We didn't, so we had to get a check on it. So just for reference or record, nonetheless, Lucasen popping the KRM out in the open. Going to be able to find one. The break there is going to come through. It's a nice little bit of time for both teams. However, the spawns, they're going to be favor of Team Dozzy, who are looking to lock down the lanes. Jesus on the outskirts, holding the headies there through. But it is going to be Veer who's going to be able to find one on the inside of the objective. Nonetheless, it is going to be occupied in yellow. Team Dozzy starting to get a little bit of motion. Let's see if they can maintain it.
Been pretty even off the start right here, but once again, priority on getting that spawn control. Cartel's actually going to take himself out with a nade. A little bit overzealous right there, and right now it's going to be Team Lucasen pin back, or rather Team Dozzy pin back in the spawns. Lucasen's going to be able to push through, shotgun in hand. That is going to give them full map control. Yes, we're aware you can't see the mini-map. We can't either. That is just the way the Combine mini-map looks on the global version of the game. Hopefully we do get that fixed relatively soon, but probably not today. Veer pushing on through, early War Machine usage. Same for Skull Guy right there, and it's going to be Skull Guy getting the better value. So now Team Dozzy a little bit of a chance to close this gap. 12 kills on the board for Skull Guy. Working on streaks, is going to get shut down from the Death Machine in the hands of Lucasen, but instantly traded out right there, and on we go. It's a foot race on over to P3, and spawn control is there for Team Dozzy.
Yep, 21-point lead in favor of the boys over at Team Lucasen. They're going to be looking to smash this one through the front. Can't see where the hit's coming from completely. You can see the outlines. Gravity Vortex out for Zawo. Got to be able to find two a part of it and denying the entrance on through, playing this nicely through the front. Smoke's going to cover. Skull Guy, rather. Going to try to make a breach on through. Is going to be able to find one. Is now going to have to look for the pinch onto the objective. Is massive influx of team in blue. Sawo leading the pack. Now they're getting eviscerated. It's equalizers, and they're getting spawn trap, Bobby. This one went from bad to ugly real quick.
Yeah, Viper actually trying to get players to spawn into the equalizers there as well. Not going to be able to make it happen, but takes down Cartels in the top side. He's now working on an EMP, taken down by Dozzy, but once again, that lead has snowballed big time as Team Lucasen very much in the driver's seat right here. They've rotated out toward new as well. And it looks like Sawo is going to be able to get set up toward the mid-map right here as they look to control some of these early pushes. Skull Guy looking to push on through with a smoke on the entryway. Doesn't feel confident enough to do it. Tyrese is going to get obliterated as a result. He's able to find one, but instantly traded.
Yeah, there goes Cartel's big gunfight to win. Not going to be able to get the job done. Skur going to be able to reclaim the hill for the boys in blue. And Lucasen and squad absolutely rolling them for the point in time being. Skull Guy the last to contest. Cartels tries to get back onto the entry as well, is going to get shut down, and it's all on Dozzy. Pops the equals, takes the shots, absolutely deleted in a very poor series of events there for Team Dozzy and crew as they're trying to get back onto the objective themselves. Have just been tossed into the blender one more time. Again, 60-point lead and counting. This one again, bad to ugly real quick, is starting to get a little bit more out of hands. Have to see a little bit more from Team Dozzy if they want to get back into this one.
Yeah, we got a War Machine pinning them back. Creating some extra space for Team Lucasen as Veer's going to be able to hold the line right there. One more player pushing on through. He's shut down. And at every turn, Team Dozzy just getting absolutely smoked. And to be honest, it's really looking like the competitive experience is the difference in this one, because the kill gap is not massive, at least relative to what we're seeing on the scoreboard. Jesus can save you. Struggling to keep up, same for Dozzy, but on the whole, nobody's really slaying like crazy. It has been the spawn control that has really been the difference for Team Lucasen in this one, and it's showing big time, especially with that lack of recent competitive experience. And no surprise, somebody said Lucasen's on 115 MS. He's still leading the lobby with 24 kills.
Yeah, overall operator usage too, just not really being a factor. Cartels, he just gets absolutely shut down on spawn right there as well, as he popped his Tempest. Didn't even get a single chance to find an opponent. Is erased there by the operators being used on the opposite board. They have been utilized perfectly. Lucasen now, Death Machine out, able to cut the map in half. And nobody shall make the entry on through without him reaping some shots onto you. Gonna have to find some kind of energy there from the boys over at Team Dozzy as they are getting absolutely depleted. And Lucasen finally gonna get shut down. He's got 28. Sawo on the opposite end. He's got 29 and counting. Make it 30.
Oh my.
As he's got more. Whoa! What was that? We thought the HSO had range.
Yeah, he went absolutely crazy right there. Peppered him up a little bit with the BP-50 and used the shotgun to finish him off. Cartels doesn't check the corner, so Veer's going to be able to shut him down. And once again, the utility just not finding value as Sawo justifiably looking like the strongest pick in that opening round. 32 kills to lead the way right here. Lucasen doing a good job of putting together a squad that would be able to do it all in any map mode combination. And they are certainly running away with this one. I thought this was going to be a much more competitive matchup, but there has not been a whole lot of fight back since that opening set of rotations, and Skull Guy going to be able to find 3 to pin him back, but it's just not enough to find the break right here. Maybe a little bit of breathing room heading toward P3, but just so much work that they still have to do.
Yeah, they were getting smashed this time around. Looks like a little bit of maybe a little bit of heart left in this one. Veer up top, gonna test the waters. Cartel's gonna be able to shut him down, so denial on the entry from the top of the staircase, and all of a sudden we start to see a little bit of spawn control. We start to see a little bit of map control going in favor of Team Dozzy. Still a little fight left in this dog. Paper play not the ready there for Cartels as he's gonna be able to pick up his 25th and chuck the Hunter Killer on the objective. They have got the flip. Will this pan out perfectly? Let's see if the adjustments here for Team Dozzy. This is a last-ditch effort. Last 29 seconds are crucial. They're going to need all this and more as the rotation's going to be broken. It is going to be Skurd coming through with a big two-piece to get the entry onto the objective. EMP is out and the ready. Nonetheless, the break is going to stick, and that is going to be the last 12 seconds up for grabs in blue. And oh boy, this one might be the end as we get geared up for a P4 rotation. It might be our last.
Yeah, and those kills have certainly snowballed since we were talking about it earlier. I mean, it's really just Skull Guy versus the world. I believe he was actually the last pick for Team Dozzy as well, so good value on the pick, but there's only so much that one guy can do. 36 kills to lead the way, and Cartel's not quite having that same impact that we expected out of him. I think that's definitely a big difference, especially when you've got a squad that's got 3 content creators going up against basically a full competitive squad, all of whom are currently training for Stage 5. The hours put in are certainly showing here in this one as Team Lucasen looking for the 100-point club right here. Lucasen's going to pop the death machine, and they're looking to finish out the 100-point club. Sawo, final push right here. 44 for him to lead the way, and they take the dub on the opening map.
Big opener there. Team Lucasen. That boy knows ball. He knows how to pick squad. He's much better than I am, I'll tell you that. I couldn't put half the team together like that. This guy absolutely came through and delivered. Of course, his first round draft pick went big. 44 kills to his name. He was running the map. 44 and 26, Bobby, with a minute and 48 is not much more, a teammate can ask for than you're slaying as well as picking up hill time. That's just a beauty in its own right.
Yep, no question about it. And I mean, your bottom frag is somebody that's once again likely playing on high ping, still going only -6. Minute 17 in the hard points. The competitive experience, just such a difference maker in this one. And as you can see, the content creators at the bottom of the scoreboard over on Team Dozzy, maybe something we could see turn around heading into the Search and Destroy. It's a little bit more solo play oriented. It's all about the 1v1 gunfights. So if you're not banking as much on the teamwork being the difference in the matchup, then maybe they'll have an opportunity. But man, that was a rough opening round for them, and they've got a lot of work to do now heading in to the Search and Destroy.
Yep, indeed. A lot of work ahead of them. Indeed, is you couldn't make much out of Combine, literally a newer map into the map pool. I know it's been played in rank, but I'm sure players often skip it if there's better options. Tunisia, however, has been in the map pool for ages and has always been exclusively on Search and Destroy. So there is no excuse when we get to this point. It is a make or break moment here for Team Dozzy, but Bobby, it wouldn't be a Call of Duty mobile tournament unless we had a double elimination style bracket. So there is no fear of them being eliminated at this particular point. They'll just have to move down to the lower bracket. However, maybe the worst days are behind you after you take on this giant in Lucasen. So maybe there's still a little hope here for Dozzy and crew.
Yeah, I think there is. Once again, I think it. Like the draft difference just seems to be such a big thing right here, because you look at the quality of the teams. Not saying that Team Dozzy is a bad team by any means, but drafting 2 content creators I think is going to instantly put you at a disadvantage in this style of tournament. So I think Cartels is the one player that really needs to step up right here. He and Skull Guy have got to carry the weight of this one if they're going to have a chance. Didn't have a great map 1 once again. All the OUG boys are probably coming off of 27 hours of travel and not a whole lot of sleep. So we got to cut them some slack there. But I think Skull Guy and Cartels have got to be the big carry. We know that Dozzy and Tyrese have the gunny, so we'll see if maybe rocking 5-man snipers across the board gives them a little bit of advantage in this one, but they've got a very tough task ahead of them with what I would consider to be the super team of this event in Team Lucasen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Super team is probably an undersell. You know what? They've over-delivered so far. So far, so good for them. Team Dozzy, again, chance still at the table. This is a game mode that will favor you if you are a Search and Destroy, demon. We know Jesus has had his fair share of sniping. Obviously, Skull Guy is one of the more notorious snipers in this bunch. Going to see cartels again, as you mentioned. Going to be the 3 points of contact to get those first blood engagements going high. Is they're going to be on the defense to start off the first 6 rounds. So if there's anything, there's the notion that they've got that to fall on here for the first few.
Yep. No question about it. Just waiting for our players to get readied up once again, and we should be good to go. And especially with this being, because there's a few maps here and there that we have sprinkled into the map pool that are not currently in the rotation, at least for the mode that they're in. So with this being one of the active S&D maps for competitive, you would think that this is even more of an opportunity for Team Lucasen to shine. And once again, that much more reason to put some pressure on the cartels. I mean, he was amazing in the S&D when we saw him play it a few times for OUG in CDM. So far cry from an a below average S&D player. And his sniping was kind of a difference maker for them. So
yep.
Very excited to see what he can do. Also excited that Sawo has made his way onto that exclusive roster. I think him being there for the World Championships is going to give them a lot better chance at making playoffs and making some noise in Stage 5 whenever we come to it.
Oh, absolutely. EU has been desperate to prove themselves for many, many years now. They have yet to put up a team that's been top 8. I don't know if that's going to be their destiny this year, but I think this is the best shot that they've had in years. The downside is the East is just so damn good. They're just so stacked, Bobby. I don't know how much of a chance that any teams from the West are going to have. So the year that is your proving one is going to be, absolutely chalk just based off of the talent that we've seen from China and India and the Koreanas teams. We're not even mentioning them. Good God. Sawo is going to be their saving grace. I don't know how much saving Team Lucasen's going to need, but hey, I'm sure Jesus can, is going to have to save something at some point as well with Cartels and Skull Guy. Dozzy and Tyrese, you guys are on your own. You got to find some picks here for yourself.
Yep. And for everybody looking for someone to blame, once again, we got Skull Guy as the last player in the lobby, looking for him to ready up, and we'll be good to go for map number 2. Keep in mind, we got 2 more matchups for the opening round of the event. And we got 2 upper bracket matchups that we'll be covering as well. So make sure you guys stick around. We've got a banger of a next matchup 2 as we wait for these players to get readied up. We got Team Space versus Team Peejay coming up next. I think that, based on how one-sided this matchup was to get things started, I think that might be the matchup of the first round. And then Team Cisco versus Team Aerith. Team Aerith, very solid squad, and Cisco didn't seem to know anybody that he was drafting. So my expectations are low. I'll be pleasantly surprised with anything they can do.
God, if that guy squeaks by, he just reminds me of the guy that didn't study for the test. Is like, oh, what are we testing for today? If he happens to ace this test, I'm going to be very upset. Obviously, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to be preying on your downfall, Cisco. I hope you thrive and do well, buddy. We did have to. We did have to, nerf that pick that he had for the storylines. Ultimately, it didn't matter at this point. But you know what, buddy? You got what you deserved in that regard. Stack team, but you got Sam's and not Trunks, and Trunks' squad. They look solid here early on. This one, of course, we got plenty of COD to look forward to today. Skull Guy is finally readied up, but we, have a case of, once everybody readies up, somebody else on readies. It's just an absolute chaos. There we go. Oh my God, Veer, come on, buddy.
I'm in disbelief right now.
Kick him from the lobby.
All right, I swapped a second early, but there we go. Ready to go for map number 2.
Bomb dropped.
Got everybody loaded in. Good to go. Keep in mind, we got a few weapons restricted across the board. Tundra, HSO, USS, Odin, and Type 63, so a little more variety. A couple attachments unlocked in the CX-9 Burst Mag. We've got G's Can Save You rocking double SMGs right here. I'm curious what the thought process is. It looks like his entire job is going to be to lock down this lower side below winery right here. able to get into position, and I mean, they're just bringing out every competitive strategy possible. We have Bomb being left in spawn by Team Lucasen as they kind of scope out what the game plan is right here. It's a 3-1-1 defensive setup. They're trying to figure out what the game plan should be as they make their way up the mid-map right here. Nade lineup is going to make contact onto Dozzy. He's forced back right there, and that's going to give them some breathing room. But once again, no bomb in hand, so with only 30 seconds remaining, they're putting themselves in a very rough spot.
Okay, Cartel's there for the opening engagement there on the middle of the map. Is going to be able to find one Viperizer. Viper going to be able to find a second. Jesus getting pieced from a distance. One shot. Gonna have to tuck himself back on through. Tyrese holds the ground, and Jesus saves, comes through for the last kill. A dominant approach there. I thought the nade through the middle of the map was going to force back and cause a lot of map control, but Cartels blew it up indeed. So first round going in favor of your defensive opponent. And Team Dozzy holding on to an excellent start to a great search and destroy game.
And it looks like it's going to be a fast 5-man hit onto A this time. Realizing, hey, if we've only got 90-second rounds, maybe leaving the bomb in spawn, not the best approach here. So changing up the strategy a little bit. They don't full commit on the push. A lot of utility going out. I believe the concussion is going to connect for some info right there. But once again, not really able to find any of these entry frags, and it's completely locked down for the time being. Only one player over on that B side, and it looks like it is going to be Dozzy now wrapping back as it's 5 players ready to go. Full on assault right here. They find the opening onto Tyrese. Viper looking for another. Cartels is going to be shut down, and
Yikes.
oh my gosh, do they get decimated off the opening push.
Okay, that setup blown up. No pressure through the middle of the map. Nobody spread out. They all absolutely pounced. Perfect timing. Great strategy, great adjustments. We'll see if Team Dozzy can figure out a game plan to stop that one, because let me just tell you, that was very, very commanding. A little bit of a different look there for the side of Team Lucasen now as they're trying to bark up the tree of side, or the B side of the map. And of course, it's Skull Guy. He's on an island. Nades thrown. Everybody's already crossed. He's going to get a hit marker, and that is a tough way to go. First Blood's through. He's out of the equation. Bomb's looking to make its way through. Veer going to be able to find another. And just like that, we've got a good old-fashioned 3v4. Make it 2v4 retake. Skirt finds one in the back lines of Dozzy, and all of a sudden, it's down to Cartels and Tyrese.
I don't know what Veer was doing, flying out of top winery with an LMG over on the opposite bomb site, but he's able to find some value out of it. Cartel's looking to entry right here. There is nobody waiting for them on this side. He's going to pick up the sniper to see what he can do. Hit marker, can't find the second. All onto Tyrese. Marksman and sniper, nothing he can do. That's going to be back-to-back rounds going the way of Team Lucasen. Following a bit of a slow start in this one, the aggressive push is definitely paying off. We'll see if there's any type of adjustments that Team Dozzy can make off of this one, but they've had a difficult time reading these pushes, and it looks like going to spread out a little bit more right here as they go 2-1-2 off the opening start. There's a million nades on the A site. I don't think they're going to find any kills, but the damage is done, and Cartels is going to be able to find one in response.
Might have been not have been the nades that we were looking at, but it is certainly a nade indeed. Cartel is going to be able to find that first blood. Hit over towards the B site. Skull Guy yet again on an island. He is bagged. No, he's not. He's tagged. Is able to get away. And it's Viper who's going to be on the pounce. Rather than chase, he is going to get the setup. Bomb's going to go down. Even with the player disadvantage, I like the call. Dozzy trying to blow it up. Sawo going to be able to find the first engagement. And that's going to even us up 4v4 here for the retake.
That was perfect plant position by Veer, not giving any angle to get taken down off the plant. He's holding the bottom side. It's all on to Dozzy to make the play right here. Takes down one, but that's going to be Skirt on the backside, holding off the push. Doesn't know where he's playing, but an opportunity to push up right here. Dozzy hits the flick and clutches up for his squad. Big, big round for them as they're going to be able to even things back up at 2-2.
Here we go. A massive swing there for the captain himself. And a good collection. Get your trades. That's all the search and destroy is about. Certainly a great execution right there as the defuse comes through in plenty of time. All squared up here. Only 2 more rounds on the defense for the boys over at Team Dozzy and crew. So far, they are 50-50. Let's see if they can even or make those odds even better. First nade's coming through. It's going to hold the push off for Solo. Oh my God. Dozzy peeks the corner, gets absolutely erased. And that is going to be four-court pressure right on towards the B side. A 3v5 is needed. And all of a sudden, Team Dozzy and crew backs against the wall at this moment.
Yeah, Cartels just gets obliterated by Sawa in the gunfight. That's the power of the burst CX9. Right now, Jesus can save, looking for an opportunity to entry, but not able to connect for the kill. And especially in a 2v5, which is now brought down to a 1v5, going to limit your options pretty substantially. They're going to three-man swing right there. He didn't stand a chance, didn't even get taken down by one of them. Lucasen said, I'll put him out of his misery through the wall. And once again, Team Lucasen in the driver's seat right here. We said Skull Guy needed to go big for them. 0 kills on the board. He's got to find them something over on those B site pushes for them to have a chance. And it seems like they've got to have a pretty good idea of what's coming. Gets info on the flash right there, but not able to find anything as he's forced down to that bottom mid side.
No flesh bloods as of yet. Nades being tossed. Oh, Dozzy gets saved by Flak Jacket. The buff. Oh, too real. Stuns out there. Jesus can save. I don't know if they quite hit him. He's just going to watch and call out everything. Sawo's going to be able to find one. He knows there's multiple. Able to find two in the equation. And if patience pays dividends, is all of a sudden it's Viper in a 1v3. He's not going to be able to find the gunnies. Does take down one swinging. And yet again, we are absolutely tied at the split of flip sides. 3-3. Anybody's ball game. Let's see how Team Dozzy and crew do it on the attack, though, because this is where it's going to matter the most.
Jesus can save you. Single-handedly won that round. Phenomenal trigger discipline. Able to pick up 4 kills right there. And they certainly were not prepared for the push that he brought. But Lucasen's going to be able to open things up. Snipe through the wall once again. And that's one player already down in Dozzy. Still players on the bottom side. These players that have entry are kind of on an island right here. Veer's still locking down the opposite side. Nothing to deal with. And now Jesus can save you, looking for an opportunity to exit or maybe some kills for himself, as it is going to be Skull Guy taking down one, I believe, through the wall right there to create a little bit of space for Team Dozzy to try to entry here on the B site.
Lucasen playing it as patiently as possible. He's got Viper now in support, as we did see Skull Guy even us up in the player count. Big shot there for Lucasen. Pieces him. Skull Guy going to be see you next round, bud. Jesus is going to be able to even us back up as he's played patiently on the outskirts of this little wall, just waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Cartels has found his way on the back line. Now there's an opportunity to get this bomb plant down. Nades down. Concussion's not going to clear the wall there for the defense. Lucasen now going to try to swing a peek. Is absolutely tagged up, and that's going to force him back. Bombs down, 40 seconds left to go.
And Cartels finds one onto Skurd right there. So now it's a 2v3. Jesus can save you, locking down the opposite side of this wall. Question of whether Lucasen reads it, and he does to perfection. Cartels not going to be able to trade Tyrese down below, looking to put Lucasen out of his misery, but he's not making anything easy. Looks to slide on through. And with that information given away, easy enough for Cartels to pick up the frag. And for the first time since that opening round, we see Team Dozzy take the lead.
There we go. You got to credit that one all towards Cartels, who gets the back line and then has the collapse in the perfect position. And then the brains to go ahead and get that bomb plant down too. From his teammate, not sure who it was, but nonetheless, well orchestrated round there. And now we're going to be back to slow and steady, as it's a fan across the map there for the offense. Looks like they're favoring the A side, as Winery is going to be occupied. We got a little bit of movement there for Dozzy and Tyrese, the crew. Going to get devoured there by Veer, who's going to be able to find two. The tag team duo of the MG42, and I think it was a shot he had in his pocket. As he is deleted there in that pick. We've got a 2v3 to hold off here for the attack.
Huge shot by Skull Guy in the middle of the LMG pre-fire right there to take down Veer. That equalizes. We do lose one more player in Lucasen. Shuts down yet again. Kill number 8 on the board. Now all on to Jesus can save you. 3v1. Trying to make something out of nothing, and they should have the info on the entry right there. Just no opportunity being given. And once again, Team Lucasen able to tie things up right here, but have yet to be able to pull away. Great response out of them, but once again, if Team Dozzy wants a chance at pushing this to map number 3, they have got to get more from Skull Guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the players that we were looking at to be, you know, a carry. Obviously, he's picked up a few big kills. He is going to get first blooded, or a part of the first blood, and all of a sudden, Team Lucasen, they smell blood in the water. And let me tell you, they are looking to go ahead and end this and take the lead back into their hands. Full court pressure on towards this B site. Only one player down in Veer. Only Jesus and Dozzy to take the helms. Oh my God, you're getting triple swung there. That ain't happening, buddy. They fall almost instantly, and a great retaliation there for the defense as they read that one almost perfectly, Bobby.
Yeah, I think that you've got to make some changes if your Team Dozzy just kind of carelessly entering without any info, no util on the V site, and giving away lives for no reason. That one could have gone so much differently. Not able to make anything out of it, and this time we do see them slow things down a bit. Not a whole lot of information. One player making their way toward top winery. That is going to be Dozzy himself. And now looking to see if he can get any info. No nades, no util to work with right here. And not rocking a sniper either. Interestingly enough, SMG shotgun. Not really what you would expect, but they get info as his teammates find the kills right there and they take control of the site.
Yeah, his first round draft pick goes big there. 2-piece there from the SKS. Oh my God, Sawo! How are you beaming with that iron sight? That is absolutely hideous. He's going to be able to find 2. Entry on through. 35 seconds left to go. Cartels is going to have to hop the bomb in order to stop the push. And Sawo going to be finding him as a part of the 3-piece to shut this one down. And oh my God, Team Lucasen going big there in that one.
They got freaking choke slammed on that one. That was the Sawo show as he gets, I believe, 3K right there. Completely takes over the site. And just like that, we've got ourselves on match point. Team Dozzy, what can you do? Can your captain find you some value right here? They swing top side. He's going to be able to find 1. Not going to be able to make it 2. Viper is there for the trade, and it's actually going to be 2 for him. So once again, the man advantage is there for Team Dozzy. 2 players already out of the equation. And Lucasen finds yet another on the Skull Guy who gets shut down. He could exit this one with only 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, that's looking like the case, Bobby. This might be the end of their upper bracket run for the time being. Cartel's going to be able to find 1 lurking in the middle of the map. That might have reeled it back, but there are still 2 players left, and Viper doesn't realize where Cartel's is going to be able to get the trade, but is a part of that. We did see Cartel's take 1 with him, which was, I mean, absolutely crazy. Jesus now in a position to clutch up for the boys. He's going to go out in his gunny. Does eventually fall, and that is going to do it. 7-4 victory. Game, set, match. Team Lucasen really stepped it up on the flip. As they take this series 2-0 in an absolute masterclass of a hard point, and then also followed up. Pretty decent search and Troy.
Yeah, pretty solid right there. Once again, I feel like there are multiple opportunities that Team Dozzy had where they could have executed a lot more cleanly and taken some rounds to even take the series. And I think a lot of the difference was just the fact that they had Skull Guy trying to lock down B-side, and he was not able to get any first blood. So 2-10 is just not something that's gonna make the cut for a team that's really dependent on their competitive players to make some big plays. So we'll see if he can bounce back in the lower bracket. It is going to be Team Lucasen, led by Lucasen and Viper and Skurd, really. I mean, there's nobody that had a bad map by any stretch, especially with Veer being mainly an information player with an LMG in hand. Just consistency across the board. They're looking like one of the teams to beat in this competition. Infinity, thoughts on the matchup?
I'm back now? Sorry, I didn't know I was back now.
No, you're good.
I had no idea. All I can see is the scoreboard. How you doing, guys? Incredible match. Oh, Bobby's gone. Incredible match, guys. Yeah, I mean, again, another 2-0 there. I think, Bobby, you kind of put it perfectly in the first match, just straight up that, you know, again, it feels like a comp diff, I think is what you said, right? You talk about kind of the competitive nature of Lucason's team, the way he drafted that team, and you're looking at a set of players that are all currently playing the game. And that showed up. And that Combine Hardpoint, I think in particular, right, if we kind of start the analysis there, was absolutely a slay difference between the teams. I mean, it was like Sawo dropped like 44 kills or something ridiculous like that. He was on like 30 by the end of, I want to say like the first or the second set. He was putting up ridiculous numbers. And then Lucason also there at 34 kills. Those guys were absolutely slaying out. I feel like Lucason picking Sawo, Bobby, probably a really good first round pick.
Yeah, I would say so. He's looked pretty competitive so far, and once again, especially in events like this where chemistry is not playing a major factor, and so much of it comes down to raw instinct and gunny. A young player like that who can just go out and slay and make noise is going to be such a big factor, especially in a Western region where there's not as much talent like that to pick from as there is in the East.
Yeah, definitely. And, that was the hard point. Obviously, it was just, slay heavy factor there for Team Lucason in game number 1. Game number 2, though, that was a lot closer. Verdict, we saw it was a 7-4 victory in the closing moments of that game. It was pretty close, though. The final 3 rounds went to Team Lucason, but things, I think, for the most part there were just kind of retake-based in Tunisia Search and Destroy, which is very odd to see. I think we talked a little bit about Skull Guy, right? We expect him to be kind of the playmaker with the sniper rifle, really cutting off Team Lucason before they could get to the bomb site. That didn't really happen as much as we anticipated.
No, and I think his presence would have absolutely made this a lot closer of a game. I mentioned it earlier. This map was going to be, the first 6 rounds on the.
Have we lost Verdict?
Verdict's face cam froze as well, so he may be gone. Oh, we back.
Right, am I back?
Yeah.
Am I cooking?
We lost your face
boy.
cam.
Okay. Oh, well, at least I look kind of handsome there in that little freeze. I don't know what the hell. But no, I think Skull Guy's presence would have absolutely been needed there in that matchup of the Search and Destroy. They could have done without him for the first 6, but once you got onto the attack, that's where things were really starting to get out of hand. Him contributing with some first bloods or any kind of contribution. Obviously, if you double those kills, you might see a few of those rounds swing your way and swing your favor. So him not being, all that he needed to be in that matchup was everything for them once they got flipped.
Yeah, listen, it would just seem, look, we're in the Overload tournament. No pistol guy for this event, right?
Yeah.
No pistol. It's the diffy, right? You can't be using it. And Skull Guy nerfed. That's the real reason that they lost that game. Well, it does mean that Team Lucason are through to the next round of play. They play Team Abhiz in the winners bracket semifinals. We go down to our next matchup then, gents. We got Team Space against Team Peejay. And I'm going to start the conversation here by saying, I do not know how the hell we let Peejay get basically Elevate going on this roster. How did we let him get 60% of Elevate on the same team and no one stopped him? What the hell?
It's because we told him you can have Elevate, but you also have to have Little B.
Ah, there we go.
That's
that
fair.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is crazy though, isn't it? I mean, Elevate, obviously you've got PJ, Kendi, and Chloe on the same team. But as you said, you've got Little B. How does that affect things here? Does it improve them? Does it make him worse?
Have you seen the clown meme or the soldiers are sailing through that? That's what it's going to be like. That's basically a representation. If there's anything, so you've got to carry Little B, which is, hard enough as it is, but at least you've got Neil to balance that out. So 4 out of 5 players, by the way, Filipino in that one. I don't know how that make the cut. That is going to be a lot of chemistry in the comms, if I'd say. I can't wait to jump into that series and hear that one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And then, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because you do have Neil on the roster. You mentioned it. I feel like a lot of the conversation is going to be around the fact that it just basically is Elevate with Neil and Little B. But actually, I got a lot of love for Neil. I think, it's one of those
100%.
conversation points that, we had, Bobby, when you and I got to cast together back in like season 4. This is like January of last year, whatever, of SPS. And Neil was one of those guys that we'd always go to. He's like one of those guys that were like, he's a godlike sniper rifle player, obviously. it's difficult to have that conversation when you talk about him in the context of just playing in European COD Mobile, but still, like, Neil has always had that spice, and I think he's kind of going to be an underrated player to talk about here with this team.
Yeah, and I think, like, even if you just look at a team composition aspect, yeah, we love to troll Little B, but he's obviously still a phenomenal sniper, former pro, now gone to tablet, so he has that advantage as well. Having Neil and Peejay, or having Neil and Little B as kind of your sniper duo, and then you've got just 3 absolutely twisted SMGs in Peejay, in Chloe, and in, well, I guess you got 3 godlike snipers because you got Kendi on that squad as well. Just across the board, there's not going to be any easy entry points for the opposition in the search and destroy, and those 3 combined are just going to be very difficult to deal with. With that being said, we do have a little bit of a break coming up. We're still waiting for all of our players to join into the lobby, so we're going to take a quick break and go grab some water real quick, but we promise to get you guys in the action as quickly as possible, so don't go anywhere. We will be back with you guys in just a second.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the Overkill Overload tournament. We're about to get into our third match of the day. We have Team Peejay going head-to-head with Team Space. Obviously, we got to talk a little bit about Team Peejay before we got into the break, so it's only fair that we do the even thing and give equal hype to Team Space. Because, Verdict, this team is actually pretty good. You got a French connection on the roster, Shark and Marvel playing Takeover, and also Marvel getting to play with his current Soul teammate in Jez. That's actually a fair bit of chemistry for this team.
No, that's exactly what I was about to lead into, and I can understand why Bobby thought this was going to be this the sleeper team of the event. He might be right. We'll see as he's going to be facing off against a very stout opponent on the opposite end of the board. Shark, at one point, probably the best SMG player, if not the best player in all of Europe, claimed. That time is still very relevant. He's still very, very highly respected player in the game. Marvel, of course, I mean, just doing everything he can in any region that he's played in, as well as getting the chance to teammate or team up with Jez this year, as well as in this event. Crozen is going to be my X factor for this series. As a matter of fact, his contribution is probably going to be, you know, the difference maker in this series. If I had to add, he's going to have to be able to be vocal, again, against the team, that we're seeing in the lobby for Team Peejay. These guys are fast and they move quick. If he can find some kind of positive here early on in this hard point, I could see this swinging in the favor of Team Space.
I like that. I like the call. Crozen, the X factor on the roster. Listen, me being the European bias guy that I am, probably wouldn't have gone in that direction, so I appreciate that you did, Verdict. I'm going to go for Marvel. I felt Marvel is low-hanging fruit. I kind of have to at this point, right? Marvel is just that guy, right? I mean, he spent the last couple of years in India, and there's good reason for that. He's, you know, gone to greener pastures, and he's looked all the better for it. So Marvel's my guy for this team. I'm really looking forward to it. And also, just a small thing here before we let you guys go ahead and cast the game. By the way, we're going to get Marvel versus Neil in a sniper rifle battle for the first time since like 2024. Like, I don't remember the last time we saw these guys go head to head. I literally just thought about it. I was like, oh my God, this is incredible. So if anybody else takes a sniper rifle for these guys, I'm going to be really angry. Anyway, with that said, I don't know how far away you are from the game, guys, but I'm really excited to get into this one. Just keep those sniper rifles in mind as we get into this matchup.
Well, we got all of our players loaded in and good to go, so I think we should be good to hop into map number 1 of the series. It is going to be Hacienda Hardpoint. For those of you wondering what our setup is, we got Hacienda Hardpoint going into Express Search and then Summit Control, which we have not seen in many, many years.
Bobby, I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself. We got to get there first.
That's true.
I'm not shutting down Team Space by any means, but for God's sakes, it is literally Elevate on the other side of the screen. We should be scared. To be fair, though, they play their best performances in the lower brackets, so maybe we have a little bit of foreshadowing coming through. Who knows? Maybe the underdogs will rise up and your sleeper pick will prevail. We'll have to find out now here momentarily as we're getting geared up for it. Hacienda going to be a lovely one.
It'd be a fun one for sure. Once again, I think we're just waiting for our admins at this point because we've had every player readied up for a solid 2 minutes, which I don't think has ever happened before. But we should be good for map number 1, and it looks like teams are starting to get a little more on the board. We've got players that don't have the maps downloaded. To be fair, they are Garena players. It's Peejay and Kalo, so we will cut them a little bit of slack. Understandable. This is not their standard version of the game. Once we get that situated, we should be good. And looking at the team composition, I do feel like maybe there might be a little bit of advantage as far as the player setup goes, for the way that this could pan out for Team Space, just because I feel like they have a lot of AR presence, and this is typically an AR dominated map. So the combination of the SKS and what we've seen is the DRH being one of those more constant assault rifles could play a big factor. It looks like Jez actually going to stick with the XM4. We haven't really seen that so far, but obviously still a very consistent weapon even in the midst of everything that's allowed. So we'll see what they've got to hand to us right here as everybody is good to go. We're underway here in our third matchup of the day.
Yep, QQ9, XM4. Not a questionable choice. We'll just love to see it. As P1, 15 seconds on through. Jez unscathed as of right now. Shot's going to be coming through. His space is going to be able to find 2-piece there with his old faithful. And surely he's going to be able to find a third 2 to go along with it. So off in the opening break, it's going to be a dominant performance off the rip. Team Space kind of commanding the map, and Space is yet to be taken down. Oh my God,
Whoa.
Somebody get a trade. Predator already through. And is going to be a whiff.
Yeah, maybe he got a little overheated right there.
Overkill.
I don't think he was expecting that he was going to see 7 straight off the start right there. Gets 2 more. That is an early EMP for him. And he's going to look to continue playing streaks as he takes down his former teammate, Little B, now on a 10 spree. And maybe getting a little inspiration as we've seen a nuke on Hacienda at some point recently, I believe.
Dang,
Unfortunately,
Bobby.
I full jinxed that literally in real time. He gets taken down off the 11 spree.
There we go. One day we're going to look back on this and my kids are going to be like, Dad, Huggo was prime Space with the SKS. I'll tell you, buddy. He absolutely cooked. First 15 through. It's a little bit of a bounce back there for Peejay and crew. Team Elevate 2.0 looking to rock and roll. Contributions needed from Little B. Sitting on a singular breadstick, buddy. We're through one hill already. What are you doing? Come on, shoot your gunny. Hill's now going to be occupied in yellow. It is going to be a break as he is stunned on through. Marvel should be a free kill. Yeah, that's easy.
Ooh, Neil slides on through. He's going to be able to find a 4-piece right there, and maybe a little bit of breathing room. Not meant to be. Space hits the counter right there. Back and forth we go. Little B finds kill number 2. I don't think you can really explain away anything that we're seeing as ping difference, because Space and Little B are in the same region. There's a gap of 11 kills there already. It does look like the bigger chunk going toward Team Space right there. He has certainly been the difference in that one.
Oh my.
And we hit the rotation. I'm not sure about that War Machine from Kendi. Very late in the hard point, and no angles by which he can make value out of that. So we do see the EMP pop right here. Peejay in the top side, gonna get shut down by Marvel. That's another operator taken off the table. Things start to go from bad to worse for Team Peejay.
Yeah, indeed. Here comes the ops too for Space and crew. Marvel got the helm of a sentry gun in his hand, the death machine, as he is eating him alive. Contest's gonna come through. It's gonna get shut down. He's piecing him. Finally gonna get shut down. The Predators earn onto the objective. 13 to 76 here midway through P3. Fences. Maybe a little bit of a bounce back. No, there goes the Marvel Predator as he's going to be able to take down Little B. Kalo going to be involved in a transaction there as PJ's finally going to be able to get the trade and contest for a bit. It's a back and forth affair as things have gotten mixy here, but Team Space still hold the upper hand now as we're getting to the back 10 of this hill.
And Shark holding down spawns. I don't know if that's Kendi disconnected right there. I think that might be the case. So once again, things go from bad to worse for Team Peejay. He's doing everything he can. 12 kills on the board. But the consistency has just been so much better for Team Space right here. He's going to look to slide onto the point. Does get shut down. That's Peejay with the entry and opportunity for them to finally put some points on the board.
Spirit out the helm for Kalo is going to be able to take down 2. Does find the eventual downfall as he point blinks somebody. Annihilator for Little B. 1 shot, whiff. 2 shot, no, dead. That is a tough way to go. And certainly not a great one if you are the side of Team Peejay. Needed a big investment there as Marvel starting to cook himself. Finds 3 on the respawn. And just like that, this first set of hills is just about done, Bobby. And it is absolutely night and day so far. Team Space, sleeper pick, 100%.
Yeah, no question about it. He's now up to 23 on the board. Crozen running an interesting weapon that we're seeing for the first time since it's unbanned in this event. The Argus shotgun, which is basically a marksman rifle and a shotgun in one. Curious to see what he can do. We've already seen him pick up 1. And once again, with the amount of breathing room they've got, they can kind of experiment with whatever they want at will. Peejay leading the way for his squad. He and Neil doing pretty much all the damage so far. We saw Kendi with that disconnect. Little B just really struggling to get going in this one. Only 7 kills on the board. Instantly traded off the point. Peejay with that pred, able to get some information, but not able to get clearance onto the point. Finally takes down Space right there. It's some breathing room for them, but they need to flip these spawns as they look to set up toward P2.
Yep, need to do it indeed. And you also need to get the objective going. And not doing any of those 2 above. Peejay gets a god spawn onto the backside, is forced to push on through. Finds his way through. Secret and certainly just absolutely bites the bullet as Marvel is going to be able to wrap his rear. That is an absolute masterclass of a map manipulation. Marvel holding the gallery now. And certainly spawns are going to be in favor of Team Space and crew. PJ, they need to step it up. Finally going to be able to get some time off the hill, but they're going to have to bake on a big break here, and they're going to need it early, Bobby, as the setup's already looking pretty solid in yellow. You got Jazz on the back line with a Tempest. This could be a recipe for disaster.
Yep, they've got to do some damage right here, and that's going to be the Tempest shutdown. PJ's locking down the point. Marvel looking to entry from that driveway side, but can't read the push from Space on the opposite side, and that is going to be yet another breakthrough. Team Space back in the driver's seat and looking to apply that pressure, but it's the lack of consistency is really hurting right now. Neil doing everything he can. He's shut down, as is PJ, and Little B not really looking like a first-round pick, if you ask me. Needing to have some more impact. Crozen doing a phenomenal job, especially as one of the later picks in the draft. 22 on the board for him. And right now it looks like Team Space are going to be able to run away with this one up to 180 points. And we are only on P2 right here. They've got this one locked down. Kalo, the last chance. He's shut down, and it looks like they'll be able to get the scraps as well.
Yep, this is nasty one. We saw Kindy disconnect earlier. I don't think Little B has any issues, but they're both neck and neck in that kill department. Feels bad for PJ and crew, but this is kind of the burden you have to carry. We'll see if they can manage moving forward. Only 53 points needed to shut it down as rotations have been made. Good setup here for the boys over at Elevating Crew. Kindy up top trying to get a little bit of map control. The backside spawns are going to be red, but it's Jez who's going to be able to shut him down. Marvel, this could be the final dagger, Bobby. Death Machine out at the ready. Is going to be able to find one in feet, but boy, oh boy, PJ is running and gunning. He's got his 30th kill on board. If there is anything he could say about it, it is certainly going to keep this game alive.
He has really been the one saving grace for this team, and we saw that in the last tournament. It was his first Bobby Place tournament, and he absolutely tore it up. Got MVP while playing all the way from Garena, but he's having to do a lot more carrying here than he did in the last one, and it's certainly showing on the scoreboard. It looks like they'll be able to get scraps here, but the setup is there for Team Space. He's got 36 on the board. Marvel's got 30. And the consistency is absolutely no question been the difference in this one. Neil looking to push on through. Kalo the same. Both are shut down. And looking like it's only a matter of time as Space is going to go ahead. Pop Annie right here. This is one that I'm curious if we actually do see an operator skin get banned for the first time in competitive. Because this skin highlights your enemies in red to make them easier to see. So it's actually the first pay-to-win operator in COD Mobile.
Oh, COD Mobile. That is what I was watching Space's stream the other day. I was like, why are these guys turning red? He's got his Annie up. This is kind of cheese right here, ain't it?
100%.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, that definitely needs to go if you're in competitive. I don't need to see that one, man. It's basically like a ballista, right? I mean, you can't see him through the wall. Like, holy. It's
the visibility is definitely a huge help. As somebody who has played with it, it makes a huge difference.
Okay, well, I don't know if it's really going to make a difference here in this matchup. Let's just say it's been Team Space Show. Team PJ just really struggled and hindered by, I don't know if it's connection issues. I'm assuming it is. We saw Kindy disconnect, but also you've got Little B who has lagged behind as well. We get set up for a third set of hills. Only 6 points needed to shut this one out. Space piecing from afar and up close, boys and girls. This one is done. Only 5 seconds needed. It'd be a miracle. It'd be more than a miracle if they came back from this, but I'm not trying to call it early. Space is. He has certainly made a difference in this matchup so far.
All right, well, it looks like they're going to be able to shut things down right there. Space leading the way, but once again, phenomenal consistency across the board for his squad, and they showed out big time there on map number 1 as they take things pretty convincingly. That sets us up to head into the S&D. That was our sleeper pick for the tournament, and they delivered 100%. It's tough to not look at Little B as the number 1 pick and say that's the big point where this team has gone wrong. Because I think even with maybe some connection issues, some ping issues, I think if you have a third player alongside Neil and PJ to bring things up, this could look different. But 17 and 40, he just got absolutely dumpstered in that one.
Man, I know you've been waiting. Man, you know what? We hark on him so much, man. I felt kind of bad for him through this one, but the fact that Kendi was having connection issues and Kendi was right there with him.
Yeah.
Look, buddy, what did you even play the game for the past 3 days? Where have you vague? I know
Bro,
you're
you
not in
started
chat,
streaming like an hour and a half before the event. I thought I had the time for the event down wrong or something. Like I don't even know. Oh, now Vague's woken up, so he's telling me to check DMs. Yeah.
Jesus. Oh, brother.
So apparently Marshy wants Vague to play because he doesn't have Overkill. The chat wants Vague to play, so we will allow it. But Marshy gets all of your earnings.
Exactly. 100% of them.
Or at least 50%, because he saved your team's butt today.
He did. He played objective. Marshy doing Marshy things. All right. Well, that's settled. Storylines are back in check. Wouldn't be, this event without it. Obviously, we try to, orchestrate as much as we can and pull some strings in the back lines to make this happen. And what did you do, Vague? You decided to sleep in and let Marshy do your dirty work. L Vague. We'll allow you to come back, but you just know that you got that burden on you, buddy. This matchup, though, it's coming down to a man, I made comments earlier about it getting to a game 3, and I wasn't hinting at Team Space getting it there. I was hinting at Peejay and crew absolutely annihilating them, Bobby. And how was I wrong?
I don't know. That was a tough one to watch. And once again, that's the thing. Like, it's difficult because we never know for the players, especially coming from Garena, what the ping situation is going to look like. The fact that Peejay is able to consistently come through regardless of where the server's located in Top Frag, I think shows the level of dominance that he plays at. It's just like I would say he's no question one of the 5 best COD mobile players in the world right now, and he's going to continue to show up. Just needs to see more out of his teammates. It's search and destroy, arguably Little B's best mode, so hopefully he can bring a little bit more to the table right here, and hopefully Kendi's experience in the sniper role will help them out a little bit as well as we get ready to head into the Express S&D.
Okay, well, gonna need a big bounce back there from Little B and crew. Peejay, I'm not questioning his competitive abilities. We know how stacked he is. This one's gonna be an interesting one. Hadn't seen this one in a while. Express. Let's see how the rounds are going to work, because the timings for the train might be thrown off by these 90-second rounds.
Oh,
we
I
may or may not
that.
see.
Yeah.
That's just one of those things we got to factor in. Obviously, there's a 6-man on the field, and we all know why. This one's not in the competitive rotation this year. We loved it, though. Those are some of the most magical moments when you see someone just get absolutely trucked by a bullet train going 250 miles an hour. I'm exaggerating. I don't know how fast they are, but we're quickly jumping into this one, though. Express map number 2. Make or break here for the boys and gals over at Team Peejay. We're gonna need to bounce back. Best game mode for Little B. We're gonna give you all hell if you don't put up 10+, buddy.
Ooh, we got Peejay pulling out the 3-line sniper. I was curious if we were gonna see that more, especially with the Tundra taking out of the mix. The 3-line sniper, and it looks like we've got a reset right here. So we are going to go ahead and hop out of the lobby. But yeah, Peejay pulling out the 3-line sniper. And I'm curious if more players wanted to throw that on and they decided last second that they were going to do that. And that's why we hopped out. But potentially faster ADS than the Tundra. The major downsides for it include slower rate of fire and worse mobility. But especially when it's able to be comboed with a fast-moving SMG like a CX-9 or a VMP, I feel like it could definitely be a very solid option. So curious if we see a couple other players swap on over to that.
Yeah, I wonder where he got that loadout from. I'm putting 1,000 on it. That Little B kind of whispered in his ear, "Hey, buddy, you got to check this out." I know that we were in group chat, and that's the first thing he brought up. He's like, "Yeah, if these guns get banned, that 3-line might be coming out, baby." I think maybe a little bit of influence from the man himself, Little B, We'll see if it pays off now, as we were going to get a second chance at the lobbies being reset. So not quite sure what the reasoning was, but that's none of our problems. Hopefully it's
It
so
could
that everyone's
also
got a
be because
connection.
they have like the new loadout system, and so like they may have made a loadout in their hardpoint class, and then they thought it was going to copy over to their S&D class. I know they've done things to refine it, but I still frequently have my loadouts completely messed up, so that could also be part of it. We'll cut them a little bit of slack, but it looks like we're hopping back into the map quickly once again.
All right, there we go. Right back into it. Into the express we go. We'll see who's getting their tickets cashed or checked here at the gates. It's just one more here for Team Space. They could be booking their tickets to the upper semifinals, or we'll be going to a Game 3 and putting our jackets on for a Summit Control. We're about to find out. Let's go ahead and jump into it. Game 2. Much needed here out of Team Peejay, as they are going to be on the attack here for the first 6 rounds. Looks like a motion over towards the A side and a Bobby Nade already. I've already seen one being thrown. Peejay, good cop, buddy.
Looks like Peejay is going to be able to get train control right here. First blood for Jez as both teams get pushed up, and one player right above Peejay looking to deal with him.
Oh, no.
But on the opposite side, it's Space. Sniper in hand to take him down. One for Shark as well, and now all down to Kalo. 1 kill on the board for him and able to get away with his life. So if he can get into that top mid building, might be able to do something, but it looks like somebody else can be able to take control early. Marvel shut down. Space is going to be there to find the trade, and it's Team Space taking the opening lead once again.
Okay. Well, a little bit of an anticlimactic finish there. I was hoping that he might be able to piece Space through that bomb heady, but that's not the case. 1 in, 1 done. Team Space holding the front lines down. A little bit of a spread out affair there on the attack for the response. Bomb's going to be left in spawn. Looks like Kalo going to be trying to head back. No, they're going to be looking for first blood. Space, however, calls his own number. That is a crazy loadout if I've ever seen one, but it's working. Sniper and SKS. Bro is on demon time.
He's feeling confident with whatever he's doing. Hits the flick right there as well to shut down Kalo. Beautiful shot. We saw Crozen rocking the Outlaw. Can't remember the last time we saw the Outlaw in competitive. And Space nearly had a lineup for another shot right there, but he's going to opt to wrap back towards spawn right here. Right now, not a whole lot of map control for Team Peejay, but they got the bomb in hand and can kind of move wherever they wish. It looks like it's going to go down on A for the time being. Still one lurking outside. It's going to be Neil. He's going to look for anybody looking to exit across the mid-map right here. It doesn't. Oh, no. It looks like Marvel's going to get the opportunity, and Neil picks up the kill, so now it's on to Space. 1v3, not meant to be, as Neil picks up the 2K and ties things up.
There we go. Great bounce back. PJ and crew. Not you, Little B. Not you. Put your hand back, buddy. All for one, one for all. Not you. You're still sitting on a donut, buddy. We're going to have to pick up the slack. He's a role player, we'll just say. Role is to be first blooded every round, I guess.
UAV. That's
yeah, exactly. Hey, just watch the kill cam, bud. Don't skip. Payoff round does go in favor of Team PJ and crew, as now as first blood's going to come through. It's Kalo. Or Kalo. Pretty sure it's Kalo. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll just roll with that. Jazz up top in main. Here is he's trying to deny any kind of A entry. Shark going to be able to find another. Space going to be taken out, though, in return. So 3v4 here for the attack, and PJ's on the pounce.
He's got one more player right next to him in that top side as well. KRM is out. I don't think he's gotten the information quite yet, but doesn't really have to deal with it. He can push up toward Crozen here. Big thing is you don't want to make noise hopping out of that train side. And Jez is going to be able to find one right there as he does the damage. Now PJ's actually all alone. And with the bomb going down over on the A side, he doesn't have a lot to work with. Only 30 seconds remaining. Got to keep in mind, these are fast rounds right here. Looking to make the push up. Does get the kill onto Crows in turns. Finds one onto Jez. He's got to play for that plant quickly.
He does. It's all about the timing. Shark, is he going to get it for himself? Oh, the bomb does not go down. And PJ senses that something's alert. Bomb is going to be heard. Shark can't get the jump, and he is going to be saved. PJ going to be able to... No! What are we doing? No! No! Oh, just a lack of commitment right there. I guess the hop-up kind of indicated that Shark was in the area and PJ just didn't feel 100% with it. That one's a heartbreaker.
That is a tough one for sure. Wishing he could have a redo there. Shark looking to get aggressive in the mid-map this time around. Gets pretty solid control on that B building. Once again, engagement should ensue soon. Kalo shut down by Jez. Big opening kill right there. They go 1 for 1. It is once again going to be Marvel doing the damage. He's able to get 2 right there. Traded it out. Brings us into a 3v2. This has been so chaotic. It's been tough to keep track of where all the engagements are happening. We got one player watching the cross in Crozen. Still yet to find a kill for himself, but gets pushed pretty far forward right here. Not a whole lot of room to work with for Neil. He gets shut down, and on to PJ for the 1v3 once again.
Yeah, PJ's looking for the trade. Neil just not get any kind of timing that favors his way as he's looking to clear out his site. 3 players lurking in the vicinity. Space trying to snake his way on through. PJ going to be occupied. Almost turns on Shark. But almost doesn't count here in Call of Duty Mobile. 3-1 lead. Continuing to grow there for the side of Team Space. We'll see. Team PJ now only 2 rounds here to make it even. What they can do here on the offense in the preceding round.
The mental just not looking great for Little B. That's always played such a big factor for him, and Space decimates him once again. Marvel shut down as well. We're getting Mixie over on the B side. It's going to go all kills except for one going the way. Jez able to find a pick onto Kalo. I'm surprised he stayed and committed right there, but the bomb goes down regardless. He's looking to make it a 1v4 right here. And it's just not a lot of room to work with, praying for something with the nade. And he's able to avoid one right there, but he actually manages to slide past Neil right here into that main building, but everybody knows where he is. He's able to find one more anyway. Trying to find another onto PJ. The trade's not there. Slides past the hit marker, but not meant to be as PJ finally shuts things down in a much-needed round for Elevate 0.10 or whatever we want to call them.
1.1.
1.1, there we go.
So something along those lines. That 1v4 would have been crazy. Jez not really having a gun for the engagement long range. PJ there for the engagement. Little B finally on board. Let's get a round of applause there for Little B. Took him 6, but he's there. Got absolutely dumpstered the first 5. Finally, he has canned 1 for himself. That might be an all-time high for him here in this one. Squad desperately needing it as they are looking to tie us up before the split. Little B going to be getting antsy, able to find a second indeed. He's eating up, chat.
Marvel's got the SKS in hand. I think got eyes onto PJ right there, but it's going to be Neil looking for the bomb plant. He actually gets spotted out, but Kalo on the backside able to find the pick, and it's all down to Shark right here. Spots out Kalo, but that information should be all that they need to close this one out. PJ shuts him down, and those back-to-back rounds will give PJ and his squad the tie. He's leading the way with 10 kills once again, completely dominating in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you need out of your captain. You need to put up those kind of numbers. Because we're tied at the split now, we flip. And it looks like Team Space and Crew looking for an all-out hit on towards this A side. There's no presence here. And surely enough, nades are going to be coming through to hold off the push, but they have gotten so much map control. On top of that, Crow's going to be able to find the first blood. As we're talking about not being able to find kills through the first 6, Little B got his finally. Now it's Crozen who's doubled his, as well as he finds another. Little B sent back to the lobby, or we'll see him next round.
Kalo looking to do some damage, gets one, but instantly traded out by Shark. 2 players remained here for Team PJ. Trying to clutch up. Looks like Kendy's going to be the point of entry, and he finds one. Space shut down. That's a big pick to find them some breathing room right here. Hitting the wrap over toward the B side. Jez, bomb in hand. Looks like he should be able to plant with relative ease. And still one player lurking over on that train side as the bomb is going to go down right here. Kendi. Can he find the entry? Not a whole lot of information for them to work with, and this is going to be a very tedious entry trying to find some info.
Yep, this is a one-sided hit. You got to be quick with it. You got one in the alley. That's Kindy, able to spot Marvel, shut him down. 2v2, even. Stuns out, gets a hit. Shark going to be tagged up. Neil now looking for the approach, able to shut him down. It's down to one, and Jazz shut down Neil. Able to find the three-piece. And we hear the train in the background. It's not going to be a factor here. Rumbling all about a very good clutch there for the boys. 2v3 style.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
And a bounce back there. Much needed round for Team Peejay and crew. That is a momentum swinger.
That's big time. Big time plays from big time players. They take the lead in this one as they look to force a map 3 here. Gets eyes on players crossing through right there. PJ's gonna hop up, looking to find something right here. He gets one. They go 1 for 1 as Kalo drops to space, and he gets a hit marker onto Marvel as well. That's certainly gonna slow the push, and Little B in position to make a big play right here. He is wrapped all the way back to the backside, but a swing and a miss doesn't matter. Beams onto Crow's in right there. Marvel to the top side, able to trade things out, but the information is given away. Both teams forced to back off, and it is going to be team space now with the man advantage.
Again, collecting a bomb, heading back over to the B site. It's already been cleared out. Marvel looking to go back to his old faithful Ellie spot. As the nades come through, Space is going to be spotted. Space is going to be beaming. And it's all up to PJ. 1v3 here for the clutch. Space playing his life to a T.
What the?
Is not going to anticipate the cross. I don't know. Did he see him cross there? I felt like I was watching his screen and I saw him, but
Yeah.
maybe a thumb in the way. That's a tough way to go.
Yeah. Would have been nice. It would have been a long shot regardless of the situation,
100%.
but definitely seemed like a bit of a freebie and makes a wrong read right there, so ends up paying for it. This time we got Space looking to get aggressive in the mid-map. Crow's in, shutting down Little B with the Outlaw right there. Space not able to connect onto Kalo, and he's forced back right here. Starting to get aggressive toward the mid-map is Neil looking to entry through to that B side. And he can get a lot of info right here. Here's the bomb planter, but doesn't hit the shot. 2 opportunities served up on a silver platter. And he's able to get a flash as well. Finally, somebody's able to take down Jez right there. He does some damage and finds 2. And that's once again going to be Team PJ taking the lead.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Neil doesn't hit those shots, but I like to see that one. Nonetheless, the outcome the same. Able to collect 2 towards the end. Neil putting up some big numbers here in this one as he's approaching that double-digit marker. Obviously, PJ's been there for a while. And the crew's starting to pick up the slack. First blood's going to come through. PJ, say his name. He is absolutely on it. Nade shot landed perfectly. Crow's in there for the retaliation. Clo, we'll see you your next round, buddy. Kenny in retaliation there again. That is, I mean, they're going back for back, band for band, trade for trade, shot for shot, Space from across the map. Calls his Little B. Woo, buddy. That one was disgusting.
It's just picks on picks on picks. Can't figure out who's going to find. Shows how difficult it is to match what CDM does as far as spectating goes. Neil finds 2 right there, and he can make it a 1v3 all onto Space to make the read, and it seems like he's got the positioning. It's going to be a question of timing here, and Neil actually opting to hop back down. Obviously, that bomb's down. Only 10 seconds remaining, but Space shuts him down, and another 1v3 not meant to be.
Oh, Neil gets maybe just a little too big in his approach, keeping that top control with a massive. I mean, if you're giving comms, you got to know it's Space that's alive. So he's got a sniper and an SKS. You keep it close quarter combat. You got this. Hindsight is always 20/20. That gunfight, not swinging his way. 5-5. We are at a dead draw. Payoff round here. PJ and crew need this one to extend the series. Space looking to shut it down indeed. As they're playing the aggressive approach. No, it's going to be Neil who reads the shot and gets the revenge. Would have liked that last round. Nonetheless, here he is performing this one.
Neil looking for another pick on the top side, but Crow's spots him out. Watching for players on the flank. Nobody there. 4v4 is both teams slowing things down. Once again, slowing things down in 90-second rounds. Not going to be a very reliable strategy. You've got to find your way forward, and right now there's an opportunity for Kalo to blow this entire thing up. Question of if Jez saw him right there. He did, but that's the bomb carrier and the bomb down. That should be a guaranteed round for Team Peejay unless something goes terribly wrong. Crozen gonna look to pick things up right here, but once again, just so little time to work with. They've got to be perfect, and unfortunately for him, that is going to be 10 seconds remaining and 4 players to deal with. No way he gets this bomb down. Clo shuts him down right there, and an opportunity to close out the map.
That's it. Map point. Great defensive stand there for Peejay's crew. And let elevate 1.1. Looking to take us to that summit control. Let's see if they can get the job done now as we are on to what could possibly be our last round. Little B finally starting to wake up there too. As he does find the first blood on the space. Giving the crew a little bit of space, but it's Peejay who's going to be finding Jez a return. It's Shark and Crozen finding 2 trades on trades. Little B now in a pit of despair. Is going to get shut down, and Neil has to do it one more time. 1v3 style. Gets the first blood on through, and Bobby with a minute left, he has a chance.
Flash is going to connect right there. He gets the info, but doesn't push off of it. Obviously, they're going to know exactly where he is. Both eyes on that point of entry. And we've got ourselves some overtime, ladies and gentlemen. These two have been back and forth all game long. Picks a good time to come online, but unfortunately not going to be enough to close things out for them, and they're going to need him to continue to contribute right there. And Space shuts him down again. I can't believe how many times he's egoed that, given how many times he's lost it.
Oh, boy, this could be the beginning of the end. Kendi spotted. Oh, boy! Space can't land the shot. And Kendi, a momentum swinger, able to shut down Space. Crozen gets the job done on 1. Tries to retreat on back. Is called out. Kendi's on a tear. 13 for the crew. Looking to make it more with 50 seconds left to go here in this first round of overtime. They've got a little bit of map control in Peejay, but will they be able to convert on it? Pitter-patter of steps down below. Marvel's going to get called out, and that is a player advantage.
Yeah, they've got to move quickly on this one. Kendi's got the bomb in hand. He's got to be the first to make a move right here. Jez spotted out. Kendi not going to be able to get the kill, though. That's huge for Jez. And the bomb has been dropped. They don't have a whole lot of time to work with. 25 seconds right here. And this gives a huge opportunity to Jez to try to clutch up in the 1v3. Does get spotted out. Damage has been done, but once again, if he can play time right here, could do some damage with the shotgun in hand. They get the flash. The question is, does it connect in time? They slide past. Jez shut down, and the round goes to Peejay with another opportunity to close things out and force map 5.
Oh my God, Jez almost did the impossible right there. 1v3, time almost expiring, and a crazy swing. The stun or flash barely hits, and I thought Jez was going to be able to get the flick. Unfortunate for him. In the corner. Not going to be able to get the job done. Shark and Crozen. First blood's on through. Second chance at life here on this opening attack for them.
Oh my gosh, and Little B gets dumpstered by Space once again. He's got to be full tilt right now. Space is taking over. It's all on to Kendi for the 1v5 right here. Might get some info off the footsteps, but once again, there's so little to work with. And with the bomb going down, he doesn't spot out Marvel right there. So that should be yet another round and yet another overtime here on the Express.
Oh boy, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here in this one. If we're going to go back and forth, at least we've got 90 seconds search and destroy rounds, which I'll have to say, as far as pacing goes, it's been perfect so far. It's delivered. We'll see if Kendi and crew can deliver some more. Shark able to deliver a nade at first point. Is going to be able to find first blood. 3 in the feed. Make it 4. It's all down to Peejay. And this one done. 15 seconds, Bobby. Very, very quick. I think that's the quickest round we've had so far.
Think about spectating those just full-on 5-man B-site. It's just a 50-50 if you're going to spot out a kill.
Exactly.
You miss one kill, you have missed them all, and unfortunately, Team Peejay did not get much right there. This time, they're going to commit 3 men over toward A, 1 lurking on the B side. It's going to be Space. It's just a question of if he's able to get timing to get all the way through. It looks like he should be able to. Spots out Kalo right there, and that's the first blood, the damage done, and a round up. Kendy's got to make a big play right here. Space definitely has eyes on him. SKS comes out, but Kendi gets the kill big time, but the bomb goes down.
It does. B-side hit. You've got a lot of space to cover. You've got a 3v4 to take place. One of those 3 is Little B. Able to find 1 on the entry into Jez. His value has already increased tenfold. The call's through.
Oh,
Shot's not going to land for Neil, and it's all down to Kendi. Not going to be able to secure the round, and that is going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, no control here. Put your jackets away. A 9-7 victory. Team Space clips them in a 2-0 fashion.
All right, well, apparently Team Dozzy has already won, so I guess Team Igroen is already eliminated from the competition. I did not think they were going to get into the match as quickly as they did, but we do have some lower bracket matches that are happening off stream, well, off of our stream on the creator streams. And unfortunately for Team Peejay, they come up short right there. And 6 for 14 for your first round draft pick. Once again, just not going to make the cut. Consistency across the board, surprisingly with the exception of Marvel, but it was so many solid contributions, so many big time plays for Team Space that it is going to be enough for them to take the win there and get the 2-0, which means we've only got 1 more to round out the first round right here as we get ready to head into our final matchup.
Yeah, really looking forward to that final matchup. Of course, we'll talk about that here in just a second, Bobby, but we got to talk about what was an awesome search and destroy, because I thought for a second that I thought we were going to get our first control of the day, and then obviously we were denied. Really, Little B denied us, if anything, because that man got first blooded like 6 or 7 times in that game. I don't think he ever did an ego chow Space and didn't die.
No, it was just like it was like an 18 round 1v1, and he lost 20-6. Like, that's ultimately what it came down to right there. It was tough to watch because I mean that's just the way that, like, Little B, you gotta respect that he always believes that he's gonna win the next 1v1. It's a little bit of misplaced belief sometimes, you know.
Yeah, just a tad misplaced belief. Listen, he also probably wasn't helping during the hard point as well. As you guys aptly pointed out, you go back to that hard point, and obviously, you know, Garena players on the ping diff, they were struggling. Kendi dropped 1 kill less than Little B did, and he obviously was having some ping connection issues. That being said, if we want to talk positively here, guys, we've got to give a lot of love to Space. That guy was shooting at the start of the hard point. He had an EMP, basically popped it straight away verdict. He had a hell of a couple of maps.
Yeah, I think he put up 12 to the first, like, 60 seconds of the map. That was absolutely crazy. Being able to earn an EMP like that, he was shooting straight lasers. And of course, you know, him carry himself, put himself up there as the captain. You've got to perform abruptly, and surely enough, he delivered both in the hard point and in the search and destroy. So shout out to Space, man, as his stock has gone through the roof for this matchup. Didn't anticipate this one going just to, you know, 2-0 in favor of them. I was expecting a little bit of a fight back in that search and destroy, but again, we'll just take another moment to hark on Little B.
That is just business as usual, isn't it? Yeah, it does feel bad, man. Listen, it's difficult, right? In games like this, there are a lot of good players across the board. It is extremely difficult to not get pieced up in the way that he was getting pieced up in the hard point. Obviously, the search and destroy, as you said, we almost had that control. Gonna give a shout out to Neil, by the way, because there were so many situations there where Neil makes it incredibly close. I think it was in like 4 or 5 separate 1 versus 3s or 1 versus 4. Obviously, they had that 2 versus 3 where it looked like, hey, maybe you know, this is going to get denied. Actually, that one they did manage to win with Neil getting that incredible 2-piece. So, Bobby, Neil popping off, just in the end, not enough.
Yeah, once again, it's tough in that situation just because you're at so much of a disadvantage at the start of every one of those scenarios that it's difficult to bring it back. So, once again, credit to him, credit to everybody on that team that did make an impact, you know, but Unfortunately, they do come up short. We will take a quick look at some of the gameplay from Dozzy and Igroin's matchup. This one, in the hard point, it looks like was not very close at all. You can see midway through this one, Team Dozzy was up 165-47. Pretty brutal scoreline in this one.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm just looking at the final score there for that Takeoff hardpoint of 250-161, I believe. Spoiler alert, I guess. Yeah. That is not a good Takeoff hardpoint, by the way. Something I haven't seen in quite some time. It is interesting, I think, to see just, Team Dozzy coming through here and winning in this kind of factor, because there was a lot of talent on that Igroin roster verdict, and just not able to get it done here on the Takeoff.
Yeah, as a general manager for that roster, I want to take complete responsibility in how we performed today. Obviously, we didn't put our best foot forward. We, you know what? All in all, for a team and a captain that is making their way into their first ever event like this, I mean, sometimes the lights can be too bright. You've got a veteran in Tectonic that was carrying. Obviously, my pick in 7 would have revitalized this squad, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to participate today. So I won't take responsibility for that. I'll take responsibility for none of my actions. As a matter of fact, it's just how it is sometimes.
All right, mate, it's fine. Yeah, I do agree. I think 7 would have been a phenomenal player, of course. Did we say the game was fully over? Are we watching replays?
Yeah, this is just a little replay of the end of theirs.
Okay, all right, cool.
I feel bad. I just looked, and Tectonic had 14 kills at the end of round 9 right there. So obviously, he wasn't getting a ton of help. I don't think he even fully comprehended the rule set until after that first match, because he was like surprised as chat was informing him of different rules. So hopefully next event, maybe take a little bit of a closer look at the rule set and give yourself a little bit more of a chance to win right there. But congratulations to Team Dozzy moving on. They will have one more lower bracket matchup today, as well as they will face the winner of Team Peejay and whoever is the loser in our next matchup, which I guess brings us to the opportune time to take a look at our bracket and how those teams are sitting currently.
All right, let's do it. Let's take a look then. So, yeah, we can talk about this final match of winners round 1. Obviously, we already have 3 teams through now to the next round of play. Obviously, you can kind of just imagine that Team Space is currently already into match number 8 in that winners round 2. Of course, they'll be facing the winner of Team Cisco versus Team Aerith, and I really love both of these rosters. Again, there's so much talent between both of these teams. Obviously, a reminder that Raf was supposed to be playing for Team Cisco, will not be now because he is currently, I believe, in the middle of a flight, I think is the reason that Raf can't play. So he's currently flying somewhere in the skies. So Spy will be playing for Team Cisco instead. I think we should start the conversation with Team Cisco then. Verdict, obviously looking towards this Team Cisco roster. I would say he's got one of the best first picks that anybody could have gotten in Mihawk. I think Mihawk, we so often talk about Gallerus as like a roster, right? And everyone almost immediately goes to Lucas in. But Mihawk is an incredible player. He is a proper slayer, and he's, again, I think a phenomenal first-round pick for Cisco.
Yeah, I think he's a do-it-all kind of player. He can play your objective. He can run and gun. Obviously, I think he's going to need to run and gun on this roster in order for it to work. Because I would assume Spy and Cisco are going to be your primary objective players. So Mihawk is going to have to do a lot of slaying on through in the picks. Sam's, I'm interested to see how he's going to mesh with this particular unit, just because of I don't know, just because of the chemistry. You've got 2 players from EU. You've got Cisco, who is, just he's a vibe. We'll just say that. But if I'm not mistaken, Mihawk is the, also another one of those players that are going to have, I don't think he's going to have an issue with connecting, but Sands is going to be the crucial factor into how this team meshes and plays today.
Yeah,
I agree. Come, Bobby.
I was just going to say, looking like it is the region-wise, it's very spread out, because you got Cisco from Garena, Mihawk from LATAM, Spy and Kairu from EU, and then Sam's from India. So it does feel like it's a roster that's very all over the place.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And obviously, as we've already seen, in the very last match with Team Peejay, right, ping issues, obviously with a lot of these servers being NA or EU side hosted, like, it can be difficult at times. So yeah, I definitely agree. I think there's going to be some interesting things here in regard to, right, we talk about the kind of the slaying power of players like Sams and Mihawk how much is that actually going to come into effect here when we look towards this game? I'm going to give a shout out to Kairu, actually, because I think he's a player that kind of funny. You know, he was playing on Animus for people who didn't know back in stage 4 of Europe. Obviously, they didn't manage to qualify, but he was just a bench warmer effectively, and he is a very, very good player. I was very surprised when I heard that they benched him for stage 4. Because he is an absolutely phenomenal player. I think you guys were giving him a lot of gas as well when we went through the draft, because in these kind of tournaments in the past, he has performed. So for me, at least, he feels like the X factor for this team. Of course, shout out to Cisco as well. He's the only guy that can draft a team while not know who players are, and also while parking up their car. With that said, let's take a look then at the team that they'll be playing. Team Aerith on the other side. For me, I feel like you got to give a lot of love to Aerith for picking up some phenomenal players. But the one that she picked up that was the best player for sure is Jai. Sorry. And he's just an absolutely phenomenal player. I mean, obviously, you know, we're massive fans of Garena, watching Garena. Jai has totally upended Stalwart for the better. He's candidate for Rookie of the Year across the board right now. Obviously, you know, there's a lot of talk about Rise, and for good reason, but Jai is a phenomenal player, and I think, you know, you've got a nice little supporting cast as well, and Pabzera, Spades, and Kings. I feel like Aerith picked a great team here, Bobby.
Yeah, I think this is another one that not enough people were gassing up coming into the event. And I think part of that is probably just because of maybe lack of familiarity with the LATAM region. Spades is arguably the strongest, most consistent player on Amigos. You got Pabzera. If you don't know who Pabzera is at this point, then you've probably not really been paying attention to COD Mobile World Champs on the whole. But he's been consistent across the board for the entirety of the last 5 years. And then you got Jai, who is obviously a bit more of a newcomer, so maybe not quite as much name recognition, but I think the talent is absolutely there, and he's got the possibility of being the strongest player on this team, obviously pending the servers they pull to and everything else. I think he's one of those players who, like Peejay, can dominate regardless of server, so I'm curious to see what he can do. Obviously, King's from that OUG squad, maybe coming off a long travel day, so we'll see if that affects him at all. But I'm anticipating he'll have a solid performance. Just an FYI for everybody watching, we do have a last-minute substitution. Apparently, Sam's is having some Wi-Fi issues, so FDX is going to be subbing in for him last second. I would say definitely far from a downgrade. I would say, if anything, FDX has definitely been very, very consistent in all the performances we've seen out of him over the past year.
Man, and to my memory as well, maybe I'm not trying to disparage Sam's here, because Sam's is a phenomenal player. I think Sam's might have been one of the last picks, if I remember correctly.
He was, yeah.
Get last pick?
He was he was technically the second last pick, because I made Cisco pick him, because Cisco didn't know who he was picking anyway, so I was like, well, if that's the case, then do it for storylines.
Listen, this is a team that's the result of a storylines now. FDX is coming in. I feel like that does increase the chances here for Team Cisco quite a little bit, for sure. Because, as you say, I mean, FDX is a phenomenal player, obviously coming over from Garena. And I feel like, obviously, you know, you're going to have those Garena issues with ping, but he could be one of those players that kind of gets straight past that and is going to improve the slaying power of Team Cisco by quite a large margin. So I want to dive a little bit deeper into Team Aerith here while we've got a moment. Obviously, you know, you mentioned the fact that Pabzera is one of those players that obviously, you know, there are a lot of those players, I feel like, in LATAM Verdict that are like, they are individually absolutely goated. And obviously, you know, we kind of see LATAM being a really strong region with a lot of competitive teams. But when it comes down to the international stage, a player like Pabzera might not get as much love because LATAM teams, generally speaking, haven't been like the guys to come out and perform at the highest level over the last couple of years.
I want to agree with that, but I think Pabzera has earned every bit of
100%.
what he's built up. Like, when you look back at some of the most monumental moments in Call of Duty mobile history, I think one of the best games that was ever played was in that 2022 championship where we had Pabzera and crew take. I mean, I don't know, it was day one, and we're looking at like 11 p.m. at night, and dude, they are going down to the wire in some overtime search and destroy. I think that game alone, I believe it was Skade. I'm not sure who they played, but Pabzera,
I believe it
was it Omega?
It was former Almighty. I think at that time they were Almighty still. I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure. Or Powerhouse, maybe? Powerhouse, there it is.
Yeah. It was one of those two. I'm not 100% sure, but I remember being in the crowd and everybody like glued to that game. And it was, I mean, that moment right there let me know that Bab Zero was a star. They didn't win that game, or they might have won that. I can't remember, but I know that presence alone right there was just he was a star from there on. So if he doesn't get the respect that he's earned, I don't know who should else get it. It was a W pick from Aerith, and an overall search and destroy talent that's generational.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, I think she's got some phenomenal picks on the whole as well. Spades, I think, was a player that deserves a lot of love too. Shout out to Kings as well, because I think Kings is one of those players. Obviously, I know we might be feeling a little bit of jet lag potentially coming into this matchup, but Kings is obviously one of the OUG roster. I mean, he's a really good player. He's so talented. We looked at kind of him at OUG, one of those players that can absolutely step up at any moment. So for me, I'm looking at kind of him. Obviously, I know we want to give a lot of love to Jai on this roster, but it really does feel like Aerith has a really well-rounded team. On the other side then, Bobby, Team Cisco, Spy coming in here last second. Expectations for him, obviously, Spy being one of those players that feels like he rounds out European rosters really well.
Yeah, 100%. He's very versatile, very solid SMG, and has played with a lot of different rosters. So I don't think that that's a downgrade for them necessarily either. I think he is going to be able to fill very well. And also, European players just tend to perform really well in these events because Europe are kind of like middle ground between all the different regions that we have incorporated. Mm-hmm. So it's not that they're necessarily always going to be on server, but they're usually relatively close to wherever the server is pulling, which is going to give them a little bit more consistency as well. So hopefully they get their other players in there. Right now, we've only got Spy, Kairu, and Cisco, so they've definitely got to get locked in. We may hop to a quick break real quick just while we wait for those players to hop in, because we don't want to keep you guys, well, we are going to keep you guys waiting, but we don't want to keep you guys thinking that we're like about to start right now, because this could take a minute. So we're going to hop to a break real quick, and we will be back as soon as we are good to hop back into the action. We will be back with you guys in a second. All right.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. just let me eat my weight in glee. I
Alrighty, folks, we're back here with the Overkill Overload. We're about to get into the final match of Winners Round 1. FDX has loaded up the game. He is about ready to go. We just got to get him into said lobby. So we are just moments away from the final match of Round 1. Reminder, folks, that is Team Cisco versus Team Aerith. We've already yapped to death about the teams themselves. But FDX, is he going to make a hell of a difference to Team Cisco here? Verdict, what are we saying?
I'm saying FDX had to sub in last second, so we're going to cut him some slack. Yeah, I had to. I'm sorry. I had an opportunity presented to me. Yeah, I think he's going to be a tremendous game changer here for side of Team Cisco. I think they're getting gifted a phenomenal player in him. So I think his contribution is going to be unlimited. Obviously, he had to get the last second sub in, so I don't even know if he's going to have overkill unlocked. We're just gonna have to figure it out along the way. But with that being said, I still feel like that's a W sub.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've already had what was it at the beginning of the day? We had Tundra being pulled out by somebody. We had players not using overkill. So hey, maybe we're just gonna end up in another situation where a player doesn't have overkill unlocked. Wouldn't that be fun? I think maybe Tech was saying it was like 20 ranked games or something like that. Is how many games you've got to play to get overkill, Bobby?
Yeah, but most people just like already had, because Overkill has also been out for like 4 or 5 months, and so usually over the course of 4 or 5 months you accumulate 20 ranked games. But not everybody does, especially for our Garena players, for our CDM players, and everything else. So we do cut them a little bit of slack. We will break down the map series as well. We got APOC to get things started for the hard point. Raid Search and Destroy, which I'm really excited to see, because obviously one of the greatest Search and Destroy maps of all time. It's going to be nice to have that back into the rotation. And if we go to map 3, Slums Control, but the Raid S&D is the one that I'm looking forward to most.
I can't wait just to watch you guys cast a Raid Search and Destroy. Is going to be such fun. It is literally just one of the best map mode combinations. It is wild, isn't it, by the way, just as an aside, that Raid is just that good of a map that you can play in both Search and Destroy and Hardpoint, and it plays, or both Search and Destroy and Control, excuse me, and it plays absolutely phenomenally. Like, just, it's such a good damn map. It's so fun. It's just like, it's the epitome of 3-lane map design. So, yeah, Raid is going to be a ton of fun, I think, as we get into that map number 2 verdict.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's one of my favorite. When we head over to the Hollywood Hills of California, I'm going to pop my sunglasses off. I'm going to be sitting in the sun, sitting pretty, and I'm excited to hop into that one. I'll be excited to see Game 3. I haven't seen a Slums Control in a while, so I'm hoping that this one goes the distance. And ever since the Spawn revamp, I don't know how much Slums was touched up, but I would assume anything would have been better than what it was before. So to see this one slide its way back into the map pool, we've got a trifecta of Black Ops maps coming through. I mean, obviously Apocalypse is one of the newer ones. That's still Black Ops Cold War, but yeah, this one's gonna be a classic.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, the thing with the control maps, right, is that generally speaking, there's always questions. I think back when, I'm not too sure if they had the spawns touched up outside of the ones that we had, obviously, in the competitive map pool, because Crossfire was not in a good state until they, very recently touched up the spawns, and now it plays very, very well. So I'm not too sure what they've done with the slum spawns on this map, so that's going to be fun to find out. But you mentioned Apocalypse, and I think Apocalypse is also a very good one. Tactical Rab, actually, shout out to him, because he did a video very recently, and he mentioned COD Mobile, brought up, like, what's going to happen in Stage 5, basically, and talked about the map pool, and he was saying, like, Apocalypse is a very underrated map. It was one of my favorites from Black Ops Cold War, and it's been really fun to see in the map pool. I think it is just like a proper sluggerfest where you have like SMGs just going at it all the time. And with this kind of tournament, right, where it's just players not using the meta weapons, you're not seeing like 5 USS 9s or something ridiculous like that. Like, I think Apocalypse is going to be a fun start of the series, Bobby.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's one that a lot of people have grown to love since its introduction a year or 2 ago into the competitive map pool, and one that I think is probably going to stick around for a while just because of the way that they have it set up for only having one map mode combination for each map. So yeah, I think it should be a good one. Definitely a lot of opportunity for those marksmen to really shine. So keep an eye on players like Kings, like Pabzera. Obviously, we've seen Kings put up some crazy performances on the APOC. this season. Looks like we got somebody resetting from the lobby. So in case you were getting your hopes up, nope, that was not FDX joining. That was somebody leaving. Hopefully we can get everything situated soon. Once again, FDX had to join completely last second as a result of Sam's having to dip out as a result of some Wi-Fi issues. So presumably just now getting the game downloading, getting the map situated. Hopefully he will be joining up to the lobby while we look to get things set right here. So thank you guys for your patience. You guys, I don't think I've seen anybody in chat complain about how long we're taking, so that's been nice to see.
Yeah, no, there's been absolutely nothing. I don't think the word yap has been used once the entirety of today. And I've never seen that before, yeah. I've never seen people use that word ever at all. So thank you guys. Really appreciate everything, especially you. You know, not bringing up the word yap. You're a great person. But yeah, I mean, we are just waiting to get the game away here, guys, between Team Cisco and Team Aerith. Again, a reminder that right now, this is still winners round one. Why don't we bring up the bracket for everybody, actually, to give everybody kind of a reminder as to kind of where we're at right now in the bracket. Obviously, it's worth saying we've still got 3 teams in winners round 2 already. So this matchup is for the last spot in winners round 2. We've got it updated now to show you guys that Team Space is there in upper bracket. Round number 2, top 6 guaranteed for all of those teams that have made it forward to that stage of the competition. I mean, looking forward here into the next round of play verdict. Team Abhiz versus Team Lucasin. That's going to be a real fun one to watch. Obviously, Vega's actually going to be playing in that matchup. So what a fun time, even though he's already lost half of his earnings from this tournament to Marshy. So we are going to get to see him go head-to-head with Lucasin.
Yeah, that's going to be a heavyweight matchup indeed. We're going to be jumping into voice comms to 100% hear that godlike 2023 roster, including Vague and that one, as well as Shisui, if I'm not mistaken, or Suiwa. I can't remember who it was. But nonetheless, that one's going to be a banger. I can't wait to see who comes out on top of this one, because Team Space, our sleeper pick, obviously came through, I wouldn't say with an upset, a very commanding performance in a hard point, and then also a way to thread the needle there towards the end to close out that search and destroy and not let it get to a game 3 and give Elevate 1.1 the opportunity to strike back. So that's a very strong team and it's on. And obviously we're waiting for the breaking point on this one to see who's going to be the winner and who's going to be facing off against them.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing, right? Is that at Team Space, I even underestimated them. Maybe I should have done. I know you were giving a lot of love to Crozian, and he did come out and play very well in that hub. I think it was like 36 is what he dropped back in the first game or something like that. But I'm going to give a lot of love to Space, because I don't know why I didn't expect Space to come out and just totally slay out in both the respawn and in the search and destroy. The amount of first bloods that he was getting, obviously on the other side was Little B, so there's only so much you can take away from them. But still, Space just plays phenomenally well, and I really think, again, given the fact that he's got a lot of like shooters on his roster, obviously Shark, Marvel, Crozian, and Jez, for those of you guys who don't know, that is, I think, a really good performance from Space. So shout out to him. Team Space, not a roster that you're going to want to underestimate. And I think for Team Cisco and Team Aerith here, as we get into this match, guys, again, it's not an easy bracket moving forward. I think a lot of people would have said that they wouldn't want to fight Team Peejay, but actually Team Space Bobby, they're just a roster that for either Cisco or Aerith, as they get through to the next round of play, it's going to get more difficult as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, no question about it. I think whoever loses this one is going to be in a tough spot going up against Team Peejay, just because we didn't expect them to be down there. And I mean, once again, showing that Team Space was a sleeper pick for a reason, but no question across the board, we've got some really, really good talent. It is tough to see Igroen go out early in his first event. Obviously, a little bit of a disadvantage not being able to draft his own team specifically for himself, but hopefully we see him bounce back in future events. Right now, we got 4 players on each team, so I'm asking admins if we just want to play a 4v4, because obviously we would like to start the game as much as you guys would. There's just no question about that one. But hopefully things get situated relatively soon. I don't think that we need to hop to another break, but she's asking if I want.
We can talk. We got things to talk about.
Okay.
I mean, we want a 5v5, but what we got here is, if life hands you lemons, make lemonade.
Yeah. Or if you have beans,
you put them in the trash. That's right. Good call, buddy.
Beans on toast. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this is a
put
good
them in the bag, buddy.
to start the start the propaganda, okay, guys? Listen, if you've never had beans on toast before, you can eat beans on toast. Anyway, listen, that was just in there. It's subliminal. You didn't hear anything. You just now you might be going to bed tonight thinking about beans on toast. All right, I totally get it. I'm not going to turn this to the beans on toast broadcast. I promise. Anyway, yeah, listen, we are going to get into the game as soon as possible, guys. We're just deciding right now whether we want to make these guys play 4v4 because someone is torching time. Honestly, I was about to get into this game and roast FDX. Not in any negative way. Obviously, he's going to go into the series cold. I was going to say he's going to go in so cold that he might be a Greg sausage roll. But you guys don't have Gregs in the US, and you obviously don't have sausage rolls, so it wouldn't make much of a joke for anybody. But yeah, anyway, we are just waiting for the game to get underway right now. Who are the players missing, Bobby? Are we
Pabzera and FDX. Pabzera dipped out of the lobby, and we don't know where he is. So if Pabzera is not going to be back anytime soon, then I would say we go ahead and start it in a 4v4. But I don't have like real-time updates on what's happening right here. So we're just waiting on our admins to get things figured out. Hopefully maybe we can ask the players, and we do have Pabzera joining back, so hopefully that's an indicator that we are one step closer to getting things started. We're almost there, chat. Anyway. I know you guys are very excited for Team Abhiz versus Team Lucas, which is probably part of the reason for the impatience.
Yes, yeah, that is going to be a really fun game, I think, just on the whole. Again, you know, the fact that we actually finally get Vague back, it's playing. I still can't believe, by the way, Vague, he almost torched our storylines. If he didn't wake up the entire day, I would have been very angry at Vague. He should have been there on the Meltdown Search and Destroy. I am angry at Vague, actually, Verdict, because we were denied Vague on Meltdown Search and Destroy playing with Godlike, and for that reason, we are probably going to eternally hate Vague.
Yeah, we were robbed of an opportunity to get a once in a lifetime, you know, chance at seeing Vague and Godlike in a Meltdown Search and Destroy that we'll probably never get an opportunity to do ever again unless we can pay the admins to you know, play it twice. Who knows? Spin the block.
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of killed the hype of it at this point. Yeah. You know, it's just like, yeah, we already saw it.
Yeah, like, moments passed. Yeah. You can't bring that one back. You can't be mad at anybody but Vague chat. So go ahead and spam those L Vagues. And, you know, just let him hold that one for the remainder of the day. Obviously, if he would have slept all the way through, I would have been, genuinely impressed that he was able to do that. But he did wake up and he said, Bobby, check DMs. And hello, he's back into the event. So I don't know what he said in that DM, Bobby, but good for him.
He said that Marshy wanted to sub out anyway because he didn't have Overkill unlocked. So I was like, well, if Marshy wants to sub out, I guess we will acquiesce to Marshy's requests. And
yes, but if Team Abhiz go into this next series,
chat FDX is here. Badly, claps in chat.
There you go. FDX is here. Have we got 5v5? Are we?
He's not ready yet, but he's in the lobby, which is a lot of progress relative to what we've seen.
There we go. Yeah, I was saying that if Vague it doesn't perform now, if he subs in for Team Abhiz in the next series and he does not perform, I don't think they're going to be.
We're roasting him. Yeah, we're absolutely roasting him. Yeah, I mean we were going to roast him before. He's kind of like our punching bag when Little B's not there, right? Or is that just me? Yeah. I like to give him a hard time.
I think so. I think you're right. I think that's like the right way to do things. I think, you know, if we go in like on an order of people that we use as our punching bag on cast, it's Little B, and then it's Vague. And then who's next after that? Who would you guys say is like the next player that we need to try and kind of talk bad things about all the time? Who are we going with?
That one's kind of tough. That one's kind of tough. I don't know if there's any. I think it's just them two right there. We'll just continue to take we'll just continue to take shots at them back and forth. Obviously, that's kind of been like the whole narrative of the event so far.
All right. We love to see it. Don't know how close we are to getting into the game here.
We just need one player to ready up, so we're almost there.
We're almost there, guys. We're so close. Alrighty. Yeah, we're just waiting for the game to get underway, folks. Again, a reminder as to what the map set's going to look like for this best of 3. We haven't seen a control yet, so hopefully we do see one. If we do, there will be a slums. But before we get there, it will be an Apocalypse Hardpoint and a Raid Search and Destroy, which we've already said we're very excited for both of those maps. Obviously, Apocalypse Hardpoint is something you guys will have seen in competitive rotation all of the time, pretty much constantly. But Raid Search and Destroy, we are going to see that. It's going to be very exciting. With that said then, folks, we have game number 1 ready to go. FDX is in. He's as cold as a Greg sausage roll. Let's hit it.
Wait, what?
Woo! I have no idea what that
Okay.
is.
Yeah. That's got to be British too, bud.
Yeah, that's...
Just put the beans on the toast and put it in the trash can, man.
How long were you
I know
waiting
he
for
can't-
that?
You know what? I told him it was coming around the corner. I was just waiting for an opportunity for him not to be able to strike back. And you know what? I'll take the low-hanging fruit in this instance, and we'll see if. No, never mind. We'll take the high road and bounce out of the lobby? Question mark. Does my voice phrases higher?
Take me home to the place I belong.
Man,
Sing
I didn't
along,
expect the
chat.
box.
Oh, damn, he's back.
Oh man, so close yet so far. You guys got rid of me. A Greg sausage roll, by the way, is like a, I don't know, it's like a pastry. It's like a. You guys know what a sausage roll is, though, right?
Yeah.
Where it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
Okay, I know. Actually, I think they're different in the US because I think in the US it's like a small little like sort of chipolata sausage, right, or something like that. Whereas in the UK
We call
they're
those.
like
Wait, is it like a weenie in a blanket, or what is it? Pigs in a blanket?
pigs in blankets. Yeah, you guys. I think what you
Yeah.
guys sausage rolls are like pigs in blankets. over in the US, but that's
Oh,
okay.
okay.
In the UK, they're like fat. You get like fat ones, right? You get like sausage
Hey,
meat
yo.
shoved into like a hot pastry or something. It's a big sausage. Okay,
Oh,
it's
okay.
sausage rolls are great. Anyway,
I'm
Alright.
dying over here. Get us into the game, bro. I'm trying not to break. I'm tapping out right now.
All right, I think we're hopping back in, so hopefully we're
Boy.
good to go. We might be back to you in the next 15 seconds infinity. Who can really say? But we have an attempt at a star once again, and perfect timing for for Verdict.
Yeah, I was turning red like the little violet from Willy Wonka and Chocolate Factory. Of course, they turn blue, but boy, oh boy, it's hard not to break character on this one. Let's see if who's gonna get the break here off the rip now as we're getting geared up for game number 1 of our 4th series. And tonight, still plenty of Call of Duty Mobile to play. Topside spawn's gonna be locked in for the time being. Team Cisco and crew not gonna be able to get very much time, but as long as they got the perch up here, they are sitting pretty for that P2 that is inevitable.
We got Jai in the top side right here, looking to lock things down. Spots out Cisco and absolutely beams. One on the Mihawk below as well. And one more to be dealt with. He's on an early 4 spree. Knew he was one of the players to watch coming into this one and showing us why. 3 on the board for Kings as well, as it is going to be Team Aerith getting the better of the time to get things started. Cisco shut down off the point. Nice 3-piece for Mihawk, but not going to be enough to earn them any time. But they maintain those topside spawn control. And King's going to be able to pick one more up onto Spy before getting traded right there. It's Kairu locking down Cliffside. One sliding through in spades. He's going to be able to find one. Aerith seeing if she can do any damage. Slow playing it right here, but 100 killer likely going to shut her down. Slides past and ends up getting the kill anyway.
Oh, that's huge. Not going to amount to much, though. Plays it to the front. Hills open up for business. Backline spawns being held. Team Cisco and crew put up a healthy amount of points on towards that P1 objective. However, they're playing a hands-off approach here, which has netted a few points going in favor of Team Aerith. They're going to be able to smash on through. Spawns are not. Here they come. Aerith running and gunning. A 3 at the helm. Oh, what an egregious pull. It's the Tempest here early on. And ladies and gentlemen, she's lighting them up. They shall not pass. Spawns are not. Hill has been occupied, and they are just continuing the roll, Bobby. 30 seconds left to go here in this P2 transition, and not a drop being held by the side of Team Cisco.
That's a huge play out of her to kind of stall out that spawn flip, and looks like they're going to be able to get the bulk of the scrap time as well. She, Kings leading the way, so if I had to guess, probably NA servers, but Jai not having too difficult of a time keeping up either, as he's going to be able to pick up all the scrap time right here. They're going to find themselves with a 50-point lead as we head back toward P3 right here. And right now, priority's got to be on flipping these spawns out if you are Team Cisco. Do not want to give those up for free. Kairu on the flip right here. Gonna look to find some picks in the backside. Takes down Spades off the point. Does get shut down by the Pred in the hands of Kings, and he's up to 17 already. Absolute monster of a map for him so far, as Mihawk's gonna be able to push through, and now an opportunity for them to chip away at the lead.
Yeah, this is a big time play. Operators invested 3 at the helm. It's going to be Spy at a distance and up close and personal in your face. It's Mihawk as he is able to shut down Jai. King's able to get the trade. 3 in the feed in yellow. Hill still occupied in blue. Aerith and squad looking to get the break, and it's inevitable indeed. Mihawk at a distance, trying to make something happen, but as the feed lights up yellow once again, Aerith and crew just absolutely running it. Now they're trying to get the connection over to P4-2. And it just looks like it is getting bad to worse here for the boys over at Cisco and squad. Need to find a way to stop the bleeding as the death machine comes out for FDX. Needs to find some max value out of it. Aerith right here on the corner. Will he be able to read it? Oh, he does. Perfect timing for him. Kings, though, in retaliation, able to shut him down. All's well ends well. It's Team Aerith running amok here in this map 1. This first set of hills, Bobby, very lethal.
22 Kings through 3 hard points or 22 kills for 3 hard points for Kings. He's been going crazy in this one. Aerith, 15 on the board. We've seen some of our content creators struggle so far today. She has certainly not been one of them. Max value off of this Tempest already and gets 1 more to go on the back end right there. Hunter Killer's not going to be able to find any value, but even with the weak side spawns, they're able to do some damage. Those spawns flip out as well. Cisco gets shut down, and she is looking untouchable on the inside of the hard point right here. Now working on an EMP. The Pred's going to drop right there.
Oh, boy.
And those are the final points needed to finish off the EMP. So she is leading the way big time for her squad. Now up to 130 points.
Yeah, we're going to be able to shut her down, but damage been done. Predator been as well. EMP at the ready as we're getting geared up for our second set of hills. 136 to 42. Need a major bounce back for Team Cisco. Can they get the job done? They're going to have to do it in the pits as they don't have the luxury of being up top this time around. Not that they were able to make much of it in the first set of hills. It is now or never, do or die. Bounce back here if you want to take any kind of chance at winning this game. Cisco doing his best to play his life. He's going to be able to find a few kills in the feed, and that's going to be ample opportunity for them to grab some time. Still a contest coming through, and Jai finally going to get shut down. Will it amount to Team Cisco being able to clap some time? Yeah, but it's only going to be the last 25 seconds, and they have yet to get the cross over towards that P2 spawn site. Aerith and crew, they got a hefty lead for the time being. They're going to go ahead and sacrifice a little bit just to maintain.
Yep. And we've seen this gap close a little bit. We actually see Cisco getting an EMP right here. He goes crazy, gets some shots onto players top cliffs, but not going to be enough for the kill. The wallbang damage not going to connect for quite enough, and the Sparrow hops up, and that is a risky move. Taken down by the trophy system right there. Wishing he could have that one back for sure. And now Aerith locking down the top side with Spades pushing up. Not his best map so far, only 7 kills, but has been able to lock in a decent chunk of that scrap time. We do once again see Team Cisco hopping in control of the hard point right here. They're slowly but surely chipping away at that lead. This could get nice and mixy down the stretch.
It could be indeed. Smashing to the front. Oh my god, Mihawk. A glorious nade able to shut him down, but the damage is done. They're going to be able to play it through the front and on a hill that you're not used to see. Well, I say that, and we literally watched Team Aerith do the same thing last round, but this time around, the shoe's on the other foot, and let me tell you, it's looking pretty dang good. Mihawk and crew finally starting to pick things up. They get the flip of the spawns, but it might be the worst of the time now as we're getting geared up for a P3 stealth rotation. Only a 20-point disadvantage at the time being, and man, oh man, you said it, that lead was disappearing, and surely I'm starting to believe you.
Kairu absolutely smoking any point of entry with the SKS right there on P2. That is big value. Pops the EMP here as well. We've seen a few of those farmed. Aerith not expecting him to push on through. A couple missed shots. Not going to matter. And that's going to be the death machine shut down at the hands of a shotgun. King sliding on through. Finally finds the trade. But man, oh man, are things unraveling quickly for Team Aerith as they are struggling to maintain this map control. King's doing what he can with the Sparrow in hand, and he's able to get a couple, but shut down as well. And just like that, Team Cisco have made their way back on the point.
Team Cisco made their way back on the point. Let's make their ways back into their VCs. Let's go ahead and do a listen in. I need to hear it. Right now, the rallies, or the troops got to be rallying. Let's go ahead and jump in with the VC listen in with Team Cisco.
I flipped it.
Nice. Give temple.
I'm a gunner.
One P1, P1,
P1,
P1,
P1,
P1.
Nice, guys.
Watch cave, nice.
One cave,
Hold
pick. Yo, be careful, deep. Be careful.
One more P1, one
One spawn.
Come middle now.
One
Dead,
small
dead,
copy.
dead, dead.
Nice.
One boys.
Spawn. Dark room.
Yo, hold cave, highest copy.
P1, 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 P1.
One
One,
cave,
one,
cave,
one.
cave,
Keep that.
One more
Middle,
cave, one more cave, one more
middle
cave.
now.
On time.
Watching backs up, dead.
Nice, Mick.
One middle, fake.
Hey,
One out.
point cave, guys.
Out.
He's big rock.
Going. One out.
Yo, mid hut.
One more, dark.
Letting go.
Yo, one. I got two.
Alright, let's go. One going, peeking.
Low. Rocks low.
One out.
Copy, let's
One
go.
green. Only one green.
One more copy.
The rocks. Cubby one hit.
Green.
Dead Cubby.
Okay, all.
Alright, let's do it.
No.
I'm in Chimmy.
Well, the comm's sounding really good for Team Cisco right there. They don't manage to really build anything off of it as they do see those spawns flip on P4 and definitely one of the toughest hard points to break without spawn control on this map. So we see that lead build back up to 60 points right here. They're in desperate need of a flip, and especially without strong side spawn control. I don't know how Jai spawned in right there behind Mihawk. But once again, taking the strong side spawns, it's just a question of what can they manage to do on this P1 hard point is going to be crucial.
Yeah, it is indeed. And doing a little bit of damage on both ends, able to get some points off and then also preserve. Yeah, it's going to be a hard ask. So far, they've done pretty decent job. Jai at a distance, able to pop his op. War Machine at the ready, not going to find anything out of it. So maybe a little bit of a waste. And 2 in return. I don't know if I quite like the call. Mihawk's going to get shut down. They are holding the objective for the time being. A break might be a certain as Pabzera is going to be able to find a little bit of topside control. The hop-up is going to be occupied. He's going to get dealt with, but it is going to be enough to spread the attention over from Team Cisco as now they're going to be taking the hill. And only 35 seconds needed left to close this one out. Still a very close ball game. Either way it goes.
Yep. And doing a good job of minimizing the time that Team Aerith can get here, but not really getting a ton of time of their own. They do maintain that spawn control. They've got to get pushed in right here. Cannot allow the opposition to get too far pushed up into those that tunnel side. And right now, there's only 2 players really locking down. Nobody on the close window. Right now, just making sure that the spawns don't flip out. And it looks like they're going to be able to do that in the top side. But you got to reinforce the hard point.
Yeah, you got to reinforce the hard point. You got some crazy kind of spawns there, too, as well. I mean, I've seen all kinds of things. Keiru, at a distance, able to smoke and beam a few, but through the smoke, some free time going to be collected. Get in there, objective, buddy. Somebody, there we go. There we go. Finally, I'm like, okay, man, we're kind of stalling here in this one. Only 13 points needed to close it out. King's going to be beamed on in the last second. Cisco, I mean, I don't know what kind of spot he's in, but he has been on the objective several times, and they had not been collecting objective. Maybe on the outskirts of that, the point where it's being collected. Nonetheless, the break's going to come through. Plenty of time to close it down, but it is going to be a retake back in order. And we are heading over to a P3 where this one could close down surely, Bobby. 11 points only needed here for Team Aerith.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'd be really surprised if we saw one final push there on P2 for Team Cisco. We don't end up seeing that. They actually flip out right there, but they shut down the death machine all onto Kairu right here to try to save things. And he's going to hop down, but a swing and a miss could not have come at a worse time. They got to chuck bodies at the hill. They just don't have anybody close enough, and it looks like they come up a day late and a dollar short. 50 bomb for Kairu is going to be for naught, as they do end up taking the L on that one. Definitely very competitive all the way through, but as expected, the talent really shining for Team Aerith. And we talked about Jai being somebody that could potentially have a massive impact regardless of server, and that was absolutely the case as he leads the way with 41 kills.
Yeah, I mean, that man absolutely slayed out. 1:28 on the hill to go along with it. There is this one. I mean, it started quick for Team Aerith. A little bit of a comeback amounted. I don't know where things kind of went awry. I think it was that P3 to P4 rotation that you mentioned, where it's kind of difficult to get out of if you don't have the spawn. So the connection over in that second set of hills was crucial. Kind of helped them tuck this game away at a 250 to 190, a lot closer than it could have been. Kairu, you drop 50. But at some point, you got to hop the hill. I mean, you got to get off the heady. You've got to hop the hill. You got to you got to be a team player in that instance. Obviously, he earned streaks going along towards the end of that one, but not enough to get the job done, Bobby.
Yeah, that's just one of those instances of like people naturally look at a scoreboard, and if you have a bunch of kills and not many deaths, then they're like, oh, you're the best player. I'm not saying he wasn't the best player on that map. He definitely had impact, but it is also possible to get a lot of kills and not have a huge impact, and it felt like there were a lot of instances where he could have done more to put his team in position to win. Obviously, you don't want to necessarily give up those back spawns, but with only, what, 15 seconds remaining until the enemy team takes the win, that's where you gotta make the call and say, I'm not letting anybody get in the hard point if at all possible, and this left a lot of points on the table right there that could have potentially been the difference in that one. So now we get ready to head into the search and destroy. This is probably, at least as far as the hard point goes, I believe that was our closest round 1 hard point. So hopefully that means we're in for a good search and destroy as well.
God, I hope so. I haven't seen Raid Search and Destroy in so long, Bobby. I have been excited about this one, and I am praying for a game 3 at this point. Just, I mean, a slow start really didn't help the side of Team Cisco. Obviously, we got the jump in with the comms. They were great. They were vibing. They had good comms. It was strictly business in that regard. But hopefully we see them turn it around for the best here, and maybe they can, rely on Kairu to come through and slay out here in this one and make a difference in the turn events.
100%. Looking at the, I guess, kind of the sniper power on each side, you got Aerith and Pabzera for Team Aerith, and for the opposition, I know Kairu, I believe it was our sniper-only tournament. Yeah, where Kairu was the MVP right there. So you got him, you got Cisco, you got FDX. You certainly have enough power in the long-range department. We'll see what the SMG duo of Spy and Mihawk are able to do. And that's one thing, I think, especially you look at players like Mihawk and Lucasen, who have been playing in Saudi League. They have gotten very used to playing on high ping, and I'm sure there's a specific play style that really benefits more from the way that you play that. And so I think that's going to be an advantage that both of those two players are going to have in these types of things, because they're playing with people in the Middle East from South America for a large portion of when you're practicing for that. That's obviously something that you've got to get used to. And clearly, Mihawk put up big numbers there in that one. They do end up coming short, but we'll see what he can bring to the table here in the search and destroy.
Well, just him and Spy that need to be readied up, and we can hop on into it. We're heading over to the lovely Hollywood Hills of California, chat. It's Raid. It's Search or Destroy. It's going to be a banger. On the ropes, you've got Team Cisco. Are they down? Yeah. Are they out? Absolutely not. This is their chance to get redemption. Will be the sniper presence of Pabzera and Aerith, who will be able to put the dagger in him and finish it. We're about to find out here as things are about to get mixy now. Just waiting for one to ready to go. Predictions are out the table. I'm ready to lock and load. We're ready to jump into the game. I'm done yapping. Let's get the casting.
All right. It's very rare that the timing of my comment of ready actually correlates to the game starting. So happy with that one. I'm also now realizing we never actually got to see the 3-line rifle. Somebody tell Pabzera that the Tundra is banned. Somebody tell Pabzera. Mate, yo. Okay.
There we go.
Switched to the Locust. Had me stressing a little bit right there. We're good to go here in round number 1. Oh my gosh, Mihawk, what in the world was that? Kings finds first blow.
Ooh, King's gonna get pushed. Mihawk. Whoa, a little bit of movement, a little fast, a little juking and jiving. 3v3 now as the bomb still left in the spawn. No, it was a death by, I'm not sure. Mihawk gonna be able to find much more value there as he does fall to the shots of spades. All down to 1. Cisco, the team captain, surrounded and pounced on. The first round going in favor of the defense as they just put the full court pressure on Bobby.
Yep. They made quick work of that one, and once again, with this not being a competitive map, we're probably going to see more fast pushes, more aggression here than we would out of some of the more practice maps, especially with these largely being pro players. We get Pabzera just full sending it up the middle right here. It's that sniper in place. No eyes on anybody as of yet, but Mihawk has been taken down. Jai's able to do a lot of damage right there, but not going to pursue, at least not instantly, to finish off the kill. Is he looking? I thought he was going to pick up the VMP and run double VMP, but now opting to sit back. Played a little bit slower, and for good reason. He's got FDX's teammate right through here with a sniper in hand. Doesn't matter. Shuts him down immediately. Beams onto Cisco as well, but Kairu on the top side gonna be able to shut him down. Trades go both ways. Spy looking for something. Not meant to be. Cisco 1v3. Can he make it happen on the main stage? No, sir. That's gonna be some body shots for Kings, and Team Aerith going up 2-0 on the map.
Absolutely excellent performance out of Aerith and crew. You had a deep wrap there from Pabzer. I was on his trail the whole time, man. Just casually lurked all the way through the back lines, able to piece one there, open up the floodgates, and King's able to, or I'm sorry, yeah, King's able to find that last blood. Huge. 2 rounds in a row, the defense standing strong. The ringside, not a fan favorite here, or favorite indeed for the attacking side. They have been shut down as a quick hit over towards the A site. Only one player to deal with in Aerith. Don't quite know if she's held the back lines. First blood does swing in favor of Team Cisco. Will they be able to capitalize on it now as the nades are through? It's going to prevent the bomb plant from coming through, but they got to make a breach onto this objective. And let me tell you, Aerith has got the #1 spot on the map. She's got to go big here to prevent this one.
Mihawk is committed heavily up toward money right here, so no amount of map control for Team Aerith. They're looking for something. Pabzero is going to be able to shut down 1, and that's going to be 2 to bring it into a 3v3. Mihawk getting aggressive right here as he's trying to clear out some space toward this top side, but doesn't peek out right there. Once again, the bomb carrier trying to decide what route they want to take. It looks like they're going to hit the wrap toward B. One player could potentially deal with it is Kings, and Pabzero's going to find one onto Cisco. So the instant push on over to B. Kings doesn't really seem to have any idea. We'll see what the move is off of this opening play. Don't think he got an audio cue right there, but he will with the bomb going down. But shot's gonna miss, and Spy turns and burns.
Oh, Spy. If you clutch this, buddy, we are clipping that one. It was nasty. Pab's gonna be red.
Oh my.
Gets the read on Aerith. Catches her lacking. Oh my, it might be done. 1v3 up for grabs. Spy. What a dominant performance. Oh my God, Kings got spat on.
Yeah, that was disgusting. He had no business winning that one. Goes big for his squad. And that is a much needed round as they were on the brink of going down 3-0 right here. Cisco got to be saying his prayers for him to be clutching up right there and see if that gives them a little bit of momentum here in this one. Once again, it's a more aggressive B hit. We got players top side of ring. Jai should have eyes on him, although I don't know if he can take down the planter right here. Does find one regardless. Spy not going to be able to stay alive, and now FDX all alone.
Yeah.
No time for him to work with. Gets one with the boxing gloves, but it looks like he connects. Oh, nope. He's back. And not meant to be. The bomb has been hopped, and another round goes the way of Team Aerith.
I thought that the bomb had already been defused just based off of the abrupt stop. Very unfortunate. Momentum was certainly what they were looking for, but what they found was a dead end, obviously. 1v5 just not up for grabs there. Great job of trying to carry it over into the next round. Nonetheless, back to the norm. Status quo here. Team Aerith. Ooh. Able to pounce there in that last round. Spades able to open the first blood. Make it 2 to go.
Mihawk's on the flank right here. Oh, Pabzera hits the follow-up shot and the body shots to go with it. Tough shot for him right there. Spy's going to be able to take down 1 in spades, but the trades go back and forth. And once again, we're left in a 1v3. Cisco looking for an opening right here. They should have a pretty good idea of what position he's playing. The bomb is down. They can kind of play off that audio cue as he'll need to retrieve it, especially with only 40 seconds remaining. See if he realizes what the timing needs to be. Jai gets to position in perfect timing and shuts him down as Team Aerith very much back in the driver's seat once again.
Yep, very commanding lead indeed. Maybe we'll see something spark here on the later portions of this one. It's going to be the last round of the attack here in Raid. For the side of Team Cisco, let's see if they can mount a comeback. Obviously, we've seen them with some clutches on the backs of Spy. Rotation over through. Smoke's going to allow FDX to get a little bit of map control as he's got the BP-50 at the helm. Obviously, we're going to be cutting him some slack because he had to sub in last second. Aerith on the back line. He's going to run right into the shots. Oh, big gunny one there. That's map control for days. You got Laundry. You got the bomb planted. And just like that, Pabzero? What was that?
Double kill off the vehicle explosion to bring it into a 3v3 right here. Pressure is on for Kairos. He's patrolling Red Room. Kings doesn't peek initially, but gives away that information, and honestly, not sure why he took a shot right there. Spade's gonna hop up and gets punished immediately, so into a 2v2 we go. Kairos doesn't realize Kings is pushing through. Now it's all on to FDX. It seems like Pabzera knows, but not gonna be able to get the kill. Opportunity at a 1v2, and Kings continues to peek right here. Ballsy play, not a whole lot of time to work with, and he didn't really have any other options. Well played by FDX, coming in at the last second. He's going to be able to clutch up 1v2 for his squad.
All right, second chance of life. We hit a flip. We got ourselves a ball game. 4-2. Race to 7. Kind of feels like we're in a very similar situation that we were in the APOC. It's now or never. They needed that round and so desperately right before we flipped. And surely enough, that's the momentum they need. FDX starting to get the gunnies rolling. Chad, oh my God. Is going to get shut down. Maybe a little bit of an overheat. Maybe a little bit of overhype. I'm sorry about that one for you, bud. I set you up for failure. Jai going to be able to find one in the background, too. That's going to be even 3v3. Well, what the hell was that, Mihawk?
Nearly had the timing for a 4K. Well responded by Kings to trade right there into a 2v2. Teams on complete opposite sides of the map. 50 seconds remain right here, and bomb in hand for Kings. So they're going to look to make the play up through Waterside. Cisco's the player that could potentially shut this down early. It looks like he's actually going to opt to play for audio cues right here. Should be able to hear them running down below, so if anything, that gives them information to play off of. Although, based on the way Spy's moving, I don't know if they read it. Now they make the wrap toward the top side. Kings backs up, SMG in hand, and he hears the shot. As I don't know if Cisco was going for the wall bang or maybe something else. Spy very far out right here and should have seen Spades trying to reposition for a better angle, and I think Spades saw him as well. All players should have info right here. It's really all onto the gunnies, and Spy beams clean two-piece and a much-needed round once again for Team Cisco as the body shots go through.
Oh, yeah, we love that. A little bit of bad manners. A little bit of that lead starting to disappear. First round through. Excellent recovery. Spy on 10. He's been an absolute madman for this crew. Does a great job of playing his life through the middle of the map. Cisco, I got to commend you there. I don't think he got a single kill, but he played his role well. Nonetheless, lead starting to dwindle. Backline starting to get approached there for FDX and crew. They're looking for the lurk on the backside. A side hit yet again. Aerith gonna go ahead and get the job done. Pabzera's absolute one shot, but Spade's able to find the first blood. 45 seconds. This was already gonna be a quick search and destroy round nonetheless. It's down to 3, and it might be an answer back here for the boys over at Team Aerith.
Big shot from Cairo in the top side. Evens up the lives ever so slightly, but they've got to move quickly here. Spades finds one onto Cisco. Now all down to Cairo. It'd have to be a 1v3 for him. 4K in the round if he can make it happen. Picks up the sniper to see what he's working with, but he's got to wait for Aerith to make that first point of contact. Very well played out of them, and that's another round going through. There's been a couple miracle rounds here and there for Team Cisco, but not really anything convincing. And it's definitely showing up on the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, it is indeed. And you start to see, 50-50 slugfest going in. No miracle round there for side of Team Cisco. Very unfortunate timing. Aerith's just in a perfect position. Payoff round. Looks like we got a little bit of a split approach. Cairo going to be able to find the first blood there as someone peeks in through red. Nobody can't do it on my watch. Able to find a second one too. Spades playing with fire gets burnt. Oof. Okay, Cisco or Agabu or Aerith rather going to be able to get the trade, and Spy going to be able to collect another one. Indeed, now it's down to a 2v4.
Jai looking for an entry right here through the mid map. It's going to be Mihawk right on the back side of that wall. Crucial gunfight right here if they opt to take it, but actually just going to walk through red right here, and that's going to put the pressure onto Cisco. Not his best game so far. Jai gets the pick. Well timed right there. Cisco trades, and now on to Aerith for the 1v3. Not a lot of time to work with. Only 26 seconds right here. She's got to move.
She gets this clearance. There might be, I don't know, could be a chance. Peels the skull back there of Cisco. One dealt with on the cross. Nate shot out. It's perfectly timed, but it is going to be Mihawk who wins the gunfight as Aerith had the right idea. Unfortunately, didn't have the right gunny. That's going to be another round back in favor as we go back and forth. Cisco and crew starting to nail their way back into this one, Bobby.
One round at a time. They're chipping away at that lead. It's going to get real spicy over here on the A side. 5-man hit toward Pool, and that's going to be Mihawk peeking through, but he can't get a kill, and that's going to be big time. Opens up that site. 3 players on the backside right here. What can they do? Trade left and right. FDX finds 2, and that's going to be A site control now, all down to Aerith in a 1v3 yet again.
I was about to say, there's no way we're just going to dangle our teammates out there and not get trades, but FDX goes big. The team shot's massive. Aerith, the last one alive, dusted. Kairu evens us up at 5. And ladies and gentlemen, the lead's gone. Cisco and crew, they're barking on the doors here. Can they get a little bit of a lead for themselves? Maybe take us to that game 3. They only need 2 to close it out.
Cisco, trophy down right here, looking for first blood. Not going to over peek, backs up, waits for the reinforcement. I mean, he's the only player here right now, and they are once again 5-man sending into the site. Aerith's going to be able to find 1, Pabzera another. And once again, an opportunity for them to take the lead. They've just struggled to put it away right here. Big engagement in this top side. It's all onto FDX. Spots out Spades down below. That's a ballsy chow. And he ends up paying for it. 2v5. Not looking great for Kairu and Mihawk, but 1 player down already.
Oh, but you got the timing here for Kairu. Oh, never mind. I'll shut my door and my mouth on the way out. 1 kill to show for it. No retake happening there. It was a perfect setup. They get the sights. They get that first blood that was crucial onto Cisco, and it was all out floodgates there. Let's see if they smash it yet again now, as this could be the last round of this search and destroy and of this series. Quick smash over towards the A site. 3 players stacking it though this time around, Bobby. Might be a recipe for disaster if Team Aerith can't handle it abruptly.
Yep. Jai's looking for one of those long-range picks, but his teammate Pabzera shut down right there, and they don't get the player sliding across basketball either. Mihawk topside does get taken down. Jai looking for a jump shot, knows exactly where Kairu is, but it's Spades picking up the kill, and that equalizes into a 3v3. So many snipers on the board right now. Spy with an LMG for info right here. Cisco with an opportunity to make a play. It's all on to who gets eyes first, and it's actually FDX reading the round right here, but he gets shut down.
Oh, out of position. Very unfortunate. FDX needed to play his life. I mean, obviously, if he'd been able to find 1 before he goes, there's value. Nonetheless, gets caught out in the open. The transition read well, and all of a sudden, the 3 players left standing are in a perfect position to hold off for this retake. Spy and Cisco going to have to do it through the middle of the map. They're going to look to gain some reset towards the backside of their spawn line. Spades is going to get shut down, and we're down to a 2v2. To the middle of the map, they cut it.
Oh my gosh!
Very devastating! And that is going to close that one out as the sniper shot lands almost instantaneously. Bobby, no comeback here. 7-5 victory. Team Aerith moving on to the upper semifinals.
Oh my gosh. You know, since we've got a break, I'm going to go watch the replay on that. Jai got a nade and a sniper kill to land instantaneously. So I'm gonna hop back into the replay right there just to see. No, oh wait, I accidentally clicked 1 too many times. All right. Never mind. Wow. What a performance. Infinity. What do you make of it?
Oh, mate, that was a phenomenal search and destroy. I was convinced there for a second we were going to see our first control. We were so close at the start, obviously. And really the start for both of the games. Team Aerith, they just had such a fast start, had a massive lead. I think it was, I want to say 4-1 in the search and destroy. And then in the hard point, it was like a 70 to 80 point deficit, something like that. And just having starts like that it's very difficult for the opposition to come back from. But they almost did. And shout out to FDX especially because he had a really slow start, I think, not just to the hard point, but also to the search and destroy. And then we got later into that search and destroy. FDX, I think, started to find more and more kills, and they started to find more and more rounds. But in the end, just too little, too late, mate. We were so close to seeing a control. But in the end, we're denied, and obviously that makes me sad.
Yeah, would have been nice to see. What we go through all 4 matchups and we don't get to see a single control. Obviously, it would have been nice, but we'll take what we can get. And ultimately, we're just praying that Team Lucas versus Team Abhiz is the one that actually ends up delivering. Because if there's any matchup that we would like to see him have 3 out of, it would certainly be that one.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take a look over here at the bracket to show you guys where everything's at now. Obviously, we'll be moving Team Aerith forward to the bracket. They'll be facing Team Space next in winners round 2. But you mentioned it there, Bobby. Team Abhiz going head-to-head with Team Lucasin. That is the next match on the board. Quick thoughts from you boys before we get into that one very soon. Verdict, starting with you. Abhiz, Lucasin. Who do you have taking this matchup?
Oh, it's got to be Lucasin, only just for the simple fact that Vague's back into the Lima, and I just don't think they're going to mesh very well. Simple enough.
Alrighty, Bobby, what about you, mate? Abhiz, Lucasin, you think Vague coming in here? You think there's going to be the God squad, the God chemistry?
I don't think it's going to be a chemistry issue. I just think Team Lucasin's better, straight up. Like, that is
100%.
just such a nasty roster. I think it is going to be very, very difficult. Obviously, there's a lot of talent on Team Abhiz as well, but I think Lucasin has the more well-rounded roster. So I'm going Team Lucasin in this one.
Yeah, I totally agree. For what it's worth, I definitely have Team Lucasin again. I've been gassing up the composition of this roster since we first take a look over at the draft, Bobby. And so I think for sure they are hot favorites coming to this one. But we know there's godlike fans out there, and they're going to be supporting Team Abhiz going to the next matchup. I'm not sure if they'll be supporting Vague, but I mean, they'll be supporting the team regardless of whether or not Vague's actually playing. With that said, then I believe we're going to take a quick break here before we get into the next couple of matches, guys, as we get the winners around 2 matchups set. Of course, Team Abhiz versus Team Lucasin. Don't go far, folks. On the other side of this break, we got that banger of a matchup. Welcome back, everybody, here for the Overkill Overload. We are done with our first round of matchups. Now it's time to get into winners round 2. And the one you've been waiting for is finally upon us. Yes, Vague is finally about to play with Abhiz and, of course, the rest of the godlike players that are a part of this team. I'm Finney, joined by Bobby Plays and Verdict. For this one, it's going to be a fun time. Let's waste no time. Let's get right into it by talking about this upcoming matchup. Verdict, this is the moment we've been waiting for. We couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, dude. Fake putting on the black and yellow, finally starting to see what is going to become of the East versus West ordeal. He's sold his soul, and now he's a part of godlike, baby. Let's go. Let's see what he can account to. Obviously, Marshy was the player who held it down for him while he slept in. Will it be enough? Vague making his debut here in the black and yellows, going to be pretty solid. Lucason's team, on the other hand, they're the real deal.
Yeah, they absolutely are. This is going to be tough competition for Team Abhiz. Let's talk about Team Abhiz then. Their roster, I think, is probably a good way to start the conversation about this next matchup real quick here, because, again, you mentioned it. We did have Marshy playing in the first matchup, Bobby. Now Vague is finally stepping into play. Actually, ignore what it shows on the graphic there. Marshy's not playing right now. It is going to be Vague. We thought for a second Marshy might be playing, but no. Vague is actually back now. And this roster, I mean, they looked really good earlier on today. They obviously won their first match up 2-0. They basically almost 7-0'd the Meltdown Search and Destroy, so they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, and as much as it pains me to say it, Vague has been one of the most consistent players in these events, especially since retiring. The switch over to tablet obviously makes it a lot easier, so having that very recent competitive experience comboed with playing on a bigger device is always going to give you a little bit of an edge. I think the X factor in this matchup is probably going to be Trunks. Obviously, he has not been with that godlike roster for a while, so there may be some amount of chemistry there, but maybe a little bit of a tougher switch for him swapping into here. They've also got a lot of SMGs in this roster, so Trunks, Sweewa, Prevail, Vague, all traditionally SMGs as far as I can remember.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, especially on a map like Takeoff.
Yeah, for sure. I was also thinking when we first found out about this roster, you got like Prevail and Trunks, both like primary shotgun players, the heavy players, as it were, on the same roster again. It's going to be a real fun time to see what this roster is capable of. Obviously, though, we've made a lot of talk out of Lucasine and co. Let's show their roster real quick before we get into the game, because this is the roster, I think, the best composition of any kind of drafted team we've seen this event. Obviously, I think, they've kind of proved that right out the gate, Verdict, because Combine Hardpoint, Lucasine, they came out versus Dozzy and co. And Sao dropped like 44 kills. So that was a phenomenal first round pick out of Lucasine.
Yeah, he's a demon on the map, and he's hard to keep up with. Obviously, on a map like Takeoff, you can often get lost in times. We'll see how much impact he has on the map, as this is a completely different element, completely different beast. I think there is not going to be any question about how well Lucason's going to perform, but high impact SMG players on a map like this can go big on your objective, but again, they is so big. Making these transitions are going to be absolute chaos, as we're going to be looking at Sawa and Viper to kind of prep the team and get prepared to go to battle. Obviously, Veer and Skurd, I think they're going to be two of the biggest players to look at, though. The AR, the long range roles, I think Veer's going to play that anchor very well. Could definitely be one of those guys that you can look to be the biggest impact on the map.
Yeah, I think, I want to say I'm positively surprised by how much I will say as we got into the Search and Destroy that it wasn't all just kind of Sao running at them, right? I think there was an element of like Lucasine particularly shutting down Skull Guy. I think that was a big reason why they were able to win that Search and Destroy. And you're going to need that firepower, I think, as we get into game number 2. I think in particular, you're going to want to have I think everybody firing on all cylinders as opposed to just looking at the raw slaying power. So with that said, guys, I believe that game number 1 is almost ready to get underway. We're going to let you guys know about the map set here before we get into it. We have a Takeoff Hardpoint kick off this series, which is going to be a real fun time. I believe we have a Coastal Search and Destroy. Am I looking at the right one? Yeah. Coastal Search and Destroy for map number 2, and then a Seaside Control for map number 3. Honestly, if I've ever wanted to get to a map number 3, it's right here, because Seaside Control is always a ton of fun. Totally no spawn trapping whatsoever. Let's see what the spawns look like now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm kind of when I was making the map pool, I was just kind of like praying that maybe they made some changes to some of the older control maps. I have no idea. I do feel like there are some spawn changes that have been made even to the rank control map, so that was kind of part of the reason that I had a suspicion about that. But we'll kind of have to wait and see and play it on the fly. Regardless, Seaside is always a lot of fun to watch.
It is. I think it's just a very, like, I mean, if the spawns weren't the way that they were, to be fair, back when it was in the map pool, I think, you know, it would have been a really well-designed map. Like, it was just one of those close-quarter engagement maps. That's the best part about COD Mobile, is just how fast-paced it is, and Seaside plays into that so well. So, excited to see it. Map number 3, obviously, we have to get there, though, gents, and so we've got to get through map number 1 and 2 first. Let's jump right into the first map.
All right, we are good to go. The matchup you've all been waiting for. Verdict, I'm going to once again put you on listening call out duty, because I don't ever remember to do that whenever we're in the midst of the action, but we are underway right here. So I was going to be able to find first blood. Viper playing the outskirts right here, looking for some map control, and it is going to be Team Lucasen getting that opening control. Viper might have ears onto it. B's going topside right here. Indeed he does, and able to take down his own teammate. Looking to take down Prevail on the bottom side as well.
Awesome map control off the rip there for Team Lucasen. Nonetheless, a little bit of time to show for it as they get scrappy right back into it. Vague on the outskirts finds a 3-piece as he lights the feed up in yellow. Viper from the top side is going to be able to find a 2-piece in return, and this is just one of those hills that is going to be constantly trades on trades, and power positions are going to be huge. Viper going to be able to hop on down through. Abhiz trying to clear the hill out for himself as Viper's hopped the hill himself as well. It's a back and forth mixy affair so far. And right now we're getting geared up for that P2 objective with a slight lead in favor of Team Lucasen.
That's part of the reason we've always loved Takeoff Hardpoint so much. It is always just a absolute mess. It is chaos through and through. That was the case on P1, and looking like it's going to be the case here on P2 as well, as it smokes down. Contest from both sides right there. Lucasen looking to find one through the smoke. Not going to be able to do anything as he now pushes up the backside. Nice little pinch on the Trunks right there. See Swiwa sliding on through, but beams out of him. And once again, the lead continues to go back and forth in this one. Sawo big shots, waiting for the reinforcements. They don't arrive in time.
No, they don't indeed. Right now, it's last 27 seconds up for grabs. It's going to be a light up of blue on the feed. Lucasen and crew, they are just continuing to overwhelm them. The nades, everything on point. Vay going to be trying to get onto the objective, finds a 2-piece, but is instantly shut down. It's Viper able to pop the first op. I don't know if he's going to get that one back, as the Sparrow at a distance is going to shut him down. So trades for days. Setup for P2, or P3 rather, is looking pretty solid here for Team Abhiz. Can they maximize on it though, Bobby?
Yeah, that's also huge for Vague to take down 2 more from the top side of Old off that rotation. Slows down the push. Lucasen gets shut down by the War Machine from up above. Sees the grab Vortex and doesn't want to overchow, so he sits back, and once again, teammates locking down the hardpoint time, but we get a push on in right here, and Abhiz has got to go huge. He has an opportunity to pinch, but gets countered by the War Machine. Now it's Lucasen with a death machine of his own. He gets shut down, all on to Skurd right here. 10 kills on the board, trying to find Vague, but can't make anything happen right there, and it continues to be pure chaos here on P3.
Oh, and these spawns are just absolutely crazy. It looks like Suiwa is going to try to make something happen here with equalizers in hand. A big 2-piece out for grabs, only able to find 1, but he is 4 before he goes. Predator earned as well, and his gunny is absolutely immaculate. It is going to be Sawo going to be able to trade him on through. Vega, part of the 2-piece there is along with it. The backline's being held. It is a little bit of a lead now for Team Abhiz as they're getting geared up for P4. The rotation has been made. I don't know how that Predator missile missed Vague, but nonetheless. Oh wait, that's the Suiwa Predator missile. Never mind, Verdict. I'm just going to shut my pie hole.
Unfortunate timing right there to be greeted by the barrel of a shotgun. Veer locks in for 3 to hold down the hard point, but once again, it is trades on trades. I was gonna say nobody able to get any type of a spree, but as I say it, Abhiz able to get a pred here, now working on an EMP. Skurd shut down to the bottom side again. Back and forth we go. These teams looking so evenly matched. Tough map for Trunks so far, but outside of that, pretty solid consistency across the board for both teams, as it looks like Team Lucasen going to be able to chip away at that lead. And with the control they've got right here, should be able to get back into the lead. No easy avenues to break from that weak side, and Lucasen's got the backside completely locked down.
We got the backside completely locked down. This is the most time that we've seen any team grab for the time being. It's a little bit of a contest. The shoulder being thrown there at the old as we get geared up for P1. Let's go ahead and gear up for a listen in. We'll go ahead and jump in with the boys over at Team Abhiz. Let's see how those comms are sounding.
He's going ring. Wait, that's one secret.
1 point, 2 point, 3 point, 3 point.
Okay. I'm gonna contest home. Oh wait, one blue.
War machine B side.
Okay.
B2 guys B side.
Bomb machine dead. B side dead.
Nice.
I'm playing point. I'm playing point.
Okay, shots up.
I got netted.
All good. Okay.
Spawn flip, guys. Spawn.
They'll come white. Doubles.
Yeah, white in rings. Prepare one on.
Last game, nice. Just in right.
B side equi. He's going tickets. Equi tickets.
No. Two doubles.
Equi flanking. Double. White. B side.
B side equi, yeah, B side equi.
Well, the comms sounded pretty good right there. I think we even had Swiwa contributing a good bit. Obviously, probably doesn't speak a ton of English, but definitely sounding very relaxed, not panicked at all. That lead stays about the same as it was whenever we were heading into P2. So looking like we will continue to be back and forth. Still Trunks struggling to get going in this one, but Vague, a big quad on the backside right there. They're going to go op for op as Sparrow and War Machine get traded out. And once again, P2 going to be pure chaos right here as they go back and forth in this one.
Yeah, they do. Death Machine not necessarily going to yield its haul. Trunks gonna finally start getting involved. Prevail 3 in the feed there. That's gonna get a full wipe. And you know where they're spawning at. Vague turns his back, tries to get the flick, but oh my god, Sawo, he's got to get traded right there. He's 10% health. And unfortunately for Vague, the gunny just not there in that instant. Sawo going massive on the objective is a 4 feed. Lining them up and knocking them down. That is going to be the floodgates wide open. P2 has been a saving grace here. And a massive point time being earned. Now set up over towards the P3 objective. This is golden time for the side of Abhiz and crew. Can they make most of it here now as Vague's the only player in the vicinity?
Swiwa on a 4 spree right here, looking to cut off rotations. Can't spot anyone through the smoke, but it looks like you should be able to flip these spawns, but the pred lands for Solo.
Oh boy.
Perfect timing, likely saved a lot of lives right there. Continues to be back and forth on the point. Swiwa equals. What can he find? Only one. The War Machine stays alive for Veer as well, but gotta find these kills, and that's gonna be 2. The pred has been earned, and that is the hard point control as well. Trunks taken down right there, gets the information, and still more shots remain in that War Machine.
Oh, Veer not gonna be able to swing that one. 3 in the feed in yellow. Skirt getting involved there for the trades. The transitions over through. We are still spawning old. We are gonna smash it, says Team Lucasen, as they do collect everybody and the hill time. Abhiz, the last one there, gonna be caught going up the staircase. The transition over the new 2 there for Team Abhiz. They've got to go big as this spawns not necessarily favoring them at the point. Prevail is going to get a favorable one for the time being, but it is all on the Vague. Pops the op, finds 2, make it 3 before he takes himself. Is it enough to hold?
See right here, Sawo locking down that bottom side, but gets sniffed out. Coming up those stairs, that's a very yellow feed right here. An opportunity for Team Abhiz to take a real lead for the first time in this one. Big op investment, Prevail, Trunks, Claw Sparrow, what can they find? Trunks is gonna be able to lock down for the time being. Just waiting for that opening push, and nobody really there for him to find value off of it, so they maintain control of the hard point, but would like to do more damage with the operators. The lead has been gained regardless. Now up to 20 points right here, and they could look to start running away with this one. Team Lucasen kind of scrambling right now, trying to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they are kind of a desperate time, desperate measure. Viper pops the equalizers, looking for anybody off the respawn. He's going to be able to reap them. The reset looking immaculate. 7 in the feed. Vague able to shut him down. But the damage is done. About a 13-point advantage rolling into the reset. This is about as neck and neck as it comes. It is going to literally be a moments away from this one closing out. It's going to be a photo finish for sure as we get geared up for the reset. It is all-out chaos on towards the center of the objective. The power point's being held. Nobody in red for the time being. Lucas and his squad, they need to stop the bleeding.
And once again, that quad of Swiwa, Prevail, Vega, Abhiz just doing so much work right now for this squad. Single-handedly securing the lead. Veer trying to find some clearance. War Machine in hand. I don't know how he didn't get taken down right there, but finds one on a Prevail as well. Finally traded out by Trunks. And now a foot race as both teams look to secure that stadium control right there. Vague finds kill number 41 on the board. And Trunks will continue to lock in the OBJ time right here. Not enough contests for them to stop the bleeding, and it looks like Team Abhiz should be able to crack that 200-point mark as we head into P2 right here. Viper, great game so far, but he needs to go absolutely massive to give his team a chance in this one.
Yeah, they need to be flawless through this one. Opening set of kills. Sawo trying to pop off BP-50. Not enough to get the second. Predator missile out for Trunks as he's popped off. He's doubled his kills since P4 towards this point. Able to find a few kills, but it's Veer there with a 2-piece. Including some gunnies there, part of the 4 spree. He's going to go ahead and bump on through. And that's going to open up a lot of map control, but it is going to be instantly traded on through. Trunks going big with the claw. Only 40 seconds to close this one out, Bobby. They're spawning right in front of him.
Oh.
And the bank shots are landing like crazy.
Not a great map out of him, but a perfect hard point and a perfect operator. Full wipe on the push right there. Abhiz is going to get taken off of his death machine, though. And Sawo goes huge with the grab vortex to buy them some additional time. Gonna find one as he turns onto Abhiz as well. And it is pure chaos once again. 215 is Team Abhiz right here. Prevail's got the early rotation and pressure onto Lucasen to win these opening gunfights. He finds one. What more can he do?
That's his big backline approach here. They got the spawns. Can they capitalize? Prevail shut down. Hill opens up for business. It is going to be a feed of yellow. They've got the sweep. They've got the break. They've got the objective. They've got the outskirts as well. The spawns are locked in. Vague going to contest. They're just body throwing it onto the objective. Abhiz and crew need to think of some way to get through. The top side control, not looking good. Veer, he has been godlike, no pun intended, with his War Machine, and he has dialed up a big hit. Abhiz gonna be able to find 2 in the feed. It's a mixy one indeed. But the spawns flipping through might be a little bit of hope here for Abhiz and crew.
Sawo trying to hold the line, not finding anything. Viper, he's got 3 godlike players to deal with and finds 2. Vague shut down as well, looking to keep the equals alive. He and Veer have done so much to keep it close in this one and really looking to make sure they maintain the spawn control. He's going to pinch on the backside there as well. Gets that last tick of information and they keep them pinned all the way back. This is absolutely huge, but they've got to win these rotation gunfights. They've got the setup toward new.
Veer, Skurd, they've got the setup. Trunks, first entry, shut down. Prevail, shut down as well. 2 for nothing. Suiwa gonna swing as well as he's done. They're one by one pushing and falling, ladies and gentlemen. This one might be done. Predator through. Lucasen, Skurd. Game 1 shut down. A comeback, 250 to 230. Team Lucasen enter the equation and take map number 1. What a connection, Bobby. What a way to close that one out. Absolute cinema.
I mean, that was a certified banger of a map 1. I just numbers on numbers on numbers. Crazy performances out of everybody. We get Veer with that final hold and the big kills from that P3 setup. 53 and 45 for him. I mean, Viper was 4th and he went 52 and 34
Good
right
God.
there. Can't remember the last time I saw Lucasen go bottom frag, but he picks up a minute 41 in the hard point. And my gosh, what a turnaround out of those guys to take map number 1.
Man, you could feel the panic towards the end. Everyone's just entering. They're like, hey, you know what? Let's just go ahead and what little do they know, they were feeding streaks. It was just a do or die moment. Obviously, it was the wrong time and everything. You need to swing that multiple. You just can't push that in one by one. A very photo-esque finish. A great turnaround there from P2 to P3 all the way to 4. I mean, there's no way you get chained like that and expect to win. Shout out to Team Lucasen who came through. Massive victory, 250 to 230. Bobby, easily the best match we've seen so far.
Oh, yeah, no question. There's nothing else that has come remotely close, especially as far as the hard points go. So, for everybody asking, yes, PDX London is scurred. He goes 47 and 48 with a minute 13 in the hard point as well right there. And once again, credit to Team Abhiz. Phenomenal performance. Trunks maybe lagging a little bit behind, and it ended up costing them. And he had a good close to the map, but really slow start for him. And I think that was probably the difference, just in the amount of hardpoint time that they had to cover toward the end of that one. Did not leave them a lot of breathing room.
No, indeed. Shout out to Veer, man. That was probably some of the best War Machine usage, W operator usage out of him, just in the right place at the right time. He's the GOAT, man. He's an absolute a cannon with the gunny. 53 kills on board. I'm geared up for game number 2. It's going to be a coastal search and destroy. This one is, I mean, I think if you look at it from the perspective of the map, got to be favoring, the godlike boys. But based off of what I just saw there, anything can happen.
Yeah, there's no question. And once again, that's the benefit of you got every single player on your team putting in hours daily on these maps. Not necessarily on the Takeoff, but they've probably got hundreds of hours on Takeoff in past years. And so just you could tell, even though they haven't played together that long, the chemistry was there. The holds, the trades were so clean for Team Lucasen. And he is, ultimately, this is the first time he's ever been a captain before, so I think to a degree you've got to credit him for building a team that's just this strong and this well put together across the board. I think Veer was definitely a sleeper pick, because Veer's not somebody that I feel like ever gets really high drafted in these events, but he always puts up a very consistent performance.
Oh yeah, he always puts up a respectable performance. I don't think we've ever seen him have like a sluggish start or a bad end. It's always been consistency out of him. And I mean that's in search and destroy, it's in control, it's in hard points. Obviously he's performed in all game modes that we've seen so far today. Will we get to the control is the question. We've got to find out here as we're getting geared up for a coastal search and destroy. Who's going to be popping off here off the rip? The first 6 rounds, it's going to be Abhiz and crew on the defense. Now, someone told me somewhere that they are an offensive team. I don't know where I read that at before. Do you think that applies here?
No, I think that's pretty much exclusively for their firing range.
Okay. Gotcha.
That as far as my numbers could be wrong on that one, but in my experience, it's primarily the firing range search. I very intentionally did not put firing range search in here just because I don't think it should be in the map pool anymore, because it's been there for 6 years and it's time for something fresh. So anyway, that's just my take. I wouldn't be mad to see it if they fix the control spawns. I think it could be a good control map. Obviously, that is a big if, but we'll see what the future holds for that one. Nice to get some of the old favorite search and destroy maps in the rotation though, and we'll see if those CDM reps pay off for the godlike boys here. Godlike / soul boys, I guess technically, heading into this one. Looks like we got most of our players ready up, so we should be good to go and see if they can get us into a map 3 on Slums Control.
I'm hoping that's the case. We'll go ahead and spam that start button. Lucasen, go ahead, ready up. That's it. Oh, Veer, last second. What are we doing, bud? Come on, there we go. Nobody, and we are good to go. Game 2. Okay, I thought I had the aura to carry us into that. There we go. Game 2. I clearly have 0 negative aura in the bank right now. That's okay. We'll see the players pop off here as game number 2 is coming through. Finally, it is a coastal search and destroy chat. We are begging for a game 3, so we are rooting for the side of Team Abhiz. Not that I needed to tell you guys who to vote for, because I'm sure that 90% of your chat's going for them, right?
Oh yeah, I would imagine. Ooh, we finally get the 3 line coming out for Veer right here. I've been waiting for this all day.
I knew he'd tell me, man. That thing invisible?
The 3 line? You might not have it downloaded.
Oh, might not. Yeah, that's a good call.
All right. Looking for first blood. We got 2 players back to back right here. Swiwa right next to Lucasen. He's in hot pursuit, but Fear. Oh no, it's Lucasen turning with the sniper. Or no, I think Fear saved him and Lucasen killed somebody else. I'm not even entirely sure right there. Prevail trying to push up the mid map. He gets shut down. Now Veer in the back line. There to keep him safe. Abhiz and Vague duo right here. Let's see what type of damage they can do. Vague spots out one in Viper. And it looks like Abhiz in hot pursuit right there as he takes down Lucasen. Brings it from a 2v5 into a 2v3, but now on to Vague in the 1v3, seeing if he can clutch up. Bomb goes down. Smoke's down as well. He's going to walk through it. Not going to be able to find anything.
I was about to say clutch or kick, but we all knew that wasn't going to happen there, Vega. Obviously, Captain, it could have happened. Nonetheless, Sawo, he's not losing the gunny. Damn near flawless round off the rip. On the backs of some great coordination and crew. Looking pretty solid. First blood's coming through. It's Veer. Suiwa peeled back. Quick hit over towards the B site. Trunk's able to land a nade, and that is massive. That is going to halt the approach here on towards the site. And Prevail now just banking for somebody to push through. KRM in hand.
Surprised he didn't go for the jump shot there. That's going to force them completely back, and he gets the information that the wrap's going to hit, but there's a big pinch right there. Vague gets shut down. Abhiz there to reinforce. And that's actually going to be Trunks dealing with Veer. Lucasen finds one on the opposite side as he looks to complete the 1v3. Hits the first, but not the second.
Oh boy, that was woo-wee. I thought they lined up there for a second. That would have been nasty. Cross my fingers for a godlike clip nonetheless. We are tied up. Payoff round, back and forth we go. I see a little bit of a split approach towards the middle of the map. Bomb's going to be left in sight. Well, they're looking for the first bloods. Lucasen in the middle of the map, looking to devour anybody who is going to peek. Nobody at home. On the lines of Sawo and crew, they're trying to bark something up, something vicious. Vague able to shut down the first blood, and the 3 line not going to save Veer as Vague's got the job done, and he's dipped out since.
Lucasen trying to just wait out a mid push from that A side. Nobody from Team Godlike going to make the move. And it looks like now the wrap toward A long. Viper looking for an opening right here. Once again, Godlike boys sitting back, playing it passive. They get the info and now going to swing mid. Abhiz finds 1, can't make it 2. Sawo there for another trade. Now only 2 players remain for that Godlike squad. Trunks looking to push up, but didn't really have a whole lot to work with this shotgun in hand. Actually peeks past the sniper shot though. Smoke goes down. Trying to make a play through it, and Sawo finds the kill at 1 HP. All down to Prevail. 1v3, no HP to work with, and Viper's there to shut him down.
Yeah, that's crazy. Sawo's just blazing right through the smoke. Tags both of them up. There was just no way he could have gone wrong. Able to take down 1 before eventually falling. Obviously, that trade came through almost instantly, so... 1 for 1, 1 for... Did we see another bounce back here for the side of Team Abhiz and crew? Defense caught lacking there in that last round. Let's see what they can do. Quick hit over towards the A site. A lot of lines being covered. Sawo and Scourge just absolutely deleting them. That is going to be an instant bomb plant as the 3v5 will ensue. Prevail on the pounce. Is in a scary predicament. Instantly gets deleted on that one, so nothing to be scared of.
Bro, the 12-round CX-9 burst is just so lethal when you're connecting. Completely erases Vague off the heady right there. Abhiz is going to get shut down by Lucasen, and now all down to Swiwa. Not a lot to work with right here. 4 players going to hop him at once. Now 2 rounds ahead is Team Lucasen, as expected. Dominating so far in this one, and it was a close, hard point, but looking a lot more convincing here in the search and destroy as they take a 3-1 lead.
Oh, very convincing indeed. We'll see what the mid-game adjustments are. Abhiz opening up with the first blood. We all know that name and those first bloods are synonymous with victory. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. As we do see the B side being given away for free. A little scared of that A side pressure. Nonetheless, even without the player advantage, you're going to see that bomb plant. And the setup's looking solid. You got Veer holding down the back lines for the spawn control. And then you've also got all 3 players on site remaining. Oh, big blood there for Veers. He's going to be able to open up, and that is absolutely massive on this ult.
Abhiz gets really far forward right here. Could potentially make a big play, but takes too long to do it. He gets taken down right there. Now Sawo an opportunity to 1v2. They line up. Could not have been any more perfect, and he clutches up to extend the lead for Team Lucasen. Out even further, now up 4-1. Things unraveling quickly for Team Abhiz.
Bobby, the legs are shaking. Can't stand straight. This is, I mean, Abhiz gave you a first blood. And you still couldn't capitalize on it. You gave away the site for free. The adjustments now, you put 2 on, or rather 1 on B. Doesn't change anything there for Scourge. He's going to be able to find the first blood. And they are just piecing them through the middle of the map right now. Prevail going to be trying to throw a shoulder at it. Even through the smoke, he's getting caught. Vay going to be able to find one, but he's done. As Veer is quickly there on the trades. Prevail going to get involved through the middle of the map and is going to duck on back through. And it looks like the last 2 players remaining are going to be pushing this A side effectively. All down to Sawo to make something happen, or Suiwa to make something happen, and he finds the 2-piece, and that's a great bounce back round before the flip.
Yeah, really needed that one. Going down 5-1, especially going to 7 rounds, will put you in a terrifying spot. So, not really anybody lagging behind in particular. I think if they're going to have a chance at winning Team Abhiz, Abhiz needs to have more of an impact, and he does it off the start right there. 2 players waiting on the back side. Veer waiting mid, nobody coming at him. Viper, same for you. It's all on to Lucasen, and they full send it up the middle right here. So he was going to find entry. 2 players not far behind. But Veer, I don't know if the timing's going to go his way. It looked like it was a freebie. He finds the kill anyway. Now on to Viper for the 1v2.
Viper going to have to make a long swing. He's going to play his life. Bomb's going to be collected. It's going to be planted. Vegan Prevail looking to push. Nope, they're going to hold sight. Shot's not going to land. They're right through the wall, buddy. Viper, big clutch here. If he's able to make it happen. Only 2 kills to show for this 6 rounds. Will he be able to double it and get the clutch? He's going to get pounced. It's not looking good. Vague's the first entry. Going to get shut down. Viper! Why? Why are they peeking? Indeed. And Viper's just better. That's why.
Woo. Oh my gosh. I can't believe they chased that. There's just no there's no way he clutches unless he comes up the stairs and you jump down 1 by 1 and feed him the kills for free. I don't think it's possible to play that any worse than they did right there. And things continue to go from bad to worse for Team Abhiz as they now find themselves down 5-2.
Can you bounce back from that one? Suiwa says absolutely. I wasn't a part of that monstrosity. Able to find the first blood, but the trades are through. 1 for 1 we go. Prevail's out of the equation. Okay, we got to hit that. There we go, Abhiz. Finally. Able to shut down Viper. No clutches here for you, buddy. Bomb's planted. 35 seconds before it goes. Boom. 3 players left standing. Veer. Oh, my God. Crosses the middle of the map and absolutely pieces 1. The entry looking solid. Down to a 3v3, Bobby. 20 seconds left to go.
Concuss hits over the top right there. This could be perfect, but Vague is there. I don't know if it's survival training or what. 2 push on in, though. All down to Trunks. Needs the 1v2. Need this round. Lucasen's on the backside. Why are we pushing full body? They can't stop throwing rounds. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man. They're hemorrhaging, Bobby.
Oh, my gosh.
Do we have a pulse? Or is it going to be DOA? I just don't know.
Oh, there was so
little
chance? Time. You didn't need to peek that.
Brother.
Oh, it's not looking good.
I'm sure they're all singing Country Roads in their voice comms. This might be the end of the line here for this upper bracket run for them. Last one indeed, possibly. They leave the bomb in sight. Push out the spawn, looking for some opening bloods, and surely enough, Prevail.
Oh, Saul was on
right around the corner. Yeah, he's on an island.
Oh my god, I can't believe he gets out of that. They have no business letting him get out of there alive, and he gets a kill on the back end of it anyway. Equalized into a 3v3 they go. It's pure chaos, and Skurd finds 2 with the shotty. Now Vague, a chance at a 1v2 to clutch for his godlike teammates.
Godlike Vague. Clutch or kick, buddy. This one's doable. You've got bomb. You've got sight. You got 30 seconds to roll. Lucasen right around the corner. I'm sure if you piece across his sight, he will get you. But the oh my god! I thought he was gonna get that one. Shaky shots out of Vague, and he is sent to oblivion. 7-2 victory. Lucasen put him in the dumpster.
That one's gonna go in a montage.
Yeah,
I can already see it on Twitter. Oh. Ooh, that's a tough way to go. I mean, that's what I'm not even gonna necessarily say that's winnable for Vague, but you should have at least found that first. Honestly, with the way that was being played, it was winnable because there was nobody in position to trade Lucasen, and he got served up a freebie on a silver platter. Oh man, a lot that could have gone better there for Team Abhiz as they get knocked down to the lower bracket. They're not out yet. We'll still get to see them tomorrow as they look to battle their way through, but that makes their path to victory a lot further. Team Lucasen makes their way into the upper finals? Upper finals.
Yep.
Upper finals. Good gracious. All right. Infinity.
Oh, man.
Oof.
Yeah. Dude, how many rounds back-to-back of Search and Destroy do you want to throw away?
That,
like, how many
I'm just saying,
situations,
like,
dude?
oh my gosh. Especially the first one, like, Vague and Prevail,
yeah.
what are we doing?
Dude, yeah, okay. I think you called it perfectly because you said it was just like the perfect situation that you throw, whatever it was. It was just like everything that could have gone wrong in that 2 versus 1 did, right? Like Viper pulled them down low. You don't need to challenge in that situation. All right, cool. If you're going to challenge, you're going to challenge a 2v1. Maybe you can, you know, outgun him. It's fine. All right. And then you go in 1-by-1 as well. It's just, brother, what are we doing? What are we doing, man? Of course, that wasn't the only situation. Literally in the round that preceded that as well, Trunks decided to ego chow Lucasen in a 1 versus 1 that would
when he had like 10 HP.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's just like, what are we? And then didn't look in the right direction for the kill either. Was just looking back barrel for some reason. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would not perform better in these situations. I am awful, but I probably would know not to do that. And alas, just unfortunate there in that Search and Destroy. I will say, though, the Takeoff Hardpoint, that was a phenomenal game. And I want to give a shout out to Viper, who obviously there was a ton of clutches in that Hardpoint back in Takeoff, obviously, you know, just with how back and forth that game was. But Viper made like a massive play just to get 3 kills to actually make sure that the opposition didn't manage to finish things off on P3, and then got kills on the transition in towards P4 as well with the equals, provided his team so much space. I don't think they win that game without Viper. So shout out to Viper, not once, but 2 massive plays in consecutive games make them win overall. Really incredible hard point, Search and Destroy though, Bobby. That was lacking. But what do you guys think? Obviously, you guys just casted it. Bobby, back at that Search and Destroy, how are you feeling?
It's just rough because that could have been really competitive. Like, obviously, based on what we saw, there's not a huge gap between those 2 teams. And I think once they lost that easy 1v2, I think things snowballed from there. So I don't think this is a team that you can count out by any means. That's a very winnable map for them. And they just make a massive misplay that they just weren't able to bounce back from. So I'm curious to see what they can do. Obviously, that is Team Lucasen advancing to the upper finals. I don't know. This might already be the furthest we've seen a Lucasen team make it in one of our competitions, just because it feels like he's gotten drafted to a lot of teams where he had to be a one-man army, and this time around he's got a well-rounded roster that's really supporting him well.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be like the superstar of this team, right? And I think that's showing out as well because Lucas is performing, but I think he was like the bottom fragger, right? In that Takeoff hard point. So like even then, it's just like he doesn't need to do that anymore. You know, he's kind of got a lot of weight lifted off his shoulders. As you already aptly said, Bobby, he is now in the top 3 alongside his superstar team. So they've got top 3 guaranteed. They go a little bit further into our $10,000 prize pool. But I don't know about you boys. I think it's time to get another team in that top 3 because next up we got Team Space versus Team Aerith for our final match of the day here in the upper bracket. One of these teams is about to get into the top 3. And I do want to start this conversation with Team Aerith, actually, because I want to say, I think Aerith and Co. actually really positively surprised me again. You know, I think a lot of people would have said, yeah, Pabzera is going to be a god, and Jai as well, obviously. But everybody showed out, including Aerith, for that last series verdict. They are hot right now, but so are Team Space.
Yeah, they are. And again, these are probably like 2 of the top sleeper teams, if we were to mention it. Aerith is a pro player to any regard. I don't care what anybody says. She is probably one of the straightest shooters in all of the content creators pool, right? You're looking at, you know, that contribution on top of an already stacked team with Pabzera, Jai, and Spades and Kings to go along with it. It just, they seem to complement each other all too well. On the flip side of that, Team Space absolutely look dominant, but I don't know. I'm not going to say it was a fluke in that first matchup against Peejay because, you know, they had the hindrance of having to carry Little B. But I really think we're going to see the limits on what this Team Space could do in this matchup against Aerith.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just as easily as I was saying, Team Aerith, you know, kind of surprised me in a way. Team Space did as well, right? Space was dropping first bloods every single round of S&D. Obviously, again, as you already aptly pointed out, verdict, more or less he was being gifted them because it was like
exactly
versus Space at the start of every single search and destroy round, and Space was winning those fights more often than not, Bobby. But yeah, I mean, this Space roster, we talk about Lucasin putting together a well-rounded out team. It feels like Space has done that as well, and they looked so good in the hard point. They kind of dominated Peejay, and then Search and Destroy was a little bit more competitive, but not by much. Yeah, I mean, Team Space looked like a really well-rounded out roster. Shout out to Crozin because he had a hell of a couple of maps.
Yeah, 100%. Huge pickup for them, and I think that I probably am favoring Team Space heading into this matchup just because of the consistency that we saw across the board for them. I think in regards to the weapon roles that they have, they're to a degree built out much more similarly to Lucasin's roster, and I think the competitive experience, the weapon roles, everything just fits really well. That being said, we're getting ready to hop into a Combine hardpoint, so maybe not quite as oriented for them with maybe more AR-oriented players, so it'll be interesting to see how they adapt, but I think I'm definitely leaning that direction heading into this one. For those of you who are not paying attention to the screen, Team Peejay, along with Little B and the rest of Elevate 1.1, did end up taking the win versus Team Cisco, so they will be moving on in the competition, and they will be facing the loser of the matchup between these two teams.
Alrighty, I'm so glad that we get to see more of Little B, because if we didn't, I don't know what I'd have done, to be honest. I think I might have, like, you know, just been very sad for the rest of the week. It would have totally crushed my week. So we are going to get to see more of those guys. Obviously, you know, they were on a struggle bus. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time for them to kind of get into the groove of things. A generational losers bracket run. That is what we need out of Little B. I don't care about the rest of the team. All right, I got a lot of love for Peejay, but in this tournament, he don't matter to me. It's all about Little B in that team. What he can do, that is the only thing that matters. Yeah, I'm really excited to see whether or not they can be further in towards the lower bracket. For this match, though, looking forward towards this one. Obviously, you mentioned the fact that we've got a Combine hardpoint to kick off this series. Verdict, Combine hardpoint, always a mixy one for sure. We're going to see SMGs, we're going to see shotguns all over the place. It is always a very close match here on Combine.
No, I think I agree with you. This one's going to be a close match, but I don't think I'm going to agree with Bobby on this one. I know he said he's got to be favoring Team Space for this matchup in comparison. I feel like it's the exact opposite. I feel like Kings is going to maneuver the map so very well at his AR role, and then also have some complementary SMGs on the map running and gunning along with it. I feel like this one is going to get out of hands a little quickly. And then we'll start to see Team Space come back, but eventually I think Team Aerith's going to win this one.
I like it. I like it. I will say, I mean, look, there is obviously a lot of SMGs that you need on this map, but at the same time, there are certain points in the map where you are going to need ARs to show up. You know, it's very, very small parts of the map in which it matters, to be fair. But like, for example, P2 spawn control, right? You can kind of just have an AR just chill on like I don't know what you call it, the god heady, the table heady or whatever, and just like shoot out the back. Like that's a good place for the AR. You also probably want like some kind of AR control for the spawns around water. Like P2 is a hard point where you're going to need some kind of modicum of AR control. So it's not entirely built around SMGs, but yeah, I think what Bobby said about kind of SMGs dominating like 90% of this map, I think it does feel a little bit like the SMGs are going to kind of win out here, Bobby.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So we'll see what they've got. I'm blanking on the last player for Team Aerith. It is Jai. Jai's the one that we don't have in the lobby right now. Obviously, a crucial player for them. So you would assume that he'll probably get loaded in relatively soon. If they don't have him, then they absolutely do not have a chance. But yeah, his presence is definitely going to play a big role as well.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this has been the conversation point for Team Aerith, right? Is this like, again, you know, I think for the normies, you maybe don't have an extensive knowledge of COD mobile esports, right? If you're not somebody that maybe keeps up with all of the regions per se, right? Maybe you're only interested in the most competitive regions. And obviously for those of you guys who definitely don't know anything, that's China and Garena. You will definitely know Jai. You maybe wouldn't have the same kind of knowledge about the rest of like Pabzera and Spades in particular, who obviously are absolute gods. They are goats and they should be talked about more. So I think Jai at surface level is like one of the keys to this team. But as we said earlier, right? I mean, Jai was not necessarily the player for this roster that was stepping up and, you know, showing out for the team. That wasn't the case. Pabzera was shooting bodies in the search and destroy. Specifically, he was shooting Lucason's body, which was hilarious. Which teammate's body, excuse me, which was hilarious. You know, I think just Pabzera just going off. He's looking really good at the moment. And, you know, I think Pabzera is just that guy that, you know, we get in a search and destroy. He's going to be a first blood king. He's going to be the guy that we need to look for on this roster. So, yeah, really love this Team Aerith roster verdict. You know, we've given a lot of love to Pabzera. I feel like we need to see a little bit more out of Kings. Kings is the guy for me that we know he's got pop-off potential. If we can see him really step up here and make his mark in this series, Team Aerith should be able to make their way through to the upper bracket final.
Yeah, and I think you're painting him in a very, very great light here in this instance. I think this is the game that he's actually going to be able to display his skill. Obviously, being a part of that OUG roster, we know that he made the substitution in for hard points and for controls. Obviously, you know, that's for a reason. So he's going to be bunkering down those spawns. He's going to be trying to win those rotations over to P2 and P3. He's going to be doing God's work. He's going to be asked very, very much to do crazy things. And on a map like this, it's so chaotic. You know, just one wipe could actually not favor you, and the spawns could flip just like that. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen on Combine? We know how crazy and chaotic it can be, but that's why we love it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. You know, Combine is such a fun map. I think, you know, at first when we started casting Combine, I was a little bit concerned because it did just feel like utter chaos. I think for mainline COD, for me, I think in particular, it felt very Bocage-like. I don't know if you guys like watch much of Vanguard.
Yeah.
It felt very Bocage-like in the way that it was originally played. But then I think as teams started to get used to it and we started to see a little bit more control. Obviously, I think part of it was that my first impression of Combine was that I was casting EACS when Combine first came into the map pool. And so I went from watching European COD, which, you know, no shade to European COD, but it's not quite as formulative as something like CDM. Going to see it, you know, played in CDM and obviously, you know, even stage 4 in Europe, I think was a totally different experience because teams had actually figured out, okay, this is, you know, where we need to spawn. But I will say, Bobby, the spawns on Combine Hardpoint are absolutely wild. Like, they're so wonky. You can literally sit there and like look at the back. You can have like a player like locked into the back rock area for P3 and people will still spawn right beside you. So spawns are hella wonky on this map. It's very fun.
Yep, it definitely makes for some interesting engagement. So I'm expecting a chaotic one, and I know the first Combine hardpoint that we watched today was not particularly close. Yeah, I'm not expecting we're going to see that a second time around. I think we're at this stage of the competition where the remaining teams are evenly matched enough that it should be pretty close on all the hard points the rest of the way through.
Yeah, I mean, what the takeoff hard point that you guys had in the first upper bracket final was incredibly close, right? So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I want another one of those games. I want another takeoff hard point where it comes down to the wire. It comes down to a couple of crucial plays with ops in the latter half of the game. Just crazy game, I think, on the whole, is what we want to see here in towards this one. Of course, as we look later into the series as well, we should say that we've got a Tunisia Search and Destroy coming up next. And maybe, just maybe, guys, we can summon our first control of the day. Maybe we can do it. If we do get it, it's going to be an Arsenal control verdict, and that would be a fun way to cap off the series.
Yeah, it is. We love those automatic doors. Obviously, we haven't, seen Arsenal in quite a bit. Lovely map to be played for control. We'll see how it pans out if we get to that point. Right now, we're waiting on just one of our players to join back into the lobby. He is gone AFK or missing. I'm not quite sure what the situation is, but Bobby already mentioned it. Jai just waiting for his confirmation to be back in the mix, and I don't think they can win without him. So I don't know what kind of substitute situation we got looking at. I don't want to get to that point yet. I hope he is able to be found and back join us to the light of Call of Duty Mobile.
We are missing Jai. Jai is missing. Can we put up some posters, please, and figure out where he's gone? Because that's what we need to do right now. I feel like we're missing our cat or something, and we're like an old cat lady, like walking around and slapping posters on every tree in the neighborhood. That's the stage where we're at right now.
Everybody
guys. So
just
Jai
at him on Twitter. That's the modern equivalent.
Please. Just let us know. Everyone just starting putting L Jai in the chat. That normally summons people. Vague woke up after we spammed the chat enough, so maybe Jai can join the lobby when we get that underway. Maybe we should give people a reminder of the bracket while we're waiting. I think maybe bringing the bracket up would be a good way so you guys aren't just staring at our faces. I know that everyone wants to stare at our faces for like god-awful amount of time, but maybe we'll bring up the bracket and show you guys exactly where we're at, because of course it is worth saying, guys, this is going to be the final match of the day. It's going to be the final winners bracket round 2 matchup to show you guys. There's already one team in Team Lucasen, if you didn't get to catch the last matchup, in the upper bracket final. That is top 3 guaranteed. So yeah, this match is really important. You get in a top 3, you get more control of that, get more of the prize pool, excuse me. It would be good to do that. Let's take a look at Abhiz's gameplay, though, right now. We're going to see from his POV what the hell is going on.
This is Team Abhiz versus Team Dozzy. This is happening right now. Obviously, since it's lower bracket, this is one of our off-stream matchups, but this is happening for the time being. So I guess while we wait for Jai, might as well take a peek on in right here. They're not looking great off the start, down 119 to 39. And obviously, pulling what I assume to be NA servers, definitely not doing them any favors. They're going to need Vague to hard carry.
I was about to say, I you know what? We didn't have these problems with Team Abhiz until Vague joined the lobby. So can we just all be in agreement that Vague is the reason why they're losing right now?
True.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I mean, that's the narrative, right? Sabotaging godlike even in 2025.
I think you'll get a lot of views if you say that. So if you just say that, make sure you're very clear, you're anti-Vague. Everyone will love you for it, mate. It's fine.
There's one hill heady.
All right, well, it looks like we do at least have Jai in VC, so hopefully not too much longer, but we'll keep an eye on this matchup between these two while we wait for that to happen, and he joins up right there. So admins, whenever you guys are ready, we're ready, but it does look like Team Dozzy probably gonna run away with this one.
Man, I think it's wild, isn't it, that they had such a close takeoff hard point. Obviously, Hacienda plays very differently. It is, just generally speaking, obviously, just a totally different map, but still. I think it's wild you go from a takeoff hard point where you basically almost beat Team Lucasen and you don't effectively down to a couple of good operator plays from Team Lucasen. And then you go into this and get railed. Yeah. It is a totally different look. Also kind of ironic as well, because even though this isn't godlike, you've got a couple of godlike players on the roster, and Hacienda Hardpoint obviously is like their map. So it's kind of funny that they're going into this one and losing, not just losing, but like losing like this. This is this feels a very different one. Anyway, I believe that the game is basically ready to get underway, so we shall yap no more. I feel like it's time to let the game roll out, boys. Hardpoint here, final winners bracket round 2 matchup for you boys to cast. Go enjoy it for us.
All right. Yeah, chat, we're just waiting for these last couple players to ready up, and it looks like they've hit the button right here, so we should be good to hit the transition and head into Combine Hardpoint. Team Abhiz going to be in a rough spot going into map 2, barring a god tier comeback. We'll see what they're going to be able to do, but we're going to focus on the match at hand. Combine hardpoint on the way.
Here we go. And I think this is one that we probably didn't agree on together. You're favoring Team Space. I'm favoring Team Aerith. May the matchup be as balanced and competitive as possible as we start off here on the P1 objective. Space and crew are going to be having the good side of the map for the time being, and we all know what Space and SKS do in combination. It is a very devastating one as he does open up a first blood, but it is Jai who's going to be able to find 2 in return.
All right. Marvel's going to find 2 on an entry into the point right there. Trades back and forth. Strong side spawns for Team Space. Some of those kills starting to come through, and I think this spawns... No, they stay put for the time being. Do want to make sure you can get at least some chunk here on P1. You don't want to give away 40, 50 seconds for free, but looks like for the most part it's going to be uncontested for a lot of this time as Jai looks to get pushed forward right here. Would have been big if he could afford to get on in, but he's not going to be able to, and that is going to be spawn control staying in place for Team Aerith.
Yeah, they're going to need it. As of right now, they are getting... Oh, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm sorry. The spawn control needs to go in favor of Team Space because right now they do not have any points off of this P1 objective. 5 seconds to show for it. Big investment now as the kills starting to come through. Papzera looking to wrap the side. Waiting for the pinch approach to come through. Nobody there to get the trade. Spades out of the equation. Jez and crew running amok inside of the objective. So... all's well, the spawns pan out perfectly, and Team Space going to be able to cover most of that deficit within the first 15 seconds of this objective.
All right. Nice and mixy as expected. And Shark roaming around the mid-map right here as he looks to help reinforce the point. Jai's going to pop an early War Machine. He's on 10 kills early in this one. Pred has been earned for him. And once again, every time I switch to somebody's POV, they are immediately dead here in this one. Op pop heavily. Everybody's dumping here to try to win these rotations. Jez is going to pop Tempest as well to see what type of rotation kills he can find. Gets one off the start onto Jez. It looks like he's just going to head straight on into the point to see what he can do. Shark locking down the backside, and that is spawn control, or at least should be spawn control, locked in for Team Space.
Oh my God, Aerith wins that? Holy, I don't know how he missed that shot, and Aerith's going crazy. Play cutoff, man, waiting for the Tempest to pass her line of sight. Nonetheless, it's Papzera making most of his operator, finding 3 in the point. The break's going to come through. Aerith absolutely went crazy in order to set this stage up. They're going to be able to hold the objective to go along with it. They got the backline spawns pushed down, and all of a sudden the flip is going to come through, and it's kind of a mixy split with Jai, who's going to have to make that long transition. The break's going to come back through in favor of Team Space. As we all know, the spawns here go absolutely crazy on this objective. And a few gunfights going to swing their way as well, as the lead still going to be in the hands of Aerith. As I mentioned earlier, I think they're going to take the advantage here off the rip and kind of run away with it. And so far, they haven't been able to run away with it.
Yep, solid lead for them. Aerith looking to cut off a couple on the way into P4 right here, but takes some damage on the backside. Looking to stay alive and beams onto Croson right there. Finds her team some breathing room as Papzera slides on through to find 2 for himself before getting traded out. But once again, ops continue to pop, but Space shut down off the back of the death machine from Spades. He's going to be able to find 2 more right there. Now waiting on the reinforcements to arrive as he hears the slide out. Jez taken down as well.
Oh, big. Operators going crazy. Marvel and crew trying to reel it back in. Need a break. Desperate calls here. Middle of the map is where they'll try their efforts. Kings going big there for a 3, or Jai rather going big for a 3-piece. King's going to be getting involved with some shots to go along with it. They're looking to go ahead and run it up. Last 20 seconds. Jez able to get the trades on through, but they are dead on the outskirts of the objective. Nobody able to get the cross on through. As Space now trying to go for a last-ditch effort with the Annihilator, rather. Only able to find 1 before he's dropped.
Looks like they will continue to build on that lead. Team Space got some work to do as they head into P2. He continues to maintain that top side control, and it looks like Marvel's still going to be able to lock down spawns as well. Really need to slide through. Finds one onto Kings. He can't find the second onto Jai. Once again, just struggling to get onto the objective right there. And Team Aerith has been able to capitalize at every turn possible. They get 2 players on. Honestly, this is a hard point where you don't really want 2 players on. It's so tight. So many different avenues for the nades to get over top. Very, very risky. It seems like Team Space looking to play for the op dump toward P2, but you've got to do something to minimize the amount of time that you're giving away to the opposition right here. Now a 70-point lead that is built.
We're questioning the decision making. Let's go ahead and hear it in real time. Let's go ahead and jump in for a quick listen with Team Space as they are bunkering up for a big P2.
That's what I do.
P2, don't flip.
It's on site already.
Tempest. Yeah. I'm gonna flank that. Get water.
You push out, dead. Okay.
No, Tempest flank. Tempest went out. They got Sparrow as well.
Two push out front.
One push deep. One flank
Yeah,
deep.
I spawn water.
Yeah, deep. I dead.
One water.
One machine water in Sparrow Hill. One machine water in Sparrow Hill.
I like to push out water.
One shot.
One machine again.
Yes. Water dead. One machine dead, guys. One machine dead.
Yo, one right side. He's push spawn.
Spawn dead.
One more water.
Nice. Try to push out, but too slow.
On me. That machine weak on hill. That machine dead. One more time, got me.
Nice, I got naded.
One more water.
Water.
Let's get water.
One more front water. Front door on water.
Front dead. Water.
Two more water, one more water. Water.
Nice feed for Jez right there to find them some breathing room, but once again, they find themselves pinned back. That's going to make it tough to set up for this rotation as they have not won the bulk of the gunfight so far in this one. Feeling like a pretty substantial life lead or life difference between the two. And right now, scrambling to find something on rotation right here. We got one player out early looking to find the break, but they get shut down, and once again, looking to play catch up as they don't have that early setup toward new.
Oh, no, they don't. They're going to smash it through the front. Spades doing God's work, finding a 2-piece. Is going to get shut down. Marvel and Shark trying to get involved as well, but it's PabZero there to reinforce on the outskirts. They're going to have to battle it through yet again and bank on a break here coming through. They're going to have to win a few more of these gunfights. Crozen and crew trying to make something happen. Jai from a distance, now up top. Able to reinforce there with the War Machine. And it's almost read to perfection, but he's not going to be able to find value out of it. That is going to be a mass influx here for Team Spaces. They've got them held to the back lines, too. This is a big moment for them.
Crozen trying to shut down the final push out of Kings right here as they look to lock in the scrap time. King still finds the kill right there. Just no business winning that one, and he continues to be a nuisance as he's going to be able to pick up the scrap time. Marvel's going to read these spawns right here. The timing's going to be everything. It doesn't see PabZero on the side. Once again, no setup toward new, and the gunfights on rotation have just not been strong at all. Hello, how is PabZero alive right here? He had back completely turned to you, and you still don't find the kill, and they get shredded as a result, and he gets another equalizer kill. It looks like Aerith and her squad very much in position to run away with it.
Oh, yeah, they are completely in control. Aerith having her way with the squad there with that Tempest, man. Absolutely running things amok. Spades gonna look to put the dagger in its space. Gonna be another victim of the death machine. And surely enough, he's able to run rampant right through the middle of the map. Nobody in return able to get the trades on through. Spades! Yeah, that's an 8-piece right there, buddy. What are we doing?
Oh my gosh, he is going ham. He had a little bit of a slow start to the event, but he's shooting rockets now. Not missing a shot. Finally shut down by Space on the backside right there, but the damage has been done. It's now a 115-point lead. That EMP is going to go ahead and pop. Crozen comes up a little bit shy on the shots across, but it is raining streaks from above for Team Aerith. Only 25 more points needed. Space Needs the annihilator of a lifetime and then some, and he's instantly shut down by the war machine in the hands of Shy.
That's basically been the summary of this matchup. As soon as you pull your big guns out, you get instantly thrown into the trash can. This is an absolute masterclass out of the side of Team Aerith. Only 8 seconds to close this one out. It is the inevitable. Marvel through the middle of the map looking to find some sort of life to be held on to. Jai going to be peace up top. Might see this one be extended to a P2, but with the spawns not going in your favor, it's certainly not going to be a very... It's going to be a very hard task to obtain. Nonetheless, they have done that for the time being. P2 going to be opened up here for business in a moment. Spawn still locked in for Team Aerith as they are looking to cruise to victory. Only just a matter of moments before we see it.
It looks like they're going to be able to get some spawn control here for Team Space, but once again, there's just so many operators that you're going to have to go... You're going to hope have to go completely to waste, and it's just not going to happen with the way that Team Aerith are playing. They take the dub here, 250 to 129. Man, oh man, what a performance out of them, and a dominant one to put an early dent in this matchup and put Team Space in a tough spot heading into map 2.
You know what? I ain't even gonna hit the point of, hey, you know what? I told you so. But I'm not sure that this matchup right now is being. I'm not sure we can measure Team Space ability based off of that combine. To be fair, I think they bounced back here in the Search or Destroy, but that was just an overall dominant map for Team Aerith from beginning, middle, midway. There was just no sense of we've lost this one at all from them. They played confidently all the way through. P4s were great. The breaks on P2s and P3s were perfectly timed. The operators were used in accordance. And you look at the hill time, with the exception of Pab Zera, I mean, that was just perfect teamwork out of everybody that was involved.
Yeah, 100%. That was I mean, that was dominant. And one of the big factors was 100%. Space looked amazing on their first map. Last time around, he was minus 18 right there. No presence on the hard point either. He was struggling. And once again, I have no idea where the servers are pulling, because we got people from 100 different servers dominating here. But Jai, 46 and 33. I know it's not pulling Garena servers, because we can't pull the Garena servers from Global. And he is consistently top fragging for that squad regardless. So phenomenal consistency across the board. And maybe the gap between these teams is a little bit bigger than I had initially expected.
That's a big man response out of you, Bobby. I didn't think you were gonna shut it down. I still feel like there's a chance. You're just looking at two different map dynamics. They played Hacienda to begin with, right? That's a big map. I mean, obviously you got Space, who fried off the opener. This is one of those maps in Combine where you just, if you don't get your feet underneath you at the beginning, it's very hard to regain. And especially after that first set of hills, they look like they were wiped out, bro. They just did not look like the team that we saw in map number 1 of their series earlier on. Obviously, it's a different map to be played. Tunisia definitely has an opportunity for a comeback here. We're gonna need to see them snipes hit out of Team Space and crew. I don't have. I want to have hope, but I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna play out.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be. Just for people that are wondering, no update on the matchup between Team Abhiz versus Team Dozzy. They've still yet to start the Search and Destroy. So we are still waiting on that one. I don't know if our players are ready up. I was looking at the stat screen, but
250 to 141
in
that hard point, by the way. Wow.
Whew.
A Godlike's best map and they lose. That's tough.
Yep. That's,
LV.
Yeah. LB. Womp womp. Here we go, chat. I think we got most of our players ready. I am gonna hand you the lead off the start of this one. I will BRB. Verdict, take it away.
Yeah, I got you, buddy. Here we go. Game number 2. Which will be our last match of the night, or last map, rather, of the night. Gonna come down to the hands of Team Space. Will they be able to reel themselves out? They have the first 6 rounds on the defense here. We all know that this one may not be defensive oriented, but it is certainly after getting your your cheeks blasted there in that game one. Definitely a fresh refresh or restart to kind of set yourself up for success. Let's see what they can do now. As we see a little bit of a split approach. One player on A for Pabzera, who's looking to find a little bit of information. You got one peeking towards that B lane as well. Looks like the call is going to be right through the middle of the map, perhaps. Nade's going to be out, ready. No kills as of yet, as we're 30 seconds into the round, and yet to find any kind of approach here for the offense. I'm on board with space still, as I'm sure Bobby didn't change that perspective, and you can already see it, the motion towards that B site. As Shark is going to be on an island. He's going to get a little help here from Jez as the smoke's going to come through. The hit is coming as well along with it. And surely enough, we're going to see a commitment out of Team Aerith. Surely enough, they don't clear the angles out. I don't know how Shark is still alive, able to find a second along with it. Down to a 3v2 as King's able to find a big kill. A part of that two-piece. They're going to go ahead and stick the bomb plant. No, Pabzera not going to be able to get out alive, and just like that, the defense pounced on him real quick.
Yeah, that was a tough spot to be, especially with high ground control taken on both sides. No real avenue out right there, and that's going to be Team Space, at least initially bouncing back. I just don't. I know that the marksman thing is Space's gimmick or whatever, but running SKS and Sniper just feels so very troll. Like, there's so much value that you could get out of a shotgun, an SMG, even an AR. They have two super slow firing weapons as your primaries. He's the player and I'm not, so I'm not gonna question it. But also I am gonna question it, because what the frick are we doing? Oh my god, Crozen. Looking to make a 1v4 happen right here. Got that opening kill. The concuss going over top, but nothing connects right there. I think Jai maybe hit a snipe or something. Cleans it up with an SMG, and they tie things up at 1-1.
Yep. Good bounce back round there for Team Aerith and crew. Smash that B site yet again. Pans out a little bit better. When you're decisive, obviously. We'll see the payoff round there. Space with automatic weapons. Nope. Not even the machine pistol. I think Bro just runs the boxing gloves. If he's just playing regularly. With the overkill here, obviously he's gone for... I mean, I called it on the first series they played, but it panned out. This time around, not so fast.
His nades go over top, but the lineups don't connect. Crow's in first point of contact. Really need to find one, and he gets it anyway. Hit marker onto the second, and they continue to peek right there. Both get shut down. And a little bit of an overcommitment out of Team Aerith. Didn't know when to cut their losses. They say, you know what? We'll just chalk the round and go next. Team Space back up on top.
Great bounce back there from the boys over at Team Space, and a big two-piece to close it out there from Space himself. A site locked and loaded. Two players effectively on it with him. No, it's just him. They got 3 sent over towards the B site. And, I mean, I don't think it's a misread, but leave the man on an island by himself, kind of crazy. We'll see if he can go big now as the approach to the middle of the map. Frozen going to be able to find the first blood, and that's enough. Pabzera looking to find some kind of retaliation. Not in a position to do so. Nades chucked. Nobody's home. But he's going to be able to crawl on through, and I don't know if anybody's heard him. Is that Shark that's going to be throwing his shoulder at it? If it is, I don't think he's going to lose that gunfight.
Whoa,
yeah, that's it. Oh
Shark.
my god. Wolf.
Yeah, that's tough to beat, especially with the movement speed on the CX-9 burst. There's very little you can do to counter unless you hit a crazy flick, and unfortunately, not able to connect right there. 2 players down already for Team Aerith. Looking to find entry on into A, but they don't have much clear, and they've only got 25 seconds. I don't think they realize what time is left on the clock right here, because if they did, they would be moving a lot faster. Finally, somebody's going to make the first move. Spades needs to hit a snipe right here. Gets the timing to go his way, but doesn't want to commit on the shot. They get shut down 1 by 1. And well played by Team Space to take back-to-back rounds. The need to take this search and destroy to have a chance in a map 3.
Yep, flawless victory there. And a much needed one as we're begging for a game 3 today. We have yet to see it. I don't think any series, even in the lower bracket run, has made it to that game 3. We'll see if that changes here. Shark going to be very aggressive through the middle of the map, able to find the first blood. Jez trying to get some trades on through his spades, able to throw a gun at it. Jez going to be able to cross through the middle of the map. Nade's going to be baked. It's going to be Pavzera who's right in the corner, but is going to be missed narrowly. So a crew of Team Aerith now looking to buckle up for a B-side hit. There's only one player here to deal with, and it's Marvel. Can he go big? Oh, shut down instantly.
Well, it's going to be sight completely taken right here. One player on the flank is Crows, and he hit markers, but not able to clean up the kill. So he's still going to have to deal with Pabzera, and on 3v4, that's going to put him in a really difficult position, but slides on through. Ooh. Timing's perfect. Another player going to get taken down by Space. That means we're all down to Aerith. She's got to make it a 1v2 right here. Knows the position he's playing. Any util to work with. He's going to slow walk in. That's going to work to her favor, right where she wanted it. But it doesn't matter. The body shots are there. It crows in. The big time play to take yet another round.
That's 3 in a row. And the defensive vibes have got to be immaculate. You got to love that energy rolling into this one. And the tides have turned. Only one more round here on the defense there for the boys over at Team Space. Let's see if they can make the most of it. 5-1 would be an absolute perfect setup to close this one out very quickly. We'll see if they can get the job done. Quick smash over towards the B side. Nade shot landed. Shark going to be able to find that first blood. And it does look like the commitment is still there. Perhaps Aerith going to be able to find the trade in retaliation. And it is going to be Aerith able to beam one in Marvel. But the nade shot from Crozin going to be able to even it up.
Kings looking for another pick. They're actually going to opt to wrap out of sight right here. Still a 3v3. And it doesn't seem like Team Space has any idea what's happening right here. They're still looking for players over around that B side. Should be pretty free A control as they have taken so long to figure out what's happening. Complete control right here. Crozen's got an opportunity to slow things down if he can find a pick. Sees one on the cross and actually gives away the information right there. So now Kings has an opportunity to trade that pick out. Spade's gonna play it slow, and it seems like he knows exactly what the play is right here. Crozen surely has absolutely no idea. And Spades picks up the kill. Now a 2v3. I don't know if Kings realizes the Shark has gotten this far forward. Oh my gosh, Kings!
Devastating. Space now in a 1v3 situation. Kings goes big, and wow. Pabzera able to seal the shot to wallbang. This might be a round where we could see Aerith claw their way back into what would have been a 5-1 situation. All of a sudden now 4-2 as we get to flip. We'll see how Space and crew handle it. That's a lot of momentum rolling in favor of Aerith and crew. Nade shot's going to land. Jez going to be able to find the first blood. They've got B-side control 100%. And you can see the bomb's going to go along with it. Oh, my God. Space gets the unbearable God timing right there on the transition.
Space gets one up above. Spots out Jez below as well. Not going to ego chow. Repositions, but Jez reads it. 3v2. Aerith looking for anything.
Oh, boy.
King's going to find 2 down below, so they've got the man advantage right here. Shark needs a 1v2. Aerith has absolutely no idea, and the movement is there for Shark.
What?
Oh, my gosh.
Did he just reload and absolutely obliterate Kings? Was that what I just saw?
Yeah, so the thing is, sleight of hand on the CX-9 actually has faster reload than any other weapon, and then on top of that, I believe the burst mag has faster reload, so you can basically reload in the blink of an eye, and he put them in the blender.
Ah, that should have been illegal, man. I can see why that's banned. That was disgusting. Oh my God, Shark eviscerating him now. Kings is one shot. He's looking to collect. Bomb's been planted. Not going to need it to explode to win this round. We are on map point, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. We might be getting geared up for some control.
Let's see. Anything Team Aerith can do right here. I mean, it's been the Shark show, and he's doing it. Just full sending at him with that CX-9. They've not had a counter for it. The pacing is so difficult to deal with. And honestly, just difficult to hit. In general, that's the thing. If you're a sniper, it's not even like you're hitting a standard shot just with the amount of different moves that you can hit with it. Aerith does find one to open things up. We'll see if that allows them to get any further push up in this one. Looks like they're still going to hold those positions. Little 1-2-2 split. It looks like players starting to wrap over toward the B side for Team Space as they look to clear things out on the front side.
And Shark going to be that lurker in the background. As soon as info hits, Shark's banking on everybody to make some noise on the backlines, but he's actually going to be spotted almost instantly. The timing just could not have been worse for himself. Nonetheless, pressure over towards that B side as Shark does drop. That is huge for Aerith and team as they're looking to keep this one alive. Bomb's going to get planted. Nade's going to be baked. Marvel going to be on the top side of that. Is not going to be faced with it, but is in a 1v3 as that bomb goes down. Papzera going to be pushed through. He's one shot. Oh my God, they almost stack up. Oh, that would have been crazy. Way to close this one out. Solid vision there, didn't you?
Oh, no, 100%. That was a great effort out of Marvel. Nearly made something happen. For those of you wondering, we got Team Abhiz versus Team Dozzy. Team Abhiz down 4-5, but I believe they were down 5-2 a second ago. So they might be able to make something happen, potentially another map 3. Obviously, our focus is on the one at hand as Team Space still trying to close things out right here. They get aggressive toward the A side. And they're going to be able to... Oh, no, they get absolutely picked to pieces off the entry right there. It's going to be all on to Shark, and he gets shut down. And maybe need to reevaluate the strategy right here, as you do not want to keep hemorrhaging rounds.
Yeah, this is that OUG strategy. You know, you just, like, blindlessly push into any objective and lose all your gunfights. That was a shade, obviously. That's not exactly what it was. But Shark almost... pulls off what would have been another reload dumpster right in front of him, but nonetheless, the weapon swat over the XM4, not as OP as the CX-9 up close, so falls flat, 6-4, starting to mount a comeback here. Team Aerith and crew looking to do the impossible. Can they close it out in 2 as we slow things down? 90-second S&D rounds have proven to be absolutely elite so far. We'll see what the squad of Space and the boys want to do now as they flood the middle of the map. Kings is up top. Nobody's peeking the area. They're not respecting the push as of right now. Here comes Shark.
Aerith almost had an angle to work with. Nothing to connect. Shark, once again, gonna get anybody to throw a shoulder, and the smoke goes out right here. He's just gonna wait and pray they try to walk through it, but does not get that to go his way. And Spades spots him through the smoke right there.
There's no way he gets 2.
Oh my gosh. Somehow still alive, still up a man, and still in position to try to clutch up to keep this search going. Marvel finds one right there, and they needed that one desperately. Knows the location of that second. That's Spades over towards Zig, and he's shut down as well. Now all down to Papzera. Needs a 1v3. He's got the positioning. Can he get the timing to go his way? If you're those two players, you have no reason to try to be peeking this. Space says, you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. They get the kill, and they close things out. 7-4 right here.
All right, they shut down the comeback, Bobby. We've got game 3 confirmed. Let's go. This one is delivering. What a way to close the night out. Obviously, we haven't seen a control yet. Buckle up, baby. We are heading to Control Arsenal to close our night out. Let's take a look at the post-action report. Shark in the water, man, was absolutely feeling it. 14. Started to stall out towards the end, but, man, what a way to just absolutely slam. Kings, buddy, man, you might want to go back and rewatch that one. That was gross.
Well, over on the other monitor, I've got Dozzy versus Abhiz going. It is tied 6-6 right now. On 100 MS, Abhiz still hitting those snipes and doing his best to force his team into a control map 3. This one looking like it could go for a while. Obviously, still waiting for our players to get ready up for the next one. Love having all this action happening at the same time. Little foretaste of COD Mobile World Champs, because we're going to have like 5 matches happening at a time.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be 10 times as chaotic and 10 times as much on the line. We'll keep an eye on this one while we wait for our players to get readied up, getting ready to head into the arsenal. Oh, Skull Guy hit a 3K!
Oh my God, was that what I just watched?
Oh my gosh!
There's no way.
Oh my
they
gosh.
don't clutch.
2 bar and 1 B, I think.
I can barely see what's going on here in your stream, so you're gonna have to.
Yeah, Sweewa 1v3, not gonna happen. They go down around again, but they've wow, I mean that's just unfortunate. The sniper, because it's so rare that you even have a sniper in that position, let alone in a position to get a 3K. But man, oh man, Bees, we'd love to get one to open things up right here. Flash out. Oh, he gets the flash to hit. They get the pick onto Cartels. Gets a 2-piece. Dozzy dead as well. 5v3. Have a chance to force some more OT. All right. I'll tell our admins we're ready to start whenever. Got to keep the matches moving, but whew.
Buddy.
Oh my days. That's fine. It was coming B lobby.
That was crazy.
It's 2B lobby.
That's 3v3. They could.
Yeah.
Wait.
This is far from one.
Okay.
Trying to zone it with a nade.
Oh, they got sight, man. Just get that bomb down.
Oh no! Skull Guy got one on the Sweewa. Oh my gosh.
But they might come B again.
Does the Bees have bomb?
I
don't think he does.
Oh wait, they're defending. They're defending.
Oh.
I'm looking at it from.
Oh, Tyrese gets Trunks. Abhiz has to 1v3. No woman. Oh, he gets one of the woman.
Oh, he didn't get the before the bomb planted though.
Nope.
That's tough.
Oh my gosh.
He gets that kill before that bomb plants.
Yeah, that could have been the round. I don't think they're gonna peek you, brother. I think you gotta commit. Pray the timing goes your way. Oh, the shot onto Tyrese. Oh. Oh, no! Skull Guy, the trade. Oh, that's brutal.
Is that overtime?
That was overtime.
Were they on the defense? I thought they were on the attack there in that round. That's crazy. All right. RIP Godlike 2.0 or 2023.
The vague curse continues.
Yep. Plague.
Feels bad.
Yeah. Well, you know what doesn't feel bad? We got control here in Arsenal. I'm ready to show or see what we got in hands. It's definitely going to be some fireworks after this matchup. Split down the middle. The search going in favor of Team Space as they buy themselves a life. Let's see what they can do here on the opening attacking round. As pressure being built up right in the middle of the map. First blood is going to come in the form of a Giant, but it's a Shark 2-piece that is going to be the opener.
Chaos as you would expect. Jai gonna be able to find 2. Doesn't see Jez on the outskirts and can't quite hit the movement to be able to pick up the kill. And that first full tick does not go through for Team Space. So especially with how defensive sided this map is, you want to be able to get every tick that you possibly can. That could have been huge for them off the start right there. And maybe some early body shots out of Kings right there, if I'm not mistaken, onto Shark. Little NA versus EU beef.
We love that. Well, no, Kings was a Chinese player, so like, it's Chinese versus EU.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, there we go. First tick of progress going to finally be collected. B site, a little bit harder to do. Space and Crew, they got a little bit of pressure on the back lines. Can they handle it though? As Kings has found his way through. And it's going to have easy pickings. Rips Chew off the heady, and surely enough, that's going to halt the pressure over on towards the site. But they do get 2 ticks of pressure, or collection on towards B. With 43 seconds left to go, they have a chance to do something. Let's see if they can get something out of the way here on the A side. They got to take out Keegs, man. What are they doing?
Wait, yeah,
They're just like, hey, what?
I was looking at the minimap. I didn't even notice he was there because he was so far into their spawn that I just assumed there was not going to be anybody else. He's on an 8 spree right here. He's going to pop Sparrow as well. He's trying to see how much he can snowball. Ends up taking himself out with a Sparrow. I'm not really entirely sure how it went that short, but
yeah,
the damage has been done regardless. 2 ticks of progress locked in so far for Team Aerith, so not the worst spot to be right here, or rather for Team Space, and Space with 0 kills off the start.
Yeah, he's not having the best of games there, Bob. Right now, 2nd tick of progress locked in, 3rd tick collected, a minute added on the clock, but you got bigger worries at hand. Space with a donut. Gonna need to collect some bodies off of it, as we've got 56 seconds to go. 1 body left standing.
Same spot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that to be fair, that's kind of how you expect an offense to go on Arsenal. Like we said, very, very defensive side, and a lot of it is about how many ticks of progress you can get. Aerith able to farm some streaks right there, not too far off of an EMP, and has her Tempest charged as well, so could be very, very valuable for the start of a round, depending on how this one goes. Shark, a little bit slow getting up into vents. Aerith able to make him pay. And she's still on an 8 spree right here, so she will continue to work for those streaks. She makes her way all the way through and able to... Oh, had an opportunity to shut down the claw. Jez does actually end up getting the kill. They desperately need Space to come online right now.
Yeah, they do. Someone texts them, say, hey, bud, we need you to wake up. We need you to turn your phone on or something. Shots just not hitting. I don't know what quite is the case for him. 0 kills on board through the first 1.5 rounds, as we got 1 minute left to go on the clock. Pressure towards that B site, though, as we got a little bit of double time coming through. Pabzera doing some work on towards this objective with his tag team duo and Spades, and they're locking it down. Only 1 player on the objective here up to the B side, and Aerith holding on for as long as she can, was able to lock in that 2nd tick of progress. And problems just continuing to lurk on through here for Team Space and crew. They got to stop this bleed.
Yep. 22 lives remaining for Team Aerith as well. A couple operators do get invested, but you've still got plenty more utility. Space trying to find some value with his Tempest, but kind of called it in no man's land. Does manage to find one right there and spotted out Jai, so that should be a freebie.
Oh.
Unfortunately for him, it's not. Spade's able to take him down from behind, and that just once again leads things from bad to worse. Now down 2-0 very early on a very defensive sided map. It's not looking great for Team Space and their chances in this.
Yeah, it's very diminished. They're on the ropes right now. They've taken several jabs to the face, and let me just tell you, the haymaker might be coming here. Pressure on towards this A side of the map. 3 fall almost instantly. Jai going big with the War Machine, able to find a full wipe there, and that's going to send everybody back to spawn. Hello, Predator right in your face to go along with it. Jai continuing to just insult this Space roster, and they have got them pinned back, Bobby.
Yep. It's not looking good. 7 life disparity this early on. No map control. No operators. You got, what, Shark with maybe 1 equals, but realistically, how much can you hope to find from that on a map this big? Jez looks to entry right here as he's able to find 1, but once again, rough spot. I don't know how he managed to find 1 onto Kings. Instantly shut down. No forward progress, and not a lot of time to work with.
None indeed. Mission impossible now. On the backs of the respawns, they're trying to clear it out, but Jai and Aerith are just putting them in the blender. Both going to be dealt with. The EMP's out. 9 seconds left to go. There is no hope. Space and crew, last-ditch effort to get onto the objective. 2 for 1 as they go through and in. We do see Shark able to find one. Aerith going to be finding some in retaliation. 6 seconds is left to go on the clock. The doors are going to be opened up for business. A is going to be collected as what do you see? 3 players starting to stack it or make it 2 with one with one lookout.
Oh my gosh.
But here comes the hit. Oh, big crows and War Machine there.
Could not have been timed any more perfectly either. 3 players stacked up. They're going to be forced completely back. They get the A capture right here, and the Pred has been secured. I would call that in sooner than later. You need that info ASAP, and especially if you can get a stack forward on B, they could potentially take a round right here. There's the Pred. Sees one in Pabzera on the backside, but he hits the trophy. Doesn't get any kills off of it, and Aerith manages to wipe the rest.
Oh my God, her presence right there in the middle of the map just disrupted this connection to what could have been a fine stack. You don't deal with the back lines, you pay the price here in Arsenal, and ladies and gentlemen, it's down to 3. Tempest shut down. Space done. Jez, claw at the ready. Pops, it is instantly killed. That is it, chat. Frozen dead. Marvel the last hope. 1v8. He is a GOAT in his own right. Well, he was obviously he was waiting for the timing.
Exactly.
It ain't happening. Aerith, just not having it today. The 3-0. We asked for our control. We got it. It was doozy.
Yeah, not quite what we were expecting in that one, but I'd say no question the better team came out on top. Team Aerith delivered in that one, and the first time we've seen one of our contents really carry all the way through. She had a phenomenal performance for her squad as they take a big-time win and secure their spot in the upper finals.
Man, what an incredible game from Aerith. I think specifically the respawns from Team Aerith were incredible in that series. We wanted a close combine hardpoint. We absolutely didn't get it, Bobby. But, you know, we go to the Arsenal control, and that was also a 3-0. And I think, you know, the big difference maker in that one is the fact that the slaying difference for Team Space wasn't there compared to where it was back when they played Team Peejay, right? I mean, you know, again, these are all phenomenal players, but you talk about the kind of the difference there. You know, we look at that matchup between Space and Peejay, and you know, Space drops 40 kills in that first respawn and the Hacienda hardpoint. That kind of slaying power just wasn't being matched here as we get into that combine hardpoint. You've got Jai on Garena Ping, again, by the way, with 46 kills. Just phenomenal performance from him. And I think just really across the whole here, as you look over towards the slaying power, I mean, shout out to Jai and especially Aerith, who were just slaying out through the respawns in that series. You know, Respawn Kings, when you're getting outslayed by that much of a difference, I don't think there's really much that you can do. But it wasn't just the slaying, to be fair. I think it was also kind of the ops. We were looking at the ops and the respawns in particular. I couldn't think of really many ops from Team Space in that game, Verdict, where maybe they kind of looked that great. I think the one from Crozing towards the end was maybe the only one that kind of comes to mind for you, Verdict.
Yeah, just a Hail Mary. Obviously... Not the best handling of the ops in either of the game modes either. I mean, you're looking at Space, who literally only got some of his few kills based on his ops. But other than that, like, you got to have contribution on both fronts. We're not going to fault him for that, though. So, yeah, I mean, that was just an all-out domination. If you can't clear your backlines too in control, especially on a map like Arsenal, there's just no way you're going to succeed either, especially when you're getting to that B side of the map. You can't get them out of your spawn. They're just going to wrap your rear, and it's free pickings for days.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the worst thing as well is on the other side, you go back to that combine hardpoint, Bobby, and, you know, the ops from Team Aerith were just insane. I think especially Spades, the amount of value that he was getting out of the DM, obviously it's very difficult to not get value out of a death machine, to be honest, especially on a map like Combine. But he felt like consistently the reason why they were getting the time that they were out of P4, just, you know, just great DM. And I think across the board, again, the ops from Team Aerith, they were not lacking really at all throughout that game.
No, there was just phenomenal consistency through and through. And when you have your captain leading the way like that, like, that's just going to make life easier for everybody else, because you don't have to worry about having that weak spot in the roster like you do in a lot of situations. So you combo that with somebody playing on likely 110 MS and still top slaying for the entire lobby. Like, there's not a whole lot of holes that you can poke in that performance. And once again, showing the importance of being able to draft a good roster. Obviously, there are great players from all over the world, but there are not a lot of players that can play on the ping that Jai is and still dominate at that level. So he's with the way they're performing, it's a lot of times I like to try to give our MVP to somebody that is dominating in a difficult situation. He's certainly doing that right now.
Yeah, Jai the MVP. Surprise, surprise. After what he's been doing out in the Greeny region for Stalwart, eh? He's been popping off. Obviously, we did see Team Space. They fought back in the Search and Destroy. Shout out to Shark in particular, who was having a hell of a Search and Destroy. I think it was like 1 versus 2 or something, where he hit the reload and still got the kill. Yeah, Shark's just doing things, but it unfortunately wasn't enough. That means that Team Aerith get into the upper bracket final, where they will face Team Lukashin tomorrow. Let's remind you guys what the bracket currently looks like then. As I said, top 3 already secured. You get a larger chunk of that $10,000 prize pool, and you move forward in the bracket. Your tournament lives become a little bit easier because you don't want to be in the lower bracket if you can possibly avoid it, because that's the last thing that you want. I'm not sure off the dome what teams are still alive in the lower bracket. We saw Team Abhiz, I believe, lose their matchup, unfortunately, to Team Dozzy. That was a 2-0 to Team Dozzy. Team Peejay and Team Space still going at it, right, Bobby? Are they still going right now?
They should be about to start. They would have, they would have had to just now start. So, alrighty. Well, that's the one we're still waiting on right now. But yeah, I mean, Team Abhiz unfortunately lose the upper bracket round 2 matchup, and then they immediately go down and lose to Team Dozzy. That's a real surprising result for me, because I know you guys kind of popped into the final 1 versus 3 effort there from Abhiz towards the closing moments of the game verdict. But yeah, I'm really surprised that Team Abhiz crash out there in losers round 2.
I think that's the biggest, I wouldn't say upset, but one of the biggest storylines to this event yet is that Team Abhiz and crew are no longer a part of it. Obviously, anything outside of top 4 is the same prize pool for everything. So we'll just go ahead and classify the top 4 as literally 8th. So they basically finished last place. And in this particular instance, Team Dozzy, give a shout out to them, though. To close that one out in a 2-0 fashion is kind of crazy. Tyrese, I questioned that first round pick, but buddy, did they perform? PJ's got the work cut out for them. Team Space, certainly not a team that you can overlook. And well, based off of who would they play? I'm literally drawing a blank right now. Who did they play in their first round matchup?
Team Space?
Was that Team Space? Well, hey man, at least they've got a little bit of map work to go along with it. I don't know what to expect out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, dude. Honestly, that lower bracket, I feel like I've got a feeling that we're going to see a lower bracket run, right? I feel like we're going to see it at some point. I don't know. We'll see tomorrow whether we do get it. I hope we do, because those kind of storylines are always really fun. So I believe that's going to be the day number 1 done and dusted here, folks. Before we go, though, we're going to give some final thoughts, obviously. Massive shout-outs to the teams that are currently in the top 3. I've been pleasantly surprised. I really do feel like, on the whole, that Team Lucasin and Team Aerith are the ones that picked the most meticulously during the draft, and I think that's shown out. That's the reason they're in the upper bracket final. Verdict, going to start with you here. Final thoughts at the end of the day?
W event so far. I've loved the format. I've loved the participation. We've had some upsets. We've had some highs. We've had some lows. Tomorrow is just going to be an absolute banger.
It is. Bobby, what about you, mate?
It's been a great event so far. Nice to see a very different pace of the game. Honestly, one of my favorite things so far has been the 90-second search and destroy round, just because of the way that it changes the way that they play it. And I think it's a much more natural flow of a game rather than 50 seconds of stagnation followed by 10 seconds of chaos that is instantly ends. So that's been really fun to watch, but very happy with the way that our teams have played so far and looking forward to wrapping things up tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely agree on the 90-second search and destroy rounds for sure. It does feel like, really that was the entire point, actually, is we just lied to you. We said that at the time tournament was all about Overkill. It's actually not. It's exclusively about 90-second search and destroy rounds. This is all just propaganda so that we can get them in for the 2026 circuit. With that
Gotta
said,
love
though,
it.
guys, that's going to do it for day number 1 of the action here for Overkill Overload. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow again at the same time. That's 8 a.m. Central for day number 2. We're going to have one champion. Massive shout out to Call of Duty Mobile for help sponsoring this broadcast. Thank you so much, guys, over there. And again, thank you all for watching for day number 1 of Overkill Overload. Well done. We'll catch you tomorrow for more action for Call of Duty Mobile.